silently until her legs cramped, then sat down slowly into a fetal position. She'd peed in her jumpsuit, not caring about the warm, itchy wetness or the smell, worrying only that she might slip and fall in the wet spot it left on the floor. She couldn't make noise. They'd shoot her. On the third day, thirst had forced her into action. The noise of the ship was all around her. The faint subsonic rumble of the reactor and drive. The constant hiss and thud of hydraulics and steel bolts as the pressure doors between decks opened and closed. The clump of heavy boots walking on metal decking. She waited until all the noise she could hear sounded distant, then pulled the environment suit off its hooks and onto the locker floor. Listening for any approaching sound, she slowly disassembled the suit and took out the water supply. It was old and stale. The suit obviously hadn't been used or serviced in ages. But she hadn't had a sip in days, and the warm, loamy water in the suit's reservoir bag was the best thing she had ever tasted. She had to work hard not to gulp it down and make herself vomit. When the urge to urinate returned, she pulled the catheter bag out of the suit and relieved herself into it. She sat on the floor, now cushioned by the padded suit and almost comfortable, and wondered who her captors were. Coalition Navy, pirates, something worse. Sometimes she slept. On day 4, isolation, hunger, boredom, and the diminishing number of places to store her piss finally pushed her to make contact with them. She'd heard muffled cries of pain. Somewhere nearby, her shipmates were being beaten or tortured. If she got the attention of the kidnappers, maybe they would just take her to the others. That was okay. Beatings she could handle. It seemed like a small price to pay if it meant seeing people again. The locker sat beside the inner airlock door. During flight, that usually wasn't a high-traffic area, though she didn't know anything about the layout of this particular ship. She thought about what to say, how to present herself. When she finally heard someone moving toward her, she just tried to yell that she wanted out. The dry rasp that came out of her throat surprised her. She swallowed, working her tongue to try to create some saliva, and tried again. Another faint rattle in the throat. The people were right outside her locker door. A voice was talking quietly. Julie had pulled back a fist to bang on the door when she heard what it was saying. No. Please no. Please don't. Dave, her ship's mechanic. Dave, who collected clips from old cartoons and knew a million jokes, begging in a small, broken voice. No. Please no, please don't, he said. Hydraulics and locking bolts clicked as the inner airlock door opened. A meaty thud as something was thrown inside. Another click as the airlock closed. A hiss of evacuating air. When the airlock cycle had finished, the people outside her door walked away. She didn't bang to get their attention. They'd scrubbed the ship. Detainment by the inner planet navies was a bad scenario, but they'd all trained on how to deal with it. Sensitive OPA data was scrubbed and overwritten with innocuous-looking logs with false timestamps. Anything too sensitive to trust to a computer, the captain destroyed. When the attackers came aboard, they could play innocent. It hadn't mattered. There weren't the questions about cargo or permits. The invaders had come in like they owned the place, and Captain Darren had rolled over like a dog. Everyone else, Mike, Dave, Wan Li, they'd all just thrown up their hands and gone along quietly. The pirates or slavers or whatever they were had dragged them off the little transport ship that had been their home and down a docking tube without even minimal environment suits. The tube's thin layer of mylar was the only thing between them and hard nothing. Hope it didn't rip. Goodbye lungs if it did. Julie had gone along too, but then the bastards had tried to lay their hands on her. strip her clothes off. 5 years of low-gravity jiu-jitsu training, and them in a confined space with no gravity. She'd done a lot of damage. She'd almost started to think she might win when, from nowhere, a gauntleted fist smashed into her face. Things got fuzzy after that. Then the locker, and shoot her if she makes a noise. 4 days of not making noise, while they beat her friends down below and then threw one of them out an airlock. After 6 days, everything went quiet. Shifting between bouts of consciousness and fragmented dreams, she was only vaguely aware as the sounds of walking, talking, and pressure doors and the subsonic rumble of the reactor and the drive faded away a little at a time. When the drive stopped, so did gravity, and Julie woke from a dream of racing her old pinnace to find herself floating, while her muscles screamed in protest and then slowly relaxed. She pulled herself to the door and pressed her ear to the cold metal. Panic shot through her until she caught the quiet sound of the air recyclers. The ship still had power and air, but the drive wasn't on, and no one was opening a door or walking or talking. Maybe it was a crew meeting, or a party on another deck, or everyone was in engineering, fixing a serious problem. She spent a day listening and waiting. By day 7, her last sip of water was gone. No one on the ship had moved within range of her hearing for 24 hours. She sucked on a plastic tab she'd ripped off the environment suit until she worked up some saliva. Then she started yelling. She yelled herself hoarse. No one came. By day 8, she was ready to be shot. She'd been out of water for 2 days, and her waste bag had been full for 4. She put her shoulders against the back wall of the locker and planted her hands against the side walls. Then she kicked out with both legs as hard as she could. The cramps that followed the first kick almost made her pass out. She screamed instead. Stupid girl, she told herself. She was dehydrated. 8 days without activity was more than enough to start atrophy. At least she should have stretched out. She massaged her stiff muscles until the knots were gone, then stretched, focusing her mind like she was back in dojo. When she was in control of her body, she kicked again, and again, and again until light started to show through the edges of the locker, and again until the door was so bent that the 3 hinges and the locking bolt were the only points of contact between it and the frame. And one last time, so that it bent far enough that the bolt was no longer seated in the hasp, and the door swung free. Julie shot from the locker, hands half raised and ready to look either threatening or terrified, depending on which seemed more useful. There was no one on the whole deck. The airlock, the suit storage room where she'd spent the last 8 days, a half-dozen other storage rooms, all empty. She plucked a magnetized pipe wrench of suitable size for skull cracking out of an EVA kit, then went down the crew ladder to the deck below. And then the one below that. And then the one below that. Personnel cabins in crisp, almost military order. Commissary where there were signs of a struggle. Medical bay, empty. Torpedo bay, no one. The comm station was unmanned, powered down and locked. The few sensor logs that still streamed showed no sign of the scopuli. A new dread knotted her gut. Deck after deck and room after room, empty of life. Something had happened. A radiation leak. Poison in the air. Something that had forced an evacuation. She wondered if she'd be able to fly the ship by herself. But if they'd evacuated, she'd have heard them going out the airlock, wouldn't she? She reached the final deck hatch, the one that led into engineering, and stopped when the hatch didn't open automatically. A red light on the lock panel showed that the room had been sealed from the inside. She thought again about radiation and major failures. But if either of those was the case, Why lock the door from the inside? And she had passed wall panel after wall panel. None of them had been flashing warnings of any kind. No, not radiation. Something else. There was more disruption here. Blood. Tools and containers in disarray. Whatever had happened, it had happened here. No, it had started here. And it had ended behind that locked door. It took 2 hours with a torch and prying tools from the machine shop to cut through the hatch to engineering. With the hydraulics compromised, she had to crank it open by hand. A gust of warm, wet air blew out, carrying a hospital scent without the antiseptic. A coppery, nauseating smell. The torture chamber, then. Her friends would be inside, beaten or cut to pieces. Julie hefted her wrench and prepared to bust open at least one head before they killed her. She floated down. The engineering deck was huge, vaulted like a cathedral. The fusion reactor dominated the central space. Something was wrong with it. Where she expected to see readouts, shielding, and monitors, a layer of something like mud seemed to flow over the reactor core. Slowly, Julie floated toward it, one hand still on the ladder. The strange smell became overpowering. The mud caked around the reactor had structure to it like nothing she'd seen before. Tubes ran through it, like veins or airways. Parts of it pulsed. Not mud then. Flesh. An outcropping of the thing shifted toward her. Compared to the whole, it seemed no larger than a toe, a little finger. It was Captain Darren's head. "Help me," it said. Chapter 1. Holden. 150 years before, when the parochial disagreements between Earth and Mars had been on the verge of war, the Belt had been a far horizon of tremendous mineral wealth beyond viable economic reach, and the outer planets had been beyond even the most unrealistic corporate dream. Then, Solomon Epstein had built his little modified fusion drive, popped it on the back of his 3-man yacht, and turned it on. With a good scope, you could still see his ship, going at a marginal percentage of the speed of light, heading out into the big empty. The best, longest funeral in the history of mankind. Fortunately, he'd left the plans on his home computer. The Epstein drive hadn't given humanity the stars, but it had delivered the planets. 3/4 of a kilometer long, 1/4 of a kilometer wide, roughly shaped like a fire hydrant, and mostly empty space inside, the Canterbury was a retooled colony transport. Once, it had been packed with people, supplies, schematics, machines, environment bubbles, and hope. Just under 20 million people lived on the moons of Saturn now. The Canterbury had hauled nearly 1 million of their ancestors there. 45 million on the moons of Jupiter. One moon of Uranus sported 5,000, the farthest outpost of human civilization. At least until the Mormons finished their generation ship and headed for the stars and freedom from procreation restrictions. And then there was the Belt. If you asked OPA recruiters when they were drunk and feeling expansive, they might say there were 100 million in the Belt. Ask an inner-planet Siftis taker, it was nearer to 50 million.
What is the meaning of acceptance? I still remember the words of the Tlaxishi professor asking that in class, his narrow tongue darting out of his green mouth to lick his eyeballs clean. He did it more than most of his species, and as a budding xenobiologist, I knew that meant he was uncomfortable among so many students. Unsurprising, since his species was known to be primarily made up of loners. That alone made him unique in this job. But more than that, what made him most exceptional was the way he understood species other than his own. Hence his question, and it was the very question that launched whole careers, because it began with a race called Homo sapiens, or as they typically called themselves, humans. No answer followed his question, though many of us, with claws and tentacles and nails and more, were rapidly scrolling through the digital text to search for the word. The echo of his question faded away against the walls, and this too was what made him unique. Unlike most professors in the university, he conducted classes in person, demanding we socialize up close. For reasons none of us quite understood, it somehow made us better students, and little by little his policy was spreading to other instructors. What is the meaning of family? He asked the follow-up question, and our hasty searching picked up speed. My neighbor, a Chitilxian with a rubber touch assist over his slimy digit, was typing the new word into the search bar. A hand went up before mine. A biological classification including several subclassification. The answer came from one of the miniature dwarf species, an avian race coated in spiny feathers. It came up no higher than my knee. His name was Chirupus, and he was top of the class, after me. My frustration burned as he outdid me, only for relief to flood my air sacs when the professor shook his head. Even with the breath adapter implants, I found being outdone suffocating. No, that is a definition, but not the one I mean. Our Tlaxishi professor, Exlith by name, licked each of his 5 eyes in rapid succession. I knew that he hated correcting people, but I also knew that the definition he sought was not in this book, so I raised my fur-covered arm and opened my elongated jaw. My tongue wagged as I spoke, and I tried to keep my tail still when I said, "Professor, no other meaning is present in the book, please. Can you tell us what you mean?" In all my life, I had never heard the noise he made next. It was clear he was imitating some species we had not seen up close, and here is where it all began. He pushed a button somewhere out of view, and a curious creature appeared on the screen while his mouth made this haw-haw-haw kind of noise that couldn't have been natural to him. On screen was a bipedal species with fur on their round heads, small thin lips and only 2 arms. This is the species you will learn the answers to those questions from. If you can understand this species, you can understand any species. In my 150 cycles of instruction and research, I have never found another like this one. They bond with inanimate objects, fictional characters, unknown infants, outsiders, as strongly as a Vastian oviraptor with its own eggs. We gasped, chirped, gulped, belched, and rattled. Whatever our own expressions of shock as different species, we made it. I know, it sounds impossible, but this is the only species that is capable of finding family and forming communities out of any species, or at least any that they have ever been observed with. They domesticate predators and bond even with species that might otherwise eat them. If one is rejected by its parents, it may find new ones, or ones to fill that role. There are stronger species, there are smarter species, there are faster species, there are longer-lived species. But there are no species more passionate. They are in their mating season all year long and constantly form new groups that grow and change. If you can get one to bond with you, they will die for you without regret. There is no species so full of contradiction as the Homo sapiens sapiens. They love more deeply, hate more deeply, laugh. That was that noise I was making earlier. And are both greed and generosity given flesh. They appear weak, but because of all these contradictions, they are not only the apex predator of their planet, but no invading armada dares cross into a system where a human colony has formed bonds with others. The great victory of 47,592 was brought about by this species, acting on a distress call from my own species when I was a child. A human starship responded instinctively to our call for aid, and destroyed themselves in a suicide run which crippled the invaders. Self-termination for another species. Who has ever heard of that? The professor paused at the rhetorical question. It did seem at odds with all reason. No species I knew would do that. And though I'd heard of that victory, the The strange vessel was barely a footnote. Humans were not even named. A low rumble of utter doubt passed among us all. I promise you, it is true. I was there. That was the cause of the peace which followed. Self-termination for another species was unheard of, and the Zenti didn't know what to make of it. I was present on the station while the impromptu negotiations took place, and the study of humans by both sides began. I knew I had to learn more, and spent my life among them as soon as I was able. I spent 100 of their years in a single human community. Within 10 years I gained acceptance. Not long after that I was neighbor, then brother and uncle. I watched their generation grow and age and die. And to my shock, I felt that grief myself. To know humanity's depths is to find them in ourselves. That is how I got here. That is why. He leveled his shaking finger claw out toward us in our seats, and we all sat a little more alertly when he did so. You are sitting among one another. All of you comprise long-lived species, 300 years on the high end, and all of you will spend the next 50 years in an extended study of humans. You will join their communities, learn about them, and about yourselves. When you are through, you will know what family means in a way that you never dreamed before, and carry that spark out to all your home worlds. From there, who can say what will happen? But I think we will have a better galaxy for it. I don't know why I felt so certain that he was right. Maybe because his reputation was so widespread. Maybe because he'd chosen us, handpicked each of his students, and his faith in us made us more confident in him. But whatever the reason, I was suddenly even more eager to study than before. And even if I don't like it, what's 50 years? I thought. What I didn't know yet, but would know beyond a doubt when I was in the last days of my 50th year, was that the answer to my question was the best years of my life. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Of course I should tell you my species. I'm Dlamisa. We're a furry species with 4 upright ears on either side of our head that are slightly triangular, with tails that grow about as long as a human arm, legs that can curve at the knee, and though we have 2 arms, we're capable of locking the elbow joints so that we can run on all 4s as well as on 2 legs. Our mouths are elongated and have a row of sharp teeth, and though our fur color varies, mine is a mix of russet red and black. If that paints a good enough picture for you, fine. If not, well, I must hope they cast my actor well when this is made into video program for entertainment. To be blunt, as I would be very embarrassed to learn, I look somewhat similar to their dogs. What a day that was. At least it turned out to be helpful. Now back to that day. A few of our number chose not to make the trip, a thing I think they would regret for the rest of their lives, as the human sector was very far away, taking months of travel by even the fastest ship, at least until the humans invented the new propulsion method of redoubling speed by electron recombination. But that's for the astrochemophysics department. Me? I was only concerned with learning as much as I could, and the professor proved he earned his status by providing us with a wealth of information in the days that led up to our trip. Human entertainment, mythology, music, religion, and social conventions for the place we would be staying, all were provided to us. That was the first time I realized just why Homo sapiens sapiens can be so terrifying. It wasn't their love of fear. There were whole genres of entertainment that kept their psychology on edge, but that in and of itself was enough to drive 2 more students to drop out. Fear is something all other known species avoid, but humans embrace the void. I found it fascinating. The part that scared me was what it took for humans to picture a threat. Gods, demons, natural disasters that wipe out planets, aliens whose technology defied reality. Humans needed the impossible to feel threatened. Anything else was just an ordinary day in the galactic mini-cycle. And in all their terrifying films and televised series, the story was a journey to human triumph. Some thought it was self-aggrandizing, but our teacher put it this way. Humans made that leap into the void in 1/10 of the time it took my species to find the courage to do so. Humans define themselves by their will to overcome anything, to drive themselves to the limit and push beyond to make new limits for the next generation to overcome. Dying for a friend? Dying for an ideal? A human will throw away their life for an infant where most would consider their offspring expendable, and just make another. And they will die happy if they believe their death made a better tomorrow. Their films tell us that they see themselves as having boundless potential. And when I was a small one, listening to the telecom where the humans came in with cannons blazing just because they said they would help us, I came to believe in it too. It took me ages to find a translation for yippee-ki-yay motherfucker. But the telecom was still broadcasting after that, up to the moment their ship collided with our attackers. And I heard something I'd never heard before when intelligent races died. Music. They died to the sound of music and singing death songs. They are something to fear, but also something to hope for, as you will see. I immersed myself in more of their media on the long journey. Pirate movies where pirates, the lowest of the low, still found it in themselves to die with courage. War films, so many of those, with people giving up their lives for causes, even when they knew they couldn't bring to reality. Romances where that curious, passionate bonding was on full display. I admit I found it strange how they bonded to predator pets, but it was impossible to deny that this was what I was seeing when their dog creatures were cradled and cared for, like infants. Nobody really thinks about how powerful bonding truly is, and yet, now my snout was rubbed right in it. It was 2 months later when we encountered the first human patrols. Their vessels were much bigger than they used to be, and that was when I learned something more interesting. Humans brought their miniature communities into space. Their families, bonded mates, children, even in some cases, their old who we would normally leave behind. It seemed strange, but when I first saw a human face, that was even stranger. They were flat, with very small noses in the middle of their face. The human who spoke to my professor on screen had a thick black fur around his mouth and deep-set eyes that seemed small compared to mine, but after a few pleasantries and an ID exchange, we were allowed to dock. Our professor then selected 3 of us to join him on board the human vessel, a chance to explore a little of the miniature society that humans formed before we reached the whole hive of them on their homeworld, where our host families waited for us. The vessel we docked at was military, with giant canyons the size of whole buildings back home, a hallmark of the human design philosophy of big explosions are the best kind. But because these vessels were so large, when we crossed the boarding tubes, we found a small hover vehicle waiting for us. The hover vehicle was interesting. Most races instinctively put the driver at the front, but humans regularly rethought their designs, challenging the ideas that were normal at whatever time they lived. This hover vehicle was one such example of being rethought. It did have the aerodynamic design, and was clearly made to traverse these halls. That much was clear, most notably because the hall in which we stood had a glowing green line along the floor on which the hovercar was centered. However, the driver was not at the front, rather they were at the center, and while we were seated upright with adjustable chairs, the driver sat in a forward crouch with legs bent and arms forward holding onto a bar, her body secured by a double bar cage that framed her body after wrapping around from one side. A series of monitors surrounded her face, providing long-range feedback and data about any obstacles in the view, and providing me with a reflection of her face. I didn't recognize it at the time, but now I realize she was eager to begin. This highlighted my second experience with human design philosophy. There is no such thing as too fast, only how fast you can make it go. It was no wonder they invented the method of transport that finally broke the subspace speed limit that baffled scientists for ages. Strap in and hold tight. A small human female, or so I assumed it to be because of what we'd been told about Chest's voice pitch, told us. The strap was a 4-point harness, and there was a crossbar in front that we were meant to hold on to if things got too intense. And then my tongue was yanked out of my mouth and the ship became a blur. Never in my life had I been both so thrilled and so damn scared. The air battered my face and carried my fur back behind me. My tail wiggled with joy underneath my seat, and I could see what I recognized as a smile on the woman's face. She used her whole body to control the vehicle, leaning left and right, and it was after this that I learned about another unique human innovation that catered to human obsessions. They loved the feel of wind in their hair, and our hovercar had no roof. The force of the air should have been far more unpleasant, but it had a curious sort of shielding. Invisible to the naked eye, it permitted ingress and egress of air particles, but in substantially reduced quantities. In short, it was hypoxic, giving humans a feeling of high-altitude intoxication and letting them experience great speeds while they got it. Our companions made noises of alarm. Chitin scales shed and my Ulian roommate's stink sack activated, briefly causing the hovercraft to swerve while following the green line which went from floor to wall to ceiling. My instincts told me what was coming, and I held on for dear life while the human made a noise I later learned was laughter when she kept swerving until we followed the green paint track and we were upside down. You would not believe how hard it was to find a proper translation for the word "we" that she kept screaming as we looped around the empty corridor. We finally lurched to a stop that rattled my bones, and my professor finally said something I knew was key to introducing oneself to new humans. "Shall we grab a beer?" I knew from the videos that the human woman's grin made the rest of our trip promising, but as my companions were voiding their orifices onto the floor while trying to unhitch themselves, they unfortunately missed it. As to what happened next, well, you'd hardly believe it if you haven't lived it, but I swear every word is true. I'd never been unsteady on my legs before that moment. My slimy colleague didn't have legs of his own. For that matter, he didn't have a permanently solid form at all. He could solidify part of himself for short periods, and on this occasion when it departed the hovercraft, as soon as the hardened exterior was rendered gelatinous again, it was jiggling like it had just sat through a quake. I wobbled a little, and to my surprise, the small human female immediately was by my side and put her hand on my arm. Her soft skin squeezed as delicately as a Fadian's feather fall, and she gave me that smile expression again, though a little smaller, and asked me, "Are you all right? I'm sorry. I didn't think to ask how any of you could handle speed." An apology is a very strange custom humans engage in. It is an expression of regret for some offense or inflicted feeling. Curiously, as I would later learn, they have a non-apology that is disguised as an apology. I know this may sound strange, but if a human tells me, "I'm sorry if you feel," or "I'm sorry but," or "I'm sorry you," perhaps you see a pattern here. All of these three forms either include a negation but, or they make the apology a reference to the other person's perceptions. It turns out that true apologies are focused only on the one who actually did the thing being apologized for. "I'm sorry I hurt you. I'm sorry I was late. I'm sorry for not thinking of you." All true apologies among humans include the speaker taking responsibility for themselves and their actions. All false apologies reference some facet of the other person's status without accountability for their part in it. This subtlety would quickly become important as I moved through human society after I met my host family. But in that moment, I just found her touch pleasant. I didn't realize how warm human bodies could be. "I'm fine, thank you. Please don't worry about it." I knew what to say from those videos, and she responded immediately with a broader smile. My professor's tongue darted out and licked his eyeball only once, and I knew I had handled myself well. "Please, let me introduce you to some of my friends and get you all a drink. It's on me. It's the least I can do," she said and pulled out a little plastic card. Or rather, on the fleet's good relations account. She winked, a gesture I knew to indicate either playfulness or deception, and unsure of which I was being subjected to, I elected to nod silently. "Come on," she said, and approached the double doors. They slid into the wall and I was immediately struck by the noise of voices similar to hers, higher pitch and deeper pitch. I generally thought humans were cleanly divided between obvious male and obvious female, but this proved that textbooks do not cover everything. It gave us the far ends, but not the spectrum. Some humans seemed to be almost as genderless as my fluidic companion. I couldn't tell one from another, and some of them played this up. The room itself was enormous. Our own species all used small spaces with few figures, if any. But this was vast. Easily a few hundred of my paces in either direction, filled with tables and something I recognized from films as bars. My colleagues, fellow students I suppose, were mute, but I said immediately, "Lead on." She took well to that, and her feet made a small skipping stride. Strangely, she didn't keep her back to us, but showed her back to the others of her species, and began to chat with us, as if she'd known us for a lifetime. "So we have a lot of things here, but based on the data your ship transmitted, bourbon and beer are both viable for all of you, and you can place your cargo order on the screen so you can drink and work at the same time." "Is drinking important?" my fluidic semi-permeable fellow student asked in his bubbling voice that approximated human vocal sounds. "Yes, very. In one of our ancient empires, Persia, I think." She paused and looked away as she searched her memory. "Yes, that was it. Whenever they had a disagreement, they would first argue sober, then get drunk and argue the same thing again. They wouldn't accept an argument unless it made sense in both states. Alcohol plays an important role in social behavior for our race. It lowers our inhibitions, makes us more truthful, and for most of us, it makes us more open to friendship." She frowned a little. "I admit, some people it turns into real jerks, but as long as you avoid those, it's fine." By the time she said that, her back smacked into a golden tube that ran along the edge of the bar, behind which a towering wall of human meat stood. Unlike most of his race, he had a bald head up top, and he was slightly over the normal weight that I saw from the others. But he did have sharp-looking eyes, like a hunter. "Hey Mark, a round of bourbons for my new friends and I." Friends? I wondered about that. I knew humans could bond quickly, and I understood the meaning of this friend term, but I didn't expect it this fast. The human she called Mark spun around, tipped a few clear bottles holding a dark amber liquid into a few transparent glasses, and then slid them up to each of us as we stood on either side of the human. "A toast," she said, and raised up her glass before we could drink. "This is liquid? Is not toast bread that you have cooked twice?" The burbling voice of my colleague asked, and both Mark and our new human laughed. "He's funny. I'm Lisa, by the way. And no, well, yes, but also not because it's something we do before we drink. It's where we make a wish for something good. You're travelers like us, so we have this tradition on our ship. When we encounter travelers, we raise a glass and toast, that is, we wish for safe travels for those we meet. So, a toast to safe travels." Lisa gave us that same broad smile again, and then slammed back her drink and smacked her lips before sliding her card across the bar. "Keep 'em coming, Mark. We have to show them how humans do it." Fortunately, we'd cleared ourselves to consume almost every human beverage beforehand, but that didn't really prepare me for actually doing so. I held the little glass in between two fingers after making our toast, and looked at the amber-colored liquid, studying it with my naked eyes. It seemed innocuous. I brought it to my nose and took a sniff while surreptitiously eyeing my colleagues. My professor was already downing his and reaching for another, but the rest of us had our doubts. The smell was something else. A sharp bite to the nose would have been more subtle. Maybe if I weren't such a coward, I might have gone first, or maybe I wouldn't have gone at all. But I felt the expectant eyes of Lisa and Mark on me, waiting for me to try it. My fellow students were no different, and it was our gelatinous colleague who went first, an appendage emerging and sticking into the little glass. He soaked it up like a sponge. One by one we went, with me being the last. I tilted my head back and threw the liquid down my throat in one clean motion. I gasped, panted, bent forward, and coughed while slapping my hand on the surface of the bar. The shot hit me, like I'd been shot. There was a deep burning sensation in my gut, and I felt Lisa's hand on my back. "You okay there, buddy?" she asked, but Mark only slid another row of glasses out toward us with a little smile on his face. He saw something Lisa had not. When the burning was still going, there was a sense of warmth coursing through me. Perhaps it's because I have multiple hearts to the human's one. But my blood pumped faster than theirs, and as a result the liquid toxin raced through me at a much higher speed. I felt that relaxed sensation coming over me. Mark, a dark-haired human in a fairly tight-fitting silver shirt with a black vest, wore a mirthful face. "He's fine. He likes it." His voice was buttery smooth the way he said it, or it seemed so to me. Lisa, realizing that Mark was right when I reached for the next glass, didn't stop patting my back, but it slowed down and became more congratulatory. "I guess you're right, Mark," she said, and then leaned her back against the bar to look out over the sea of faces. "So, what made you want to study humans?" she asked me, and I imitated her gesture while my fellow students drifted off into their own experiences, and I joined Lisa in people watching. "That's what your ship is here for, isn't it? To take you to study us." I must have looked surprised to her because she laughed at my silent expression and said, "We don't take a lot of aliens to Earth. Word gets around." She explained, "I figured it would help me get rich, famous, and it would let me work alone. Not many of us are studying humans, and I am kind of curious. You're a strange species," I said and threw back another shot. "Yeah, I guess we kind of are," Lisa replied. "But that's it? Curiosity, money, and fame? You sure you're not a human in a dog suit?" I threw back another shot while she laughed at her own joke and matched my shot with one of her own. That was how I learned about two more things. First, human competitiveness. Shot by shot. Until my semi-permeable friend was a puddle, my professor's tongue was dangling over the bar, and I found myself embarrassingly passing out curled around her feet. And also, the absurd human tolerance for alcohol. I didn't learn until well after my first hangover passed that the human liver actually had a special part of itself, which only existed to process alcohol. I had great fun, I think. from what I remember. But that takes us to the next step in a long journey. Before I continue, I should add that this was not my last experience with Homo sapiens and alcohol. It was my first and my most painful, at least with the aftermath. But those other times lie ahead, assuming you read on in this humble manuscript. For now, it is enough to know that I woke up with a splitting headache, my professor slurring his words with a limp tongue, the chitin half shed from half again too many drinks. I didn't think it was possible, but yes. He got so drunk he molted halfway and passed out, while our slimy colleague took another half day to rise beyond a puddle of his former self, and he was utterly unable to speak until that evening. But we did wake up in a single room, each of us with a small wicker basket and a bottle of that wonderful stuff, along with a friendly note from a friend I would never see again. Lisa wrote a little scrawl that took hours to translate. To this day, I think she was drunk when she wrote it, but it read, "To toast to safe travels with the next people you meet, who have a long way to go before they get to where they're going. All the best, Lisa." My mouth didn't really let me smile, but the warmth of her well wishes reached me somehow, as did the memory of that first human touch. That kind of openness and welcome isn't found anywhere else that I have ever seen. Not before and not since, at least not away from humans. Of course, today, I know that she was somewhat exceptional, even for her kind. Not everybody is like that, but it was genuine, and it was far from rare. To understand the importance, the significance of this, I need to point something else out. Human diplomacy is second to none. They are, most of them, uniquely attuned to searching out the needs of others, their fears, their hopes, and presenting themselves as the ones who can meet or dash them. Human diplomacy has become the bridge across which species have moved to make peace. Understanding others is the thing they are arguably the best at. Being a uniquely social species has set them up as the arbiters of choice for multiple races, and in that ordinary human, I understood why. Because the good ones, they really care. Even a stranger can matter to them if they're needed, even if they'll never see that one again once they've given help. It's a very strange thing, but it helped me believe my teacher when he talked about the self-termination run that the humans launched just to rescue one outpost full of civilians. I never did see Lisa after that. The cargo was loaded onto our ship, and we were being escorted by the vessel we'd so recently traveled upon. The endless stars in the void still terrified so many that, quite frankly speaking, most races had very few who were willing to traverse the stars, and remote ships were the norm. But humans seemed to embrace it like they were born there. Some said they were, that their race evolved on Earth from material that first formed in space, or on their planet Mars, that was shot to Earth by an impact from orbit. Nobody knows for sure, but the result, whatever the truth, people who play music in the unbounded dark, go singing to their deaths, are now among the most common travelers in the Great Void. And when the alarm rang announcing pirates a few days after we departed, all of us learned firsthand the reason why nobody in their right mind, what was the word? Humps with humans. No, they have another term. Why nobody fucks with humankind. "Zenti! Zenti!" the loudspeaker called out, and the sea sentient living beings became a tidal wave of mindless terror. I was no different. I'm an academic, even coming from a rare intelligent predator race. I've never been particularly brave. So when the announcement hit and the alarm began, its blaring noise stung my ears. I went down on all fours, locked my limbs, and ran. Fear is a strange thing. Most races that develop intelligence develop a fear sense. They avoid danger like it is a disease, and the most common response to a threat is not to fight it, but to flee from it. By the same token, almost all intelligent races develop a way to alert others around them to the danger. In all my life, I'd never been sprayed with so many different foul chemicals, odors, or liquids, nor were my ears ever assaulted by so many different keening noises as we all rushed for the promise of safety in our own quarters. Those who could walk on walls or ceilings rushed there to avoid the press, only to trample each other and knock them down to fall on our heads down below. Tangled in a sea of limbs, tentacles, mushy flesh, and howling fear, we were no longer intelligent or civilized. We were the basest of animals, all of us, thinking only of ourselves and our lives as we scrambled to push our way free of the press. The ship rattled when our hull was struck. Our shields were light, meant to fend off small space debris, not Zenti torpedoes. The rumble was like the thunder of clouds, and the torpedoes flashed past the portholes like lightning through the dark of night. trapped in our endless void. The ululations of passengers and crew were a nightmarish few minutes that seemed to stretch out for an entire lifetime. Even today, I look back on those minutes as the worst in my life. Fortunately, as a predator race, even as a coward, I am stronger than most of those around me, and I forced myself through, using the curved nails to dig into some unfortunate flesh ahead of me and rip myself free with a violent pull and take me out of the fallen heap. I rushed to my room with no thought to any life but my own, slammed the emergency button down, and thrust my face against the porthole to watch the Zenti ship undertake its slow, wide banking maneuver. My breath fogged up the window, obscuring them from my view until I wiped the pane clear again and waited for the end. The quarters of passengers and crew are referred to as scatterboxes in common languages. Each room contained a small communication device, some rations, and a miniature propulsion device suitable to help us dock, but barely anything more. They were often referred to as space caskets, since unless someone was found quickly, they would die inside those in a matter of days and just float through the void until their body was recovered, or their pod burned up when it was brought down into the atmosphere by another planet's gravity. A few space caskets have been found in orbit around small moons over the years, the bodies perfectly preserved for a rescue that came too late. But even with the low likelihood of rescue, we all still used them. Any hope, however faint, was better than none. And Zenti pirates only wanted rich hostages. Their banking maneuver would put them in line with our engines. The wide-winged engines of their ships were almost bird-like. They might even have been called graceful in another context. But to me, they were only ominous. Outside my locked door, I could hear the shouting and screaming of the other passengers as they rushed in. I hadn't ejected my scatterbox yet. I knew enough about the Zenti to know that the bored crews of other ships would take pot shots at us, and I didn't want to be target practice. Others, though, their fear was even worse than mine, and they must have hit their eject buttons immediately after their doors sealed. 100 tiny ships blew clear of the mother vessel and drifted away. I could see as they tumbled free, a few terrified aliens looking out, right before the Zenti light guns sprayed their little explosive rounds out into space and destroyed the life-saving capsules with the passengers inside. Nobody really thought the Zenti would be here, and that just made all of this worse. The Zenti had shut down a lot of their military in the post-war era, but a handful of them simply took their ships and ran, becoming raiders, minor warlords, and pirates wherever patrols were few. But most didn't last. Or if they did, it was because they went into hiding. I guess our vessel looked too tempting. Not surprising. Education vessels were filled with elites that could be captured and traded for ample goods and resources. Perhaps that was why they attacked, even knowing they were in human territory. I heard a comm beep at my door. It rang several times and I shouted the unlock order. I don't know why, but at that moment all I knew was whatever was coming in was at least not likely to be a threat, and anything non-threatening was welcome. To my shock, it was my professor and some of the other students. Not all. Their absence told me plenty, and if I had doubts about that meaning, the way my professor looked past me toward my porthole told me to set those doubts aside. "We are in human space. Just wait," he said, and pointed to the window to the void where a fleet of a dozen ships came into view. They were green with wide wings on which a row of cannons sat. Their pulsing rays battered our shields, and the ship shook like mad. And it was only my teacher's preternatural calm that allowed me to keep from voiding my bowels and hiding in fear. "They gave us drink. They gave us food and supplies. They promised us safety. We will be fine," he said to reassure those who had their doubts. Me, I wondered if Lisa was going to be on the ship he anticipated coming to our aid, and that, in and of itself, was surprising. Why did I think of her? I've never thought of anyone else of any species so quickly before. These people, they are infectious. And over the telecom device came something my professor promised would come in human space. Music. I didn't know what it was called at the time, but now I know its name. Ride of the Valkyries. And human voices came through every channel. I rushed to the window as fast as my wobbly legs and substantial hangover would permit, and pressed my eyes to the window again to see for myself. Nobody rushed into a fight like this. Not even my homeworld. The human ship emerged from the purple gas cloud where it lay in wait, and though it was one alone, it began to fire from its many cannons, and explosions rocked the space around the Zenti pirates. A Broadcom communication hit the common airwaves used for everyday communications. "Not to worry. Just carry on your voyage. We'll handle these, and safe travels. I recognized the voice of the dark-furred human, forceful and, as I would later understand, proud. Humans had something curious about them, a work ethic not often found outside of artisans. They take pride in the things they deem their purpose, their profession. Whether they are a janitor or an admiral, they proclaim excellence in their chosen craft as one of the highest virtues. And for their admiralty, that apparently included courage. The human ship was a lean thing, long and arrow-shaped, and as it came closer, I could see from its sleek surface many small guns and launchers emerging. Strangely enough, the human design for combat ships seems to have mirrored those of my people, which is to say, one too many. This single human vessel used large numbers of smaller guns that targeted the Zenti torpedoes and detonated them well before impact, while others targeted the individual Zenti ships. Whether by intent or accident, I do not know, but the humans never disabled their Broadcom transmissions, and I realized something as I listened to the humans in the void, barking out their orders and announcing their triumphs along the way. To them, this was a game. I watched the fight between the human ship and the pirates as they broke off to engage the authorities, and watched as one by one the raiders were set to listing, their ships burning in space, each one disabled, broken, or shattered into a million tiny pieces so small that it was like they never existed at all. Before long, they were out of view, and I couldn't see it anymore. When they left to chase the remainder of the pirates and our passenger vessel began to scoop up the surviving scatterboxes, my professor spoke. Humans are a rare type of predator, an active hunter species. Those almost never develop civilizations. The others are all sedentary, almost to the last inhabited world. But theirs? The humans evolved to run their prey to death, or walk them to death. They are the only known species in the galaxy that can run all day and night. The known record for a human was one who ran for more than 3 days and nights without stopping before he collapsed. My professor said it like he was telling me the time, and I got a sense of just how dangerous this race could be if they were provoked. It seemed so odd to think of Lisa and Mike then. They seemed so friendly, and so non-threatening without even claws or sharp teeth to speak of. But the heedless courage of that single ship that could take on a dozen without fear and win. I felt a tingle in my spine that it seems was common among humans too, when I found something to fear. Fellow academics, interested amateurs, I know you expected to read a purely academic piece on my time among humans, but I must ask for you to believe me when I say that this is utterly impossible. It is impossible because they are no mere chemical in a test tube to be cataloged down to the fine points and filed away. No mere equation to be written and noted for later study. In traveling with them, living with them, I found parts of myself that I never knew existed. I perhaps alarmed you when I called them infectious before, but if you could imagine for a moment, a communicable cure that traveled faster than disease, that is what I experienced. I wondered sometimes if their shortened lifespans were part of why they seemed so full of energy. They have a saying that a candle which burns twice as bright burns half as long, and if this was true, then it was why their race lived so short compared to so many of us. If I could experience as much as they did, I would trade lifespans with them in a heartbeat. Of course, as you are reading this, you must surely know we survived the brief encounter with the pirates. But before you proceed on with this accounting, I want to make sure you note something. Our ship was not completely unarmed. We could have fought beside the human vessel, but our captain chose to abandon our rescuers. It was an eminently practical thing to do, and I had it checked into when it was possible. He was not reprimanded for it in any way, nor did I ever find criticism of him for it. Even me, at that moment as we fled deeper into human space, didn't think about what he was doing, and nor did it occur to me to criticize him for it. I'm sure you are in agreement. But then, compare the human ship captain's actions to our own. The human willingness to fight and die was far in excess of their own survival instinct. They sought the fight and rushed to it, while we ran away. Which course creates an empire? Who do you want protecting your ship when you travel? You may think the humans are mad, but their madness, if that is what it is not without purpose or value of its own. Now on with the accounting. As the days slipped past, our professor began to relay more stories to us of his time on Earth, of human customs, birthdays, drinking songs, sports, child rearing. It seems he became like a grandfather to a pair of human children, watching them grow up and have children of their own just before he had to leave the planet when his allotted time was up. In all his stories, My teacher never once sent his tongue near his eyeballs. It was more like he wasn't talking to us at all, really. More to himself, he knew the name of every member of the family and those of their neighbors, and the days that they died. Reader, I'm sure I don't need to tell you how rare this is for anyone at all. And yet he did it for the members of another species? The more I learned, the more interested I became, and day slipped into day with more history, more culture lessons, and more on human mental processes. I learned about bashfulness. See, some humans, strangely enough, find nudity to be troubling, even shameful. They come from a death world. The act of breathing corrodes their lungs over a lifetime. The place is riddled with natural disasters, and their own sun is lethal to them. As such, they create clothing to cover and protect their bodies. They get so used to it that being without it is strange. So the end result is a species that is shy about their bare flesh, but can endure almost anything. But it was because of that shyness that my professor held out to us each a set of clothing. My own was a pair of brown pants and a simple button-down shirt. No shoes were needed, at least, and the material was very thin, almost pointless really. But when I just stared at it, he licked his eyeballs and stared right at me. When on Earth, do as the Earthians do. You are there to immerse yourself in their ways to better understand them. That means wearing their clothing. Going around naked might be fine on Dlamisa, but not on Earth. I reached out and somewhat reluctantly closed my fingers around the offered set, as did my equally reluctant classmates 2 by 2, and tried it on. At least it breathed. But when I saw myself in the mirror, I could only think, you look ridiculous. The human body is strange. They have enough muscle to pull 17 tons, but only if all muscles pull in the same direction. However, they can't do that. Their limbs seem fragile and easily injured thanks to a lack of natural armor, but they produce a chemical in their brains that puts them into a frenzy of bloodlust that will ignore pain until they are bled dry. Essentially, they can fight until they run out of murder fuel in their veins if they are triggered in just the wrong way. There are stories of past humans called berserkers, who on losing an arm, would pick it up and swing their severed arm like a club, beating others to death with it. A feat we now know is perfectly within the realm of possibility, thanks to their brief war with the Zanti. They may sound in this sort of depiction like monsters, which, admittedly, explains their media of horror entertainment. Recall what I said about anything less than impossible being seen as ordinary and nothing special. But it wasn't this that my professor was so drawn to, not based on his stories. So I focused on that, and all that he had to say, until we saw a tiny mote of dust caught in a sunbeam. And that mote of dust became a little blue marble, a nothing special world in a universe full of trillions of galaxies, of billions of solar systems, and endless planets within the whole. But this was going to be our home. I note at this moment that, when I was drawing close to the planet Earth, I didn't miss my own home even a little. But out of the corner of my eyes, I watched my normally reserved professor press his hand to the glass as if he were trying to just get one bit closer to that world, one fraction of a second faster. It didn't look like much, not to my eyes. But still, it was something. I could see the doubt in my comrades still. They barely looked at all. But I felt the excitement of the new experience ahead at least. The world ahead grew larger and larger, and the voice came over the telecom. Brace yourselves for entry, docking in one span. We raced to our security harnesses, strapped ourselves in, and waited for the rattling to stop. As our ship came down and the bright yellow sun became a dot instead of a looming monster, I noticed how very green so much seemed to be. It was a strange shift from the black and blue plants I was used to, but it was the least of the surprises I would face, and those would begin from the moment we exited our ship. You will forgive me, I hope, for the omissions that follow in this narrative. I was not with my fellow students for long after this, and I remember nothing about their reactions because I was so caught up in my own. It was a strange, strange thing. But also it was somehow wonderful too. Before I explain what it was, you should first know about the law of slow-moving disasters. This law, first given a name by humans themselves even though most races in the galaxy follow it, states that if an intelligent race has the tools, the time, and sees a disaster coming, that they will generally act to avert the crisis. This is not always true, but it is generally true. And in the distant past, humans lived through multiple proofs of it. They nearly destroyed their ability to inhabit their own world, but concrete, and redesigning buildings as green homes. Not in the energy sense that has become popular in the harvesting of energy from the stars, but in the literal sense. Homes were designed for the growth of plant life that would act as a carbon sink. Water that was once wasted and lost from the rain was harvested from almost every building either to provide for the plants, which by evolutionary quirk had similar requirements to those I knew from my own world, or it was filtered, recovered, and used to provide for the population. They began to build taller buildings and opened up more space for parks and began to slash hostile emissions little by little. And by this and other methods better discussed in planetary modification texts, they preserved their ability to live on their world. Perhaps this sounds like sentiment, but I don't tell it to you for that reason. I tell it to you so that you understand the story behind what I saw soon after leaving my ship. Grandfather! It was the first word I heard when we stepped off, and my professor, who I never saw move faster than a shuffle, pushed us aside and rushed to a group of waiting humans as if he were dying of hunger and found a feast laid out in front of him. This group of humans was mostly stooped, hunched forward, and either bald-headed or with wisps of that funny fur on top that most of them seemed to have. They had arms open wide, and my professor, a man who never raised his voice for anything, shouted a word I didn't know. "Jonathan!" His tongue lolled out as he rushed from behind us, and he embraced the one to speak. "Nadia! And these would be..." It was then that I learned that human greetings with loved ones are frequently by name, a very informal sort of way, and it seems Jonathan was the old human's name, and Nadia was his wife. This shook me to the core to see squamatomorph species are not prone to physical contact, so to see it so blatant and eagerly sought out was shocking to say the last. The babble of words my professor uttered was almost all lost on me. The humans were flanked by younger people, tall and strapping, or oddly shaped with multiple curves. They made me think right away of Lisa, and I looked down at the wrist that was touched by the first human I ever met. They in turn had smaller humans with them, ranging down to ones that would not even come up to the bend in my knee. I was lost in thought for a moment, and didn't really know even what I was thinking, but my attention was taken away from this nascent introspection when I realized I was being pointed at. "Doggy! I want Doggy! Let pet Doggy!" I lifted my eyes to find the voice, and saw a tiny human pointing his hand at me and wiggling on the hip of the woman who held it. This was the moment I realized how much my species looked like a two-legged version of their favorite pet. I'd seen it in movies and pictures, but never made the connection to myself, nor imagined I could be mistaken for something like that. I admit I wasn't quite sure what to think. My professor's excited chattering was something to behold, and the many other humans who passed the long open corridor of the transit site were watching with cocked heads and craned necks before they disappeared out of view, going about whatever business they had. But when the little human's high-pitched whine threatened to overtake the conversation, finally paused. "He wants to pet you," my professor explained. "It's a thing human children do with furry animals." "Ah, is it?" I admit I was a little reluctant, but when my professor gave me the nod, I approached, and the human woman said, "My apologies. He always does this." She was a little red in the face, a sign of embarrassment over their offspring. See figures 2-5 and 2-6 in the back of this book for reference. I still might have held back, but my curiosity got the better of me, and I bent my head forward so that the woman could hold the child up. He had a mouthful of pearl-white teeth that looked utterly non-predatory, and a giant smile that took up a good portion of his pudgy, soft pink face. And still wiggling in his mother's arms, his little hand came down between my ears and rubbed. It would be years before I learned why my right foot began to thump on the floor where I stood, but at least when my tail wished wildly back and forth, I could identify the cause. It felt fantastic. His little hand was so warm, and the fearless way he looked into my eyes, with such utter openness and completely unguarded, was something I don't think I will ever find away from human populations. "He likes you," the woman said as she lowered the young male away, despite the pout that his face took on. "I see. Is it customary to offer to pat their head in return?" I asked, and with that broad smile on her face that looked very much like her son's, she replied to me, "Be my guest." I put my hand out and draped it over the little human's head and rubbed the same way he rubbed mine, and he let out a noise of laughter. It was the first time I heard a human child laugh in person, and if I could pick any word for it, I would call it relaxing. This was my host family, if that wasn't obvious, my professor said, and set himself in the middle of the miniature human community. But Jonathan and Nadia were much smaller and younger then. I've kept in touch with them over these many years and watched their family grow. The others I knew when I was younger. They've passed away, but I know all of these. He gestured to the left and right of them, by name, and have watched them come together and grow like Laxinian weeds since I returned to university. I thank you, my students, for providing me the opportunity to come back here again, even if that wasn't your intent. I barely heard a word. I was still focused on patting the tiny human's head, and the way his little fingers closed themselves over top of my hand to keep it going even if I wanted to withdraw. Head pats are happiness, the woman said with a laugh. I got the feeling she was telling a joke, but I didn't quite get it, and then she gave me her name. I'm Rebecca, by the way, Rebecca Walker. My name isn't pronounceable to you, I explained to her, so pick something that will be easy to say. Bailey? 2 humans said at once, and Bailey I was. I have no idea how they came up with that, and when I asked, they moved their shoulders up and down and said with such perfect synchronicity that I wondered if humans had a hive mind we hadn't discovered yet. You just look like a Bailey. It did have a nice sound to it, so I nodded my head and said, that will be fine. My further reflection was cut short when my professor said, as you know, human miniature communities are centered around family units, and this family is made up of multiple branches, each of which lives in a city called Louisville, named after one of their ancient monarchs from another continent. If you'll check your data pads, you will see which branch is yours, and you will from here on out go your separate ways with them, making regular reports to me of what you learn, and otherwise, explore the strangest land you will ever see. I got the feeling my old professor had a deeper meaning to what he said, but he gave us no time to discuss it or ask questions. He was already walking away after a quick embrace with the others, including Rebecca, and leaving with the aged Jonathan and Nadia. I yanked my data pad out of the pouch I wore at my side and saw the name Rebecca and William Walker. The humans were doing the same, and her husband held out his hand. It looks like you're with us, he said, and with his other hand, showed me the picture of myself along with relevant information about me such as dietary needs and the like. Welcome to the Walker family, Bailey. I stuck out my arm and let him shake it. A strange sort of gesture, but one I knew to be a greeting. And just like that, I was adopted. There wasn't really time for farewells after that. I had only a moment to, well, if you want to know the human word for it, they call it barking. My race has no word for hello or goodbye. We make a loud noise for either condition, and its decibel level tells you in context how we feel. Quick and sharp for annoyance, long and high for sadness, that sort of thing. But you aren't reading this to learn about me. My professor didn't really notice my farewell. He was busy catching up with his adoptive human family, and I didn't even see where my fellow students went as a crowd of people passed between the others, and I as I shuffled along with my hosts. Humans have a lot of crowds. That's unusual for even the most social species over the greater part of the galaxy. At least among intelligent races, my own for example, we create large labor centers for big projects, but otherwise we stick to small pack groupings of no more than 50 to 100 at a time. Among the more insectoid species, high number socialization begins early, but they rapidly isolate themselves early on until they connect via distant communication such as thread taps or long noise calls. But humans are not bound by the normal rules of logic that apply to other species. This family of 3 seemed utterly at ease moving through crowds of hundreds, though it is worth noting that their small human was carried at all times. This is very common among species wherein the young are ambulatory but not rational, and so are prone to self-harm, or where there are ample predatory dangers to be had. I knew enough to anticipate this and so said nothing, but what I wasn't prepared for was the child's abject curiosity. They studied everything, and in his soft blue eyes, I swear I could see them processing all the details around him. It was like watching a computer build itself. Humans are high sensory beings, perhaps due to evolving as active predators. When their children are very young, their brains are not fully developed, at least not in the usual sense. Rather, they have the hardware of a brain, but the many neural connections form in their early years based on sensory information. The mother and father, I noted, made a bird-like cooing noise over their little one whenever it pointed something out and named it, praising every single thing, no matter how ordinary. This gentle care was very different than most predatory races. The Xenobians, for example, will beat their young to stimulate aggressive threat responses early on. subjecting them to violence and hardening their bodies against some of the fierce predators of their homeworld. Human infants, however, were very soft. If I could pick one word for them, it would be squishy. They are very warm and very squishy. This particular tiny human person seemed to find me to be of particular interest and stared at me a great deal. The only trouble was, at his particular age, he was not especially verbal. Tiny humans learn languages with shocking ease, but in their early stages of development, they use singular words, or at most pair words, which I will explain further when we reach the part dealing with nap time. However, despite their lack of verbal skills, they seem to understand far more than they can say, and make up for their lower verbalism with gestures. Adult humans, however, are very verbal. William, the male of my host family, was fairly tall, and I had to tilt my head to look up into his eyes when he spoke to me. Notably, he stood within reach, close enough for a handshake or a fight, but not quite close enough to embrace the way my professor did with the aged members of his host family. When our eyes met, after a lot of random confused staring by myself, he addressed me saying, "So, Bailey, are you really going to be with us for 50 years? I admit, I didn't really believe it when my grandfather said it would be that long. It's a generational study for a triple tier, what you call a PhD program. So, yes." I answered and I looked away. My tail lowered a little. A question like that felt doubtful, as if he wasn't sure about his decision any longer. "Is that a problem?" No. Jonathan quickly shook his head back and forth. "It came highly recommended by my grandfather, and we're really looking forward to it." William smiled at me when he said that, and here is where it gets complicated. You see, a human smile can be faked. A human can smile at you and not mean it, unlike other species that cannot deceive socially with things like alarm, happiness, anxiety, distaste. Humans can deceive with every social cue, and they frequently combine social cues together to deepen the deception. A smile may reveal a lie or conceal it, or it may be completely real. Or they can hug you and whisper words of sympathy while they secretly revel in your pain. It makes them very hard to read, as species go. In the end, I decided that at least on this occasion, William was speaking the truth. His head shake, smile, and above all, the haste in his voice were all things I'd seen in video entertainment that occurred when someone was trying to reassure someone. Quicker responses are harder to fake, and his response was instant. So my tail perked up, and I saw him relax. This highlights one of the things that makes humans so dangerous on the intragalactic community stage. They are masters of social cues and even alien races. If they can perceive it, they can understand it. And William concluded in mere minutes that my tail meant a rising sense of dejection, and immediately responded, relaxing when my drooping tail went back up. "Since you're going to be with us for so long, Bailey, why don't you let us know how we can help you the most? Or what would you like to see? What would you like to do? And please don't worry about the cost. As long as we submit receipts, it's all paid for by the government. The world is your oyster as far as we're concerned." William cracked another smile at me. It seemed he was very eager to make me feel comfortable, but the way he said it brought up another lesson I should mention here. "Your world is an oyster? Are you telling me that your species evolved on— No, that can't be right?" I asked. My head cocked and I scratched my left 4 ears, and Rebecca began to laugh, while William tried very hard to restrain himself, but his chest was spasming and he bit his lip to hold his laughter in. "Doggy!" their little one shouted and stretched out his arms toward me again. "It's an idiom, a kind of metaphor, an expression. It means you can do almost anything here because it's your home, like the way a pearl lives in an oyster." Rebecca explained through fits of chortling laughter that still fought free of her attempts at restraining it. "Oh," I said, and nodded. "But, why was that so funny?" I asked, and both William and Rebecca reddened a little in the face. "It wasn't— I'm sorry, but the way you looked at us, it was like dogs do when they're curious about something they've never seen before. And it was just— we couldn't help ourselves. I hope we didn't offend you." Rebecca said it as gently as she could, and my ears went down. I wasn't quite sure what to make of that. "It'll make more sense when you see dogs up close," William promised me, and then reaching out, he put his hand on my shoulder and applied a little pressure. Humans, it seems, love metaphors. So much of their communication is indirect, not only in the non-verbal sense, but they convey their meaning through analogies, metaphors, and symbols. You may recall stories about how when that human colony on Golga 4 was surrounded by Zenti pirates with no hope of relief for weeks rather than surrender, the humans renamed their colony Masada. The Zenti did not understand that this place in human history was a fortification where a last stand took place, where the defenders resolved to fight to the death or commit suicide rather than be captured. The Zenti's failure to understand human resolve and willingness to rally around a symbolic meaning alone, such as a flag, a name, a battle cry, was almost unlimited. As a result, the Zenti siege went on until the human fleet arrived in force and destroyed the pirates. Over 60% of the human colony's population was killed, but it was still theirs in the end. When studying humans, never underestimate the value of their symbolic words, deeds, references, or materials. One single symbol or hard-hitting slogan can revitalize the dying as if they were fresh to the fight. That may be a lot to say after a single explanation of metaphor use, but it applies so broadly that as you study this species further, you will return to this lesson again and again. I contemplated their question about what to do, and to be blunt, I was at a loss. I was expecting my hosts to give me instruction, not the other way around. While it wasn't unheard of to indulge a traveler or guest, humans are unnaturally, no, unusually, giving hosts. When they have taken you in, magnanimity is the word of the day. Sadly, my film studies hadn't let me catch this offhand. In retrospect, I now understand my initially poor grades in tests on visitor rituals. I lowered my tail and my ears and answered truthfully, "I don't know. I have a long list of things, but what to do first? Where to begin? It's all so much." William clapped me on the back and put a spring into his step. His mate, his wife, moved a little closer to him, and he answered in a booming voice, "Not to worry. If you have no idea what you're doing, you can't do it wrong." He chuckled and added, "We'll take you home, get you settled first, and then work out what to do first." I got a few weeks of paid vacation coming, and I figured this might happen, so I submitted it last week, and it got approved starting today. Paid vacation? I asked him about this and scratched my head again, prompting the tiny human to reach for me once more, again shouting my incorrect species identifier. "Yes. See, we realized long ago that the point of life isn't work. The point of life is to live it to its fullest. So while we do work a lot, at least relative to some of you all in the rest of the galaxy, to avoid creating a dystopian nightmare existence, we mandate 6 weeks of paid vacation time per year, not counting weekends and holidays." This was what William told me, but it was so strange that I still worry that I haven't recorded his words exactly, more my understanding of them. Still, he checked this portion of my manuscript himself early on and said it was close enough. I accepted his explanation mutely, and then we stepped out of the busy transit hub and into the light of day. Green was everywhere, trees on every corner, and there were many, many corners. You see, the humans planted flowering fruit trees everywhere in public, so that anyone who wants something fresh and healthy to eat can do so, even if they have no money. It is never considered theft, unless someone takes the fruit and intends to sell it. Humans require a high-calorie diet, and as such they eat more frequently than most other species we know of. Were they a fast life organism with rapid reproduction of vast numbers of offspring? This would be a problem. However, humans are actually able to control their reproductive process through chemical and medical means, thus preventing overpopulation within families. The roads were laid out in a crisscross pattern, but at each intersection I could see, there was a circle about 10 paces circumference, which they referred to as roundabouts, or traffic circles. This allowed the motion of vehicles to continue unabated without dangerously swerving into oncoming lanes. An ingenious innovation that also kept the flow of people in constant motion without starts and stops. I was at once impressed by the scale of human architecture around it as well. The area in which we emerged gave a marvelous view of what they call skyscrapers, giant buildings of tempered glass set in steel frames. Each one could hold thousands of independent workers, almost like their ant colonies. See Figure 6.4 for a few photos of ants and their habitats. The air was mainly composed of nitrogen, but what humans breathe is oxygen, a gas that is toxic, corrosive, and flammable. And yes, they breathe that stuff. In fact, it will eventually kill them by corroding the very lungs meant to take it in. Incidentally, they also exhale carbon dioxide, a gas that is deadly to them, and to most other life except for their plants. Their plant life inhales, sort of, carbon dioxide, and produces oxygen. Thus, not only have humans been widely referred to as death breathers, but also become renowned by ecologists of many species. They became masters of their environment in order to ensure that their production and use of both toxic gases did not throw their planet out of balance. My reverie about this was interrupted when William spoke up and said, "Wait here, I'll get the car." I watched him walk away, and when he was at a bit of a distance, I asked Rebecca, "Is there a reason we do not simply follow him to it? Some ritual or law that doesn't allow more than one to go inside at a time?" She hefted the young boy in her arms, bouncing him off of her hips, and said, "No, nothing like that. I'm just handling Michael here, so it's easier for me to wait and for him to walk to the car. He was being polite and helpful. He's that kind of man." Rebecca explained this to me with, "I suppose you could call it a note of pride." Humans take great pride in certain things, traits of their personality, much like their artisans over their work, as if to shape themselves is itself a work of art as surely as any sculptor shapes a statue. That pride in turn is shared with one another as a kind of communal feast. Rebecca was proud of William, as the tie to him was also a reflection on her own merit as a person. It created a very interesting social dynamic that I have never found in another race other than mankind. I didn't understand this right away. I jumped only to the cold calculation of an academic. So, it is a caloric preservative. You work less, thus have more energy to care for your offspring. She frowned a little, and if she could have lowered her ears or stiffened a non-existent tail, I think she would have. "I do work. Lots. I'm not lazy." My ears drooped. I had insulted her without meaning to. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply anything negative. I'm only trying to understand these things. It's strange to me." Thankfully, she too had learned to read my body language, and I knew what to say to express remorse, and she quickly settled down. "Of course, you meant in this specific moment, not in general?" She clarified, and I quickly wagged my tail. Her face brightened a little, and she further added, "I guess it is kind of like that. We probably wouldn't ever say it that way, but yes. I get less tired if I don't have to haul our son around. We help each other out. If he were holding our son, I would get the car." "Oh, so the human division of labor is based in part on who is doing what at any given time?" I asked. I was instantly intrigued, and little pieces of information from the video replays started to click into place. "Yes. If I'm bathing Michael, William will be making dinner. If I sweep, he will mop. We're a team and we work in pairs to lighten both each other's burdens and make each other's lives easier. When Michael gets older, he'll start getting chores too." Rebecca explained it as patiently as if I were her student, and in a way, I was. I clearly had much to learn about human social dynamics, and by the time the car, a rectangular black thing with 4 black rubber wheels on it, rolled out in front of us, I was already thinking of just how much I still had ahead of me to understand. But I had to ask, "So does that mean I'll get chores?" "Well," she looked me up and down. "I mean, no offense, but I suspect you shed, and I'd appreciate it if you at least took care of that." It was a year before I knew why I heard William laughing inside the car. "Would you like me to roll down the window, Bailey?" William's question struck me as odd, because I was thinking exactly that as I watched the cars pass by. Humans didn't use hover cars for city driving. They were considered far too dangerous. Instead, they were confined to combat equipment, wilderness riding, and ships where Insta-Shield security was available. But riding in this car with William, Rebecca, and Michael, I was reminded of my time in the hover car on the ship we were on, oh so briefly, and the wild ride I had that was supremely enjoyable. The question he asked was so unexpected that for a moment I thought I had missed some indication that humans were mind readers. I dismissed that, of course, and immediately replied, "Yes, told you," he said to Rebecca in the front passenger seat, though what it was he told her I never knew. I mostly forgot anyway as he hit the button and the window disappeared. I stuck my head out, opened my mouth, and felt my ears blow back, and it was wonderful. The blast of cool wind hit me full in the face, and I was thrilled beyond measure. So much so that I let out a cry of utter happiness. It felt so good that as soon as I was able to do so, I sent a dispatch home telling the engineers that they should disable the inertial nullification device that made all vehicles appear to be stationary despite being in motion, and increase the speed limit by double its then current standard in order to improve the quality of life for our entire species. They named it Bailey's Law after me, when after substantial testing, they found that it was absolutely marvelous. I held my head out the window the entire way, and completely forgot all of the conversational interviews I had planned before I arrived. My hearts pounded in sync in my chest, and it was all I could do to keep from fainting from happiness. The sun warmed my fur, not pounding the earth like the hammer of a desert sun on Danik Prime, or avoiding the world like the tiny dot of a sun seemed to on the dwarf planet of the humans' Plutonian colony. This truly was the sweet spot of their solar system. But all good things must come to an end. It is an unending truth of life, even for the long-lived. And my first ride in a human car with my hosts came to a close 30 of their minutes later when we pulled in front of a small 2-story home. I should note that the houses were split only by a few paces, and where some houses had 1 occupant, others had 2, 3, or even 6 or more. Made of a mix of rough-cut stone and wood, I had a good idea of human middle-class neighborhoods before, but the experience was something else. Almost every home had a garden visible from the front door, and each front door had a front porch. It seemed useless at first. See figure 6.5 for examples. It wasn't refrigerated, so you couldn't store food there. It had no defenses, and wasn't large enough to live on, not based on what I knew of humans at least. But it did have something else. A swing. A wide bench suspended by a pair of chains and painted a bright shade of red. It swayed back and forth in the breeze. 2 smaller seats made of woven wood and with thick green cushions sat beside one another looking out, and a small table sat where each of the occupants of those seats could reach it. Something about it all. I don't know what it was, but it was just so damn inviting. It screamed, "Come and sit." And I felt instantly drawn to it, like a Slitherian raptor's prey summoning call. "Do you like the porch swing?" William asked when he saw me staring at it. "I made that, you know." He confided and wore a smug grin on his face, and I could only nod. "It looks great." I wasn't quite sure how to praise it because I didn't understand why I liked it so. It was just wooden planks pieced together, but maybe it was the whole scene. I would have to experience more to know for sure. "Rebecca, would you be a love and put on some coffee?" William asked as she got their child out of the back seat. "My back is still sore from finishing up the room this morning, and I could do with a few minutes off my feet." "Of course," she said. "I'll just put Michael down and see if Fove is feeling better. It'll be just a few minutes." "That's fine. Thanks much," William said, and putting his hand in the middle of my back, he gestured to the porch. "Come on, have a seat," he offered. I must admit, you may have expected me to tell you immediately what the porch was for, and I held it back to let this all play out in sequence. But now we come to the moment, and it was shockingly simple. We climbed the handful of stone steps up to the stone porch. He waved me to the gently swaying swing, and I sat down. The force of my seating myself immediately made it rock a little bit harder, and with the light breeze in the air, it proved to be easily one of the simplest delights I've ever experienced. Who knew? Nobody in my homeworld, it seemed. Or if anyone did, they kept that secret to themselves. William sat down with a groan and spread his arms out over the back of his woven long seat, a thing they call sofas or couches, and crossed one leg over the other. Just then, a man of coal dark skin and a curious kind of fur on the top of his head, far more solid-like, I suppose, than William's wavy straight hair, exited a car that pulled in across the street. "Hey, Tuna!" William waved, and the fishman, or so I immediately thought of him, given what he'd just been called, stopped and waved back. The shouted greeting was answered less than immediately. As the tuna man approached the house, it wasn't until he reached the middle of the stairs that he answered back and said, "Willie, you got a dog, no?" He blinked his dark amber eyes when he looked me up and down, and I shook my head. "I'm not a dog, I'm a Dlamisa. Are you a landfish?" I asked, and cocked my head. "Where's your tail? Do fish here have legs?" The tuna person snapped his fingers and gave his head a rapid shake, as if waking himself up out of a dream. "Oh, right, the alien you told me about." He addressed William, and when William gestured to another seat, Tuna sat down. "No, he is not a fish or a tuna. That is his nickname." William corrected me. "His last name is Latunde. He's from Nigeria, not the Pacific Ocean, and we served together in Germany when I was in the service." "So, you are not a fish, and your profession is nickname? What does that do? Do you give names to human offspring?" I asked, and the dark-skinned man, who was evidently not a fish after all, looked at me and scratched his head. "Man, is he serious?" "No, of course he is. He's an alien. Duh." The one called Latunde answered his own question, and I scratched my ears and cocked my head at him. It seemed to make William and the other two happy when I did that, and it appeared to work just as well on the newcomer as he broke into a toothy grin. No, a nickname is what friends call each other. My first name is Mark. I got the nickname Tuna back in the service because we all went by last names, and my friends just shortened it. Better than the guy named Douche. Hey, Willie, remember Douche? Mark Latunde laughed and his arm darted out and the back of his hand struck William's bicep. The grin on William's face grew wider. I have to pause to explain something here about what I learned from this short interaction. Porches are for socializing. That is their purpose. They are an invitation to come and sit, and all are designed to look welcoming. They are a physical expression of the human need to form bonds, to add to one of their greatest strengths. The other thing I must add is that humans who live to their middle years love to reminisce. Their memories, especially those shared with friends, become treasures. If you offered a man money for his fondest memories, he would live under a bridge in poverty and want before he would give them up. They are storytellers and spend their lives creating the tales they will tell. This ties back into their love of metaphor and symbolism. Every story becomes an example, either to live up to or to take heed of as a warning. I listened while they told each other things they each already knew about things that had come and gone many years before. Apparently, copious amounts of alcohol were involved, along with dancing, and a man not quite ready for manhood, along with a woman. To be frank, it involved much of the late adolescent male activities, and these would be an entire thesis by themselves. Apparently, males of a particular age are prone to competitiveness that does not always leave one's dignity intact. The two finally stopped their rapid chattering when Rebecca re-emerged holding a tray with 4 cups made of glass sitting on it. From out of the cups rose a thick steam that had all 8 of my ears pricking up at attention, and I leaned forward to inhale it as deeply as I could. "What is that wonderful smell?" I asked, and Rebecca set the tray down on the table. While she passed out the cups, she answered me. "It's called coffee, and it is marvelous. We use it to stay alive." Rebecca answered as Mark and William gratefully offered thanks and accepted their cups with deep inhales of the aroma that were as enthusiastic as my own. "You'll die without this? Should I really have some?" I asked, and stared down at the substance that smelled like liquefied paradise. "No, not really, but you will feel more alive," Rebecca answered and took her seat beside William, leaning her side against his. "Oh, and by the way, I run the big pet store down the road, so if you need to bulk buy any food, I'm your guy," Mark said with a smirk while he looked at me. "Well, I've had most of the planet's main food supply analyzed. I can't eat your grapes or chocolate, but there are a lot of things I can eat, so I'll try anything once. I didn't come here just to sit around," I replied, and when they all took deep sips of their coffee, I imitated them all. I will never forget how it tasted, nor how it felt to sit with them all. Mark, apparently an old friend of the family as I've now explained, would prove just why he was one when hard times came, and I learned a lot about humanity from him. Not all the days ahead would be perfect. The human experience is a mixed one, but you can learn a lot about a people, about a person, by how they handle their darkest days, and a lot about yourself, by how you handle those who endure those times. I know I did, at least. I conclude my talk of their little porch in that little neighborhood on that little bit of dust in the sun that was their world by saying that it was delightful. From the coffee to the confusions, to a casual first introduction to yet another person I would soon call a very good friend, I had fun. And if you listen to most humans, that's the point of it all. Whether you agree with me or not right now, I cannot even begin to guess. But save your judgment till the end, as there is a human lifetime still to tell, and it would take 10 lifetimes of even my vast years to tell it all. I wish I could stay, but Mark paused his words and turned his head in the direction of his house. He took a long, deep sniff. "I do believe I've got a steak waiting." He tipped his cup back and drank it down all the way before setting it on the table and rising to his feet. He was about as tall as William and had a slender build. His clothing I learned a little about from the viewings, and I recognized what he wore as a business suit. Slacks with a crease and a jacket over a shirt, with a long strip of fabric called a tie. My immediate thought was that the tie was there so that poorly performing wearers could use the noose to hang themselves to atone for their errors. But it turns out it's just a traditional garb that nobody remembers why they wear it anymore. My ongoing theory was vanity, but strangely, everybody hates them. Nothing combines so little function with so much potential for bad taste, and you have to buy it. That was what William would say about it, and with the human propensity for jokes, I've often wondered if he was joking or not, but he would never say. Mark left, of course, but if I may add something more before I speak of the interior of the house, it is the strange reluctance of William to reveal whether or not he was joking about ties. And that reluctance is born out of perversity. Humans are the most perverse race of people you will ever come across. I do not mean this in the promiscuous sense, but they absolutely love to flummox, confuse, and confound at every turn. They have this thing called sarcasm, which is basically lying, but with style and for fun, and to make a point. And an example of this will be provided shortly. I hope you will forgive me for not stating it now, and holding it back until the proper time in the story, but I felt I had to prepare you now for this absurdity that lies ahead and give you time to process the sheer perversity of human social dynamics. We made our farewells, and I watched as Mark Latunde went down the stairs, across the street, and into his home, and only when he was gone did I finish that divine nectar called coffee and rise up with my hosts to go inside their home. You mentioned a fauve. Is this a house guest, another of your offspring? I asked, and Rebecca answered, Oh no, fauve is just a wild beast we keep around the house for amusement. She's a very dangerous creature, so I would not advise getting closer to her than you have to, especially while she's feeling sick. I stopped in my tracks and stared at Rebecca for what felt like a long, long time while her lips quivered. That was sarcasm. William finally acknowledged while he held the big red door to their home open for me. Fauve is our daughter. Her name means wild beast, and the only danger to you that she poses is the possibility of talking your ears off. That's an idiom, right? You can't actually do that to my ears? I like my ears, I need all 8 of them, I said, and reflexively covered them all with my hands. Yes, I was being metaphorical. Your ears will be fine, I promise, William said, and closed the door behind me. And unfortunately, she's a bit under the weather right now. Sick, she's sick. Nothing too serious, but some bed rest is called for at least. His elaboration was a bit of a relief, but here again I must point out that humans are a K-selection organism. K-selection organisms, for our amateur readers, are slow-life organisms that reproduce slowly and put a great deal of time and care into their offspring. Most organisms will dispose of sickly young, but a human might actually adopt it, feeling pity and empathy for the weak, and try to protect it from harm and raise it even at great cost to themselves. The human propensity for sheer compassion, while not universal, is quite possibly one of their greatest survival traits. But then, I was still a true novice of humans, so I asked a foolish question. How do you dispose of your sickly ones? Oh, we throw them in the composter and spread them in the garden. Why, tonight's vegetables for the stew grew out of fertilizer made from Michael's big brother, William replied. But the way he said it, drawing the words out with a big smile on his face that I'd begun to think was very silly, and it was almost even sing-song, like if I may describe it as such, told me to be wary of taking his answer at face value. That is a joke, yes? I cocked my head in the way that so far got me truthful answers, and he nodded to me after latching the door shut. Yes, we don't just dispose of the sickly, especially over a trivial thing like a minor flu. He answered, and then walking past me he said, This way, I'll show you to your room. I was honestly thrown off by his answer. I'd seen humans care for the sick, but it just wasn't real to me. Some intelligent races care for the injured, but those who learn about disease and how it spreads typically kill the sick out of hand to keep it from spreading. As a result, they are, on the whole, less resistant than humans by far, but also generally healthier, as they wipe out almost all disease forms. Humans actively engage in the reckless process of caring for the sick so that they get better. It is something about my own admitted bias at this time that I thought the human compassion was still over-dramatic and a weakness. If you get rid of a minor handful, you eliminate disease vectors in a generation or two. Why strive to preserve those who are going to actively harm the whole just by existing? Still, I concluded enough to know not to actively suggest terminating their fauve person, and followed William in thoughtful silence through the house. A few things to note about the Walker home. The floor was of polished and smoothed wooden boards nailed together, and there was a large open space that had couches enough for multiple guests. It was easily recognized by me at this point as a social zone. Curiously, they also had a place where they put fire inside, a place for fire they uncreatively called a fireplace. I guess plainness makes sense there. After all, you wouldn't want anyone to be confused. From there, he took me through another room that had a vague circular shape and was lined with shelves full of old books. Humans are a collector species. Their tendency to settle seemed to ensure that, and my new humans clearly like to collect these old things, or must have, as a digital datapad could have held 1,000 libraries that size and not used 1/10 of its space. I did let it pass without comment for the moment. I was, after all, reasonably sure I had a handle on the human knack for clinging to stuff. And as an educated student, I knew there were worse things to collect than books, even if their format was outdated. The only thing I will add here is the sheer number of fictions they had, and how long some of them were. I saw one whole shelf taken up by a single series over 10 books long, called Who Endures? Another shelf was lined with something called Lord of the Rings. I assumed it was about a wrestler in the Intergalactic Olympics. Humans are such a viscerally physical species after all, but many books would be revisited before the end of my time there, and some are still in my collection today. Through the library, he took me down a flight of stairs to an underground area, and there was a simple room established for me, a door for privacy. Though it wasn't the thick wood that was the entry to the house, it was a bigger space than I needed. That was obvious even before he opened the door. The room had a bed designed for humans, but serviceable for me. A chest of drawers that looked very heavy, with 6 compartments, 3 on either side, and a large wardrobe sitting against a far wall. A small square table of black wood, and a lamp. There was, for good measure, a chair, a small round table, a miniature cube that turned out to be a miniature refrigerator, so I could have my own food, even a little heating unit they call a microwave. They clearly went all out. Nobody had ever tried to make me feel so welcome anywhere before. I turned around after taking it all in and looked up at William and asked him, "Did you really, like you were talking about before, move all this around and set this all up for me?" "Yes, but we just used our telekinetic powers and it was no trouble at all," William said and winked. I then realized my breath caught. I'd thought he was telling the truth, but the wink told me he wasn't, so I exhaled hard. Humans often downplay their own virtues. They can be very self-effacing. Donate a pint of blood or a bloody kidney, and the good humans will downplay their gift to minimize any doubts you have about accepting their generosity. It turns out that a good way to determine a bad human is to see how they treat their own good deeds if they do any. Do they make themselves a martyr or a hero for something they did or do for another person? Or do they just take it as a given that they should help where they can, and not everything needs to be fawned over as the greatest good deed since the invention of good and evil? Knowing that, you will be able to detect most bad humans early on, unless they are true masters at disguising their evilness. William had injured himself, however slightly, preparing my room for me, and I was thankful, but he'd made it seem like nothing. I wouldn't. I responded with, "Thank you," and it slipped into the noise they would consider a bark. My ears twitched and tail wagged, but he just waved my gratitude aside. "Nah, don't thank me, this is just what we do. Now why don't you rest up from your trip? There'll be dinner soon, and if you oversleep, don't worry about it. We'll put your share in the fridge." William promised, and all I could do was nod. "Good night, Bailey," he said to me and began to walk away. I answered him with a goodbye bark, as he would call it, and then lay down on my bed, stretching myself out over the shockingly soft mattress and pillow, and going into a deep, deep sleep at last. I had just enough time to realize that I was far more tired than even I knew only an hour before. And when I did finally start to give in to that urge to sleep, my final thought was, I have such a busy day ahead tomorrow, I can hardly wait. I could only hope my hosts were as eager as I to get started, and they were, as I would find out. Interstellar travel is exhausting, thoroughly exhausting. And with so many new smells and sights and people, I was carrying the burden of my long journey and the weight of everything I experienced in just a few short hours. But because the hour was still relatively early when I went to sleep, I woke up extremely early the following day. There was a small clock with green glowing numbers secured to the wall on my left, and they read 0416. Human days are 24 hours in length, and that being military time, which counts the hours directly rather than cycling them, it meant it was 4 hours and 16 minutes after the midnight hour. I knew enough to be aware that nobody would be up, and so I lay in bed and watched the minutes tick past one by one. It was barely 5 minutes past the moment after I awoke that it hit me. I was alone here. I'd seen other aliens at the transport hub, But that was all. For those too young to recall, if this text has the privilege of being republished in editions many years past my lifetime, in those days, travel to Earth for aliens was a very rare thing. Their reputation was so bizarre that, except for people traveling there for government business, few yet dared to go that way. The murder fuel for their blood stories spread by Zenti survivors probably did nothing to add to Earth's tourism numbers. So when away from the transit point, I saw no other familiar species, least of all my own. I had a small pack back home and had familiarity enough with other students and an easy return trip if I felt the need. But it was now that it hit me. 50 years really was a long time. A long time to be on an alien world with literally no way off of it. If this didn't work out, what if they decided they didn't want me? Could I find another host family? Everyone seemed friendly enough, but I knew from my previous sources that this wasn't always true. Maybe it was the nights on Earth itself that made me anxious. I had always considered myself a rational, pragmatic student, and such anxieties and fears were absurd. I shifted in my bed to rub my fur against the airy mattress, and stopped staring at the clock to stare at the ceiling instead. I tried to think of nothing, to blank my mind and force myself to sleep again. But as luck would have it, my sharp ears detected a noise. Footfalls at this hour? I'd seen crime dramas and knew that robbery was always a possibility. The rational thing to do was to hunker down, but at such an absurdly early hour, everybody else was surely still asleep. I also knew that they had no chance of hearing such soft steps as I did. They were helpless. Of course, you might wonder, who cares? And for a few seconds, or maybe minutes, time passes slower when all three hearts are pounding at once. I lay still. I thought of that friendly touch from Lisa on the ship, the feeling of warmth from Michael's hand on my head, and his little head felt when I put mine in the same place on him. And I got out of bed. Now, if you don't know, my race, aside from not requiring clothing, is not known for our noisy nature. The pads on my feet were thick and soft, perfect for sneaking up on prey. I should check it out. That's the rational thing to do. If I stay down there, I'll be trapped if it comes looking for me, I thought. And step by step I went toward, then up the stairs, around the corner, and saw that a light was on. It was dim, not really much, but my night vision was fairly good, and so I needed even less than was already present. I put my hands on the frame of the entrance and eased my head around it, leaning as far over as I could without taking another step. And the source of the noise started humming. It wasn't loud, and it wasn't like a machine. It was a person, a young female, but not one I knew. Humans are the only species known in the galaxy to do this. There are a lot of species who dance, mostly for mating purposes, and that includes humans. There are even many species who have a mating call that could be described as singing, but humans are the only ones who hum, simply for the pleasure of doing it. The human was hidden by a few kitchen shelves that made something of a barrier, but I could see long brown hair bound close to the head and dangling free, along with a kind of bouncing motion back and forth like they were dancing. Then I smelled meat, a sandwich. I realized they were making a sandwich. I exhaled from all three lungs at once. Even a human thief would probably not break into a house just to make a sandwich. And this human was on the short side. "Are you Fauve?" I asked, and she spun on the balls of her feet like she was startled. Her mouth opened like she was going to scream, and her slightly larger than usual brown eyes bulged when she saw me. She stopped at once. "Wait, Bailey?" she asked me, and I nodded to her as I came into view. "Yes, and you're Fauve, I guess," I said, and she stepped into view. I moved slowly, taking short steps that carried me all the way to where she could see me without being obscured by the shelves. She tilted her head back to look up at me, and oddly enough, she cocked her head the same way I did, at the exact same moment. If that were not odd enough, "You're bigger than I thought you'd be," we said at the same time and looked each other up and down. I was only a little shorter than her father, and that was in part because I am never perfectly straight, the way fully erect humans are. But even though I was still much taller than this one, I was expecting someone much younger. I rubbed the back of my head just behind my ears. The silence passed between us. And then, as another oddity atop the ones we already experienced, we asked at the same moment, "How old are you?" She laughed a little and put her back to me, returning to her sandwich and ending our awkward verbal dance. "I'm 14, she said. "I'm sorry I couldn't go with my parents today, but I'm quarantining because I'm still a little sick." She brought up her hand and pointed to her throat. I don't want to get anyone else sick just because I want to go somewhere. There it was again, that human compassion. It was interesting to me that even at such a young age, the human can have the capacity for profound emotional rationalism and care for even strangers. So different from species who resorted to killing the sick precisely because that empathetic understanding was sorely deficient in their evolution. They had to learn it or invent it as a kind of pragmatism and self-interest in order to rise to civilization's heights. But here, that was in a young human child? Remarkable. It speaks to the sheer complexity of their brains and the high degree of socialization that marked their evolution. I filed that away to record it in my notes later and focused instead on answering her question. In your years, I would be about 24, but your years are shorter than ours, though I'm not sure by how much. I reflexively sniffed the meat she was working with, without getting too close. There was an absurdly foul odor coming from a yellow bottle in her left hand. It burned my nose, to be frank. Human taste buds are extreme. The plant life on their world evolved to be spicy to discourage other life from eating it. But humans made it one of their favorite foods. It's even been rumored that they can eat fire, but that turned out to be an interesting misunderstanding. See figure 8.1 for what it actually looks like. I leaned to the left and looked down at her handiwork while doing my best to avoid the smell from the yellow bottle. Well, that's not surprising. You're in college, right? Fauve asked, and turned around to look me over again. When I nodded, she asked, can I touch you? I just want to see something. I guess, I answered, and held out my hands with the knuckles facing up. So those look kind of like ours, she said, and she wasn't entirely wrong. Her hand came down over mine. Hers were much, much smaller, and while she munched on the sandwich she'd finished making, she began to get closer. I stood still, and she leaned to one side so that she could see behind me. A tail, like a retriever. I said nothing. She wasn't really talking to me. I knew that tone of voice. It was the same one I used when studying something new. Here again, I break from the narrative of events to explain something else about humans. They are dangerously curious. They're a naturally scientific race, despite all their superstitions in the past, and are quick to want to study new things. This process begins in childhood, and if nurtured, remains lifelong. It is fair to say that my host family was exceptional even among humans. You have to be, to decide to host an alien from another predatory race that you've never met before. But still, it was strange to see scientific curiosity in a child. It feels like I thought it would, she said and took another bite of her sandwich. Can I touch your head? She asked through her mouthful of food, and I thought that since I'd come that far, I might as well go a little farther. So I bent forward. She reached up and began to scratch my head. My tail reflexively started wagging back and forth. It felt amazing, the way her nails barely went over the skin beneath my fur, and the way the soft pink pads of her fingers smoothly ran over my ears. I wanted more of it, and so did she. Or she must have, since she kept it up until she licked the yellow sauce from off her other hand's fingertips. Wow, you really do have fur like a dog or a wolf? Wait, that wasn't mean of me to say, was it? She asked, and pursed her lips into a pout. Humans respond strangely when they're embarrassed, and children even more so. The filters of adults are less developed in children, and they will often speak without thinking. No, not if it's true, I guess. Is dog fur a good thing? I asked. I had gathered that humans liked dogs at least. A very good thing, Bailey. Fauve nodded emphatically. So, what are you doing, getting up at this hour? I went to sleep early, so I woke up early. I explained, and she seemed to understand. What about you? Are you nocturnal? Kinda, she said and laughed a little. Laughter is a very diverse expression, probably stemming from its roots in the fear response. When a perceived danger turned out not to be, laughter let everyone know that everything is fine. Of course, it has come a long way since then, but it still serves as social filler and a welcome expression. I don't like to sleep. Dad and I agree that the best superpower to have would be to never need to rest, she said as she recounted the conversation. I gleaned from this that she was close to her father, given that he was her immediate go-to for a conversation topic, and I was intrigued. As you know, communication between most species is practical. I need food. We need that catalytic converter fixed. It's purely purpose-driven, but humans converse for pleasure. You've seen this already with Mark, and the way the older humans caught up with my professor. They delight in communication, and I was intrigued. My species is at least somewhat social, and out of curiosity, I pushed the question. Wouldn't super strength be a better superpower? I asked. Or super speed? Not really. Super strength, everybody is going to want your help moving. It's like being the only guy with a truck. Super speed, kind of better. But you probably die if you run into something. Most superpowers are kind of useless, unless you have a bunch of others to get rid of the weaknesses. She explained she'd clearly thought it through, but I wasn't done. Invisibility? I proposed. My dad said only perverts want that one, and from what I've seen of anime, he's right, she said with a snort. Besides, you'd forget you're using it and step into traffic or something. No thanks. Okay, I scratched the back of my head. What about flight? No, some asshole will shoot you. Plus, even if they didn't, flying stuff involves a lot of regulations. I don't want to crash into a plane or get arrested for not filing a flight plan. There once was a guy who got arrested for flying a lawn chair he'd tied some big balloons to. They didn't even know what to charge him with at first. Flight would be fun at first, but it'd get you into a mess of trouble real fast. Fauve said and shook her head. That can't be true. I said, I've seen lawn chairs in your television shows. Yeah, it happened. Lawn chair Larry. A few hundred years ago or something. She said and brought up her datapad from her pocket. She quickly expanded the screen and repeated the search term for the lawn chair man. I pause here to tell you, yes, it is true. There really was such a man. And it seems that humans have a miraculously bad sense of self-preservation. Their males in particular are a reckless lot, often in pursuit of a female to mate with. They will engage in dangerous activities simply for attention, either fighting each other or in contests of courage. I observed many of these over the course of my media consumption, and here is something very interesting about mating patterns for humans. I have noticed that in most species, a mating pattern is designed with success in mind, even if it fails from one male for whatever reason in other members of the same species. That exact thing will be successful. However, among humans, their wild individuality is such that there is no one thing that will succeed with every woman, or with every man. So their mating patterns are all over the place, and most are abject failures. Males often strive to impress each other even more than their females, and the same is true of their female population. Sadly, in the case of the former, many of these displays are self-destructive and offer no improved chance of finding a mate. Even now, I find their mating patterns too confusing to properly catalog, and will require another 50 years at least before I think I begin to have a grasp on it. I threw out several more superpower possibilities to Fauve, and each one she pointed out a severe problem with, sometimes several. I barely noticed that while we conversed, she was making another sandwich, this one without the yellow stuff, and that she was busy working the coffee pot, at least until I heard it and smelled the brew beginning. So, I should head back to bed for another day, but there's a sandwich for you so you don't have to figure out breakfast and the coffee is on. Mom told me you like the stuff, Fauve said, and looking up at me again, she gave me that same sort of smile I was starting to get used to. I hope you like it here. It was nice talking to you, Bailey. Welcome to Earth, she said, and walking past me, she ascended the steps, vanishing out of sight, and leaving me so lost in thought that I barely noticed I had absent-mindedly eaten the sandwich and poured coffee for myself. It was clearly going to take a lot for me to get used to this place, but I was already very sure I was going to like this place. One of the most remarkable things about sandwiches is how widespread they are. The sandwich has been invented in some form by dozens of intelligent species. The Arcanians use the natural silk that they produce, line it into strips, pound it with their foreleg, and then lay their food over top, after which they lay another silk layer over the food. Of course, this keeps the live meal from escaping, whereas human sandwiches do not consist of living things. But the principle is the same. Where the human sandwich stands out is in the sheer variety of foods that this omnivorous species is able to consume. It's a telling thing about the Homo sapien species. That food is their single greatest drive. They will die if they go without water for a relatively short period of time, hence why their civilizations began around sources of water. But it is food that drives their mobility more than anything else. The typical intelligent species has roughly 12 to 20 forms of food that they can ingest for nutrients, and it has long been theorized in Gelkmace's theory of evolution by nutritional minimalism that it is this minimalist drive for consumption enabled intelligent life to advance to a civilized level. Less time spent consuming or searching for food meant more time to work on creative projects. But humanity overturns this theory completely, as they will eat almost anything. Hence the theory I present. Bailey's theory of dietary intelligence is that this highly omnivorous predatory species developed its creativity not just by way of its high socialization, but in order to ensure its dietary needs could be met. They can kill anything, and anything they can kill, they can consume, which presents new opportunities for survival. And to that theory, I credit the sandwich given to me by Fauve. It contained 5 different types of meat from 4 different animals: bacon, roast beef, ham, chicken, turkey, and 2 different types of cheese with a very thick bun. It was this dietary experience that was also behind my transmission, suggesting that more work should be done on expanding dietary ranges for my own species, as the more complex diet of human foods worked wonders on my health. Strange, perhaps, but it was long theorized even by humans that life evolved elsewhere and was seeded on Earth in a bacterial state by way of an asteroid. It is conceivable that our compatibility is related to our common origins. To that end, I suggest extensive genetic testing to determine if there is any truth behind this. If it is so, and I am right, then humans, Dlamacens, Arcanians, our evolutionary tree makes us all one family of endless cousins. After eating my sandwich, I was still hungry, and eyed the refrigerator where the chilled meat was stored. Humans dislike rotted meat. They have strangely delicate digestive systems. They can handle almost no parasites or rot, though they are known to eat certain cheeses with maggots. The truth is that despite their broad diet, they are very susceptible to bad food, and spoilage in human terms is much earlier than, say, spoilage in Arcanian terms. I was never able to properly grasp just why their ability to consume so many kinds of food was so wide, but the window in which it was viable to do so was so small. At most, all I can say is that their ability to consume many things compensates for the shorter window in which to do so. At that moment, though, all I wanted was another sandwich. My jaw opened, and I'm not ashamed to say that I was panting. I turned on the kitchen sink and dipped my head in to begin lapping up the water. Humans are clever about their plumbing solutions, and as such, they maintain a steady flow of water at all times that they can activate at will. As such, I had clean, filtered water with no parasites or filth. In an instant, they even allowed for the setting of temperature, thus letting me have it exactly as I wished. The crisp, cool water was a great relief to me after what I'd just eaten, though I kept my eye on their meat storage box, the colloquially termed fridge. Keep in mind that, of course, I am always working while on this task, so I made special note of all my surroundings. The kitchen and dining area was united in one broad room, and there were a number of conveniences laid out to make it more pleasant. A viewing screen with a gaming console, a clock combined with a radio. They had a machine for cleaning dishes, the cold box where they kept meat, a motorized can release device, a can opener. Humans are the masters of recombination. They will turn any 2 items into something to kill with, play with, or work with. And I mean anything. But I will explain how this pertains to their mating games later, and the 34th rule that all humanity follows. For now, it is enough to understand that I was hungry. I hadn't asked Fauve for permission to make another, and I wasn't quite sure what to do. Guests who wake their hosts are considered to be very rude. Humans prize their skills as hosts very highly, and a good host will go out of their way to provide for all the comforts of their guest. Some human cultures will give to the guest anything the guest merely admires, even if it is the only luxury the host possesses. Others will share a tent, even with a hated enemy if the storm is bad. They will risk their lives for their guests, merely because the guest is in fact a guest. It is sacred to them to treat those far from home as they would wish to be treated when they travel in turn, and not much is more loathed than someone who abuses that guest trust. However, a guest too has obligations to treat their host with respect, to honor their possessions. Disrespecting the boundaries of the host are liable to see you ejected. Sexual congress with a spouse, theft, overconsumption, or demands for money, goods, or services are beyond the pale of rudeness. A guest may hint at their wish, or if it is something necessary, such as food, water, orifice waste disposal, they may ask directly. But beyond that, humans expect to be allowed to offer things to their guest, and feel put upon if the guest demands it, even if the host were willing to give it anyway. This put me in an uncomfortable position. I was hungry, but waking my host to ask for food seemed rude, even if they had implied I could simply take what I wanted. So, Utterly at a loss and unable to sleep, I poured a cup of coffee and sat at their table to wait. The house in which they lived had multiple windows, and around the time when the sun began to rise enough for its light to touch me at the table, I finally heard a door open. I swung my head around and wagged my tail back and forth, and saw Rebecca enter the room. "May I please have a sandwich?" I asked. I really hated asking, and it was hard for me to look up at her face, though I did notice she was rubbing her eyes. She looked at me, mute at first, still rubbing her eyes, and asked, "For breakfast? I guess, if you want. But I was about to make some bacon and eggs. Would you like both? And how long have you just been sitting here in the dark? If you're hungry, just eat. Our home is your home for the next 50 years, so please, don't just sit there, rumbling, for hours." She laughed a little when my jaw opened wider. Both of my stomachs were growling in sync, and I had stressed out so much that I hadn't heard them. Leave it to a human to make a joke out of worries and anxiety, and then combine it with a little generosity to make everything better. The human ability to deal with stress is so very unique in the galaxy that I would be negligent not to cover it. I couldn't help but think about it when watching Rebecca work. Her feet seemed to dance over the floor with light, airy steps. She was what you might call a morning person. While it is true most humans are not nocturnal, the variability of Homo sapiens is such that their rhythms are unpredictable from person to person until you know them, and even that might change with time as they get older. But no matter their rhythms, their ability to normalize the abnormal has made them the hardiest of species that I know of. A Dlamisa like myself will start losing fur in a relatively short period of time. We shake and tremble. We pant and flee if stress goes on too long. But a human's response to stress, while similar to ours at first, simply normalizes it. See Figure 8-7 to see the human female in her dress and cosmetics walking casually past a gun-wielding soldier in an ancient clash in a place called Northern Ireland. She neither winces, hides, or displays any fear characteristics. The fighting between the two groups was routine, and she was set on getting to where she was going. Can you name any race that would walk through a battlefield in a war to shop? I lived among one such race, humanity. This propensity to normalize horror is also one of the reasons why they are sometimes perceived to have an absurdly high tolerance for risk and are seen to engage in so many reckless behaviors. But with that, they also had a way of easing stress. Rebecca's light and airy motions, the way she moved from task to task, humming a little tune while she opened the cooling box and to bring out meat and put together another meal for me, was as effortless and graceful as a dancer. If giving me something to eat was any bother at all, she gave no sign of it. And while she worked, she talked. Humans like to do that, I'm sure you noticed. "What's your home like?" she asked. "Do you miss it?" she asked. "Do you have family there? Will they send video relays? What kind of things did you do there?" She peppered me with so many questions, but I want to call your attention to this. All her questions were about me, about my life and my home. Humans have an expression that they sometimes use ironically, and sometimes not, and that is, "You are always the most interesting subject to yourself." They also refer to it as main character syndrome, wherein a person believes themselves to be everybody's focus. Therefore, it is fairly common for the more selfish and self-interested humans to only talk about themselves, their work, their projects, their lives. But when a human cares about you or wants to make you comfortable, they want to know you, and they don't make it about themselves. Rebecca asked about me because she was showing care and concern for me. My hunger distress affected her, and she, this woman from another race who I had never met at all before one day ago, cared enough about me to try to comfort me by asking things she thought would make me happy, while also giving me food from her own home and calling it mine. Imagine if all the galaxy's races treated each other as I was treated in that one kitchen with a near total stranger. What could we be? What could we do? What improvement in our way of life would we find if every stranger was treated like that? It was happening faster than I knew. That is, understanding what my professor meant in a profoundly personal way. My tail wagged and spirits picked up, and when she set the sandwich and its plate in front of me, she didn't sit right away. Instead, she went to the pot and said, "Oh, I guess Fauve already made some. Would you like a cup, Bailey?" She asked me while reaching up into the cabinet to grab one for herself. "Yes, please," I said, using my very best manners. "Coming right up," she said while pouring one of her own. Such a good girl, very considerate. There was a note of pride in her voice and a little smile I could see just barely peeking out from the side of her face. And that was when I realized something else. Fauve had deliberately made something she knew she wouldn't likely get to enjoy for herself. They were all coffee drinkers, except for little Michael. I cannot emphasize enough how significant this is. It was the spirit of generosity defined, doing something that will benefit someone else, even if it will not also benefit you. Without even thinking about it, as near as I could see, Fauve had made something for her family just because she'd been awake and there to do it, even though she would be back asleep and the pot would be drained. Perhaps she relied on someone else making another pot, but this reciprocity between family members and unthinking, casual generosity defined the human family with whom I stayed. A moment later, Rebecca placed a cup for me beside the plate on which I now had only crumbs. I had wolfed down my sandwich in a few bites and was licking the plate clean to savor every nutrient. And the questions began again. Are you comfortable in your room? What would you like to start with today? Do you have any questions for me before the others get up? Again, my host made me her focus. I had seen servant classes in other species, but I had never seen those who are not servants take it as a principle that they should act as such. I must levy caution to anyone who travels to Earth. Never mistake your host's acts of service toward you to be subordination. They are not your servants. They act well toward you to smooth bonding and become comrades, friends, and display their dignity and self-respect, to give as they would wish to be given to. If you abuse their kindness, you will find yourself without their company. For the moment, though, I was simply deeply moved by her concern for my well-being and my previously obvious stress, and without thinking, I lowered my head toward her. In Dlamisa culture, this is a sign of submission or gratitude, but the human took it very differently. Her hand went up and rested on my head between my ears, and she began to rub and scratch, and each of my hearts skipped their beats with the warmth of her touch. I didn't ask her to remove her hand. If anything, I leaned into it all the more, and while my stress turned contentedness now began to turn into happiness, I explained what I wanted to see on my first full day on Earth. I wanted to see something called an amusement park. And that is a story that would lead to events I never even dreamed possible, even in my wildest nightmares, or in a deep dark well filled with all my deepest fears. The human self-care routine was over within the hour, and the human family had its food finished in short order. And when they were dressed in their clothing, short fabric pants called shorts, and loose-fitting shirts that came in multiple colors and designs, William approached me about what I wanted to do today. Is it okay? Can we do that? I thought I should spend some time experiencing human entertainment. I tried hard not to wag my tail when I said that. I'd seen their amusement parks in their videos, and it looked interesting. After experiencing the wind in my face from an open car window for the first time, I was really interested in what their open-air rides had to offer. Sadly, my tail had a mind of its own and waved back and forth while I stood there and tried to keep myself under control. William answered me with his head in the refrigerator and grunted while he handled something large and out of my view. Yeah, of course. We went through your list of requested activities before you arrived, and we figured you'd want to get the summer and spring things taken care of first. That's why we got this, he said, and straightened up with one more grunt, and after pushing the door closed, he stood still for a moment so I could see. They were clear water bottles, 2 large containers, each of which held 24 smaller containers, big enough for a human hand to wrap around and still leave space above and below. I previously mentioned the human need for copious amounts of water, and part of this need is because their body's cooling system is shockingly efficient. They expel their own water through tiny pores that cover their bodies, and this in turn drops their temperature down several degrees. It allows them to survive in very hot climates for long periods of time and keep going after most races would have fallen over dead. The human habitable biomes are very diverse, and their ability to constantly move over long periods of time is an enormous survival edge. In battles with the Zenti on land, the humans frequently simply ran them to death. The Earth forces would only chase their prey over areas vehicles couldn't handle, and the Zenti eventually collapsed. They would then either surrender to humans or surrender to the environment. Human warrior classes are as of this writing. Now the majority of elite teams in multiple military forces for their highly repairable bodies, great pain tolerance, and ability to go for as long as they are supplied with food, water, and a few hours rest every now and then. William's forethought in acquiring the water is but one small example out of many in the ability of humans to make plans. It seems like little to some species, such as Dlamacins like myself. But in reality, we see most of nature does not plan much beyond the next meal. Some of their primate species show the ability to think ahead, crafting tools in one location, then carrying those to another location and putting them to use. But those are short-term. Humans are capable of planning for not just days, but generations when they decide it is important to do so. This means that the only true threat to humanity is a danger they don't know about. Perhaps that seems like a lot to take away from a human having some cold bottles of water, but I transmitted my data to them long before I arrived, and they were prepared for my very first day when I got there. And to me, that is worthy of mentioning. "Thank you," I said when I saw the pack of water, and recalling how they appreciated offers of help even when they intended to reject it, I asked, "Can I help with those?" He grinned when he took a shuffled step toward me. "Yes, please and thank you." He answered me and got out of the way. I grabbed the plastic-wrapped box and hefted it in both my hands just as Rebecca returned with a thick red box with a white top. "What's that?" I asked and cocked my head down at the funny-looking thing. They smiled when I did that, and I had to wonder if they'd ever tire of it. "A cooler. We throw some ice in there and it'll hold the cold in. This way the water will stay cold and we can get more whenever we need it." Rebecca explained, "We'll just pick up some ice on the way." She raised the top, and William approached with his box of water. He shifted it to his thigh and ripped open the plastic wrapping at the top, then began tossing bottles into this cooler. They thudded into place until his container was empty. Then he reached for mine. I handed it over without thinking, and he did the same. "Will we really need all that?" I asked. I knew humans needed a lot of water, but this still seemed like a bit much. "Probably not, but it doesn't hurt to have extra just in case. And if we see someone who needs some, well, we can give up a bottle and lose nothing." William shrugged off his comment and went to crumple his plastic and cardboard containers down for recycling, seemingly taking his own words for granted. But the dismay I felt over the human propensity for generosity was still unabated. He hadn't even run into someone thirsty, but still he acted as if he were ready to share with them. I had to ask myself if they really were a predatory race after all. While he was clearing the trash, Rebecca had gotten Michael on her hip and was calling upstairs. "Fauve, are you coming with us or are you going to sleep some more?" Fauve's voice called out, "I'm going to sleep for one more day. You planned on 2 days, I'll be fine with missing one of them." "2 days?" I asked, my head still cocked. I scratched my ears. "Isn't that a lot?" "No," William answered. "The government program we signed up for this provides me with the same benefits as parental leave. We get 12 months of paid vacation time to help you acclimate to your new world and let you get used to us and us get used to you." "Oh wow, that's remarkable," I answered, but asked, "What about Fauve? She did say she wanted more time, but..." William shrugged. "She's comfortable being by herself. She's like me. Not to worry, a lot of people need frequent human interaction, but she likes her gadgets and books. To her, a noiseless house is a nice break from routine. She'll go with us tomorrow. She can order in if she wants, and just relax and heal up the rest of the way." Human socialization is remarkable that way. Some seem to need constant human contact, while others, like Fauve, were just comfortable in their own skin, with their own thoughts. I couldn't help but think at the time, and while we were on our way in the family car, that people like Fauve going out into the wider universe with more isolated races who weren't as social would have a very easy time integrating into those societies. This wide variation in the human temperament and their ability to be unpredictable in what I should expect would never really stop, not completely. Live among them for a lifetime, and even on their deathbed they can catch you off guard. The amusement park we were going to was in fact something called a water park. It was a massive place spread out over miles, and when it came into view I wasn't quite sure what I was seeing at first. Thanks to the lay of the road and my excellent hearing, I heard the screams first, and my tail threatened to curl in place. "Relax, it's fine. Those are fun screams," Rebecca explained to me, and based on the reaction of her infant, who was already starting to bounce with excitement in his seat, I found it hard to doubt. Human screams can be quite shrill, and it could have been more comfortable for me. But for science, I pressed on and forced myself to relax. William parked the car in a wide, open concrete lot filled with other vehicles. It's worth noting that humans have very particular habits. They often enjoy journeys, but the destination is what they ultimately want out of it. They are a very busy species, and seldom satisfied with waiting. An Arcanian would have arrived where they intended and sat for 30 or 40 of their minutes. A Dlamisa like myself would have checked the area thoroughly for any sense of note before going into my destination. But no sooner had we parked than William emerged from the car, got the cooler from the boot of his car, and pulled out an armful of ice-cold water bottles. The ice they'd bought at the store on the way rattled as he rustled around for one bottle after another and handed them to his mate. Rebecca stored them in a large fabric bag that she wore over one shoulder, and then took 2 more and put them into her purse. William himself wore a backpack made out of cruder canvas material and mottled the color of sand and dirt. He put several more bottles in that, along with a few baggies of sandwiches which he likewise tossed to his wife, who stored them in her bag as well. Meanwhile, I carried nothing. Now this is another difference between humans and other races. Men tend to have a lot more convenient storage than their counterparts. Rebecca carried the canvas bag and a purse, but her shorts had no pockets, while William's shorts had 2 pockets near the top band and 2 large pockets called cargo pockets down below on either side. Moreover, where he carried a backpack that sat easily on his back, Rebecca carried the large canvas bag over one shoulder. Anyone could see that carrying 2 bags on one shoulder, plus the infant, was awkward, and that the backpack was more practical. It seemed to me that putting the infant in the backpack would have made things far more efficient, leaving me curious. So I asked about it all. Why not carry Michael in a backpack? And why don't you, I pointed to Rebecca, just put all that in a backpack too? Rebecca and William stood dumbstruck for a moment. They both said and scratched their heads. I never thought about just using a backpack. I just always carried things this way, Rebecca answered. And why don't you have pockets like he does? Is it illegal? I asked. And again, Rebecca just stared at her husband and then back at me. I don't actually know why they don't put pockets on women's clothes. Maybe because bulging things ruin the lines and men can't solve that problem, so it doesn't matter. Rebecca let out a chortling laugh that her husband matched. Human humor is very strange, but a lot of their jokes pertain to anatomy. Apparently they find their own and each other's bodies to be hilarious and absurd. I didn't truly get the joke, but I did note that humans often answer questions with jokes if they aren't sure what the answer is. It may pertain to an innate insecurity in the species that changes their social dynamic. Answers are power, and humor is often a shield. So I theorized that humor in the face of social power is meant to diminish the distance between the asker and the one asked. And you can't store children in backpacks. William answered, not just because he will smush the sandwiches and might pee on them and the water bottles, but because they need to be able to move somewhat freely. Oh. I acknowledged his answer, though both of them felt off in what they said. I add here that I distinctly heard Rebecca tell her husband, I want us to buy a backpack for me online later. I suppose even humans can miss the obvious sometimes when it is just part of their world that things work a certain way. Perhaps we all do, and finding out what we're missing by having a new perspective is part of why these programs of travel and exchange are so important. As we got closer to the gate and I could see the towering rides, hear the metal machines, the splashing and roaring waves, I was confronted by something else I'd never seen before. People streamed past the gate, handing over printed tickets 1 by 1 or 2 by 2 to this giant of a human. He loomed over me in size, but he loomed around me in girth. He wore a shiny green golf hat, which, to explain, is like a failed baseball cap, since while it has a visor, contains only a band around the head to rest on the human's ears, but has no top over it to keep the sun off the head. His was a transparent green that made his face look rather sickly, thanks to the change in light color the visor created. His skin was greasy and mottled with red spots, and he gave off the smell of rotted Zenshin bug milk. The shirt he wore had a wolf on it, which bayed at the moon, and if he weren't taking tickets at the entrance, I wouldn't have known he worked there since other employees wore blue shirts with the Waterwave logo of the park. Tickets, fleas. His voice was rough like he had a mouthful of rocks, and his dark hair hung unkempt against his cheeks so that it looked like it was connected to the beard that grew down and became bushy at his neck. This was the first true body odor that I experienced among humans, and I tell you, it is one of the foulest things I have ever experienced. When he looked at me, he frowned and growled, baring his corn-yellow teeth. I was taken aback and briefly hesitated. He got a smug smile on his face, and then I felt William's hand on my back. Relax, it's fine. You didn't do anything. he said and ushered me forward. The man with the beard at his neck growled at me again, but thanks to William's reassurance, I approached and my human handed over the tickets. Perhaps because I didn't stop a second time, the greasy human seemed chastened and said, "I'm sorry if I was rude. My kind doesn't handle dogs well." He pointed to the picture of the wolf on his shirt. I suppose I did look kind of like dogs, but dogs looked like wolves, so what did it matter? I didn't get a chance to ask the human as I brushed past him to join William, Rebecca, and Michael on the other side of the gate, so I asked my humans instead. "What's with him? Why did he growl at me? Did I do something offensive?" William and Rebecca came a little closer to me, and each one shook their heads. "No, Bailey, that is what we call a neckbeard." I stepped a little farther away. "Are they a separate species?" I asked, with a smell like he admitted I had to ask. "Don't get me started." They answered, and then their faces lit up. "Let's go have some fun." Rebecca chirped, and with that, I put the weird, smelly, growling human behind me, at least for the moment. I would relay to you all the events of the first day of this water park. The way in which humans screamed and shrieked, and the running of small children, their slapping feet striking hard ground, the noise of splashes as they jumped into the various pools. It was quite chaotic, and I found myself feeling a little anxious. My tail stiffened, and I felt the need to step closer to my host family. The noise of rushing and crashing water, the shouting of vendors and smell of cooked and cooking meat, and the wild array of colors. It is fair to say I was overstimulated. Dlamises seek familiarity when overstimulated or distressed, and the only familiar thing I had was my host family. I told myself again and again, "Settle down, this is for science. This is supposed to be how humans have fun. You went through transit, you drank in a human bar. This should be nothing." But the noise, it was getting to me. And the crowd. At least at the bar on the ship, I had the familiarity of my fellow students, my professor, and maybe the alcohol helped a lot. And I wondered if anyone else was going to growl at me. I didn't like being growled at. As Dlamisa go, I won't pretend I'm the strongest sort. I am and always have been only interested in what I could learn. The more adventurous ones might have been fine where I was, but amidst the confusion and wild back and forth, all I wanted was to leave. My hearts began to pound, and it all began to get to me. To leave and be somewhere more calming. "Bailey, are you okay?" Rebecca asked me. She noticed first. Though I recognized the concern on William's face, he didn't ask, or at least he didn't get the chance to. Here again we come to a unique facet of human culture, at least this human culture. The male often is more concerned with his appearance and reputation than his well-being, and because of this priority, he puts forth the same thing for his friends. Strange as it may seem, a male in my observation will seldom ask in a public setting if his male companion is coping well with something going on. If he asks, it will be in private where there is no risk of public shaming. The care expression from the human male is more often distract first, and then deal with it where others cannot see. By contrast, Rebecca immediately asked if I was all right. While the sexes are equally gifted in recognizing signs of distress in others, each approached it in a different fashion with different priorities in mind. Her concern was for my immediate mental well-being, and so she asked about it. A stark contrast to William's more quiet thoughts about my public appearance. I think I need to be elsewhere. I told them, and tried to keep from looking left and right, from watching all the wild noise making people. But the longer I stood there, the worse I felt. I just had to leave. I think I forgot something back at the house. "Rebecca, why don't you stay and let Michael play in the kiddie area, and then I'll pick you up later?" William suggested, and then turning his attention to me. He had notably tried not to look at me directly when my stress was elevated. He added, "Bailey, why don't you come with me and give me a hand? We can come back tomorrow. It's a Sunday, and it'll be a lot less busy in the early part of the day before it warms up." Rebecca quickly agreed and suggested, "Why not stop by the store, pick up some snacks or something that we could have, and we'll watch something together. The Next Night Stays Fateful series premieres today. Sure, it's the 30th spin-off or reboot, but I still want to see it." Sure, come on, Bailey. Let's head to the car." William tapped me on the shoulder with his hand, and we all parted ways. It is worth mentioning here that William didn't run to the car, nor did he jog. The human is not the fastest creature in nature, one of the most enduring, but far from the fastest. William's stride was swift, long, and steady. He was engaged in what they call speed walking. He was moving with haste at my side to get me out of there, but without drawing attention to us. I kept up with him easily, and I wasn't about to complain about leaving early, even if earlier did mean leaving only 5 minutes after arrival. William didn't demand an apology for the wasted trip or the time spent getting ready. I admit I expected at least some anger directed at me since they took the trouble to take me where I expressly asked to go. But no. He stopped the car at the grocery store, did as his wife suggested, and before I knew it, we were home. Never once did he address my panic. He quietly accepted my distress and brought me back home. A Zorpaniki, on detecting weakness in one of its own, would be expected to exploit that weakness, to degrade that vulnerability, and draw the broken one into its web of subordinates that will serve it for life. A Fangi would extort silence for secrecy. Even my own species, we are less likely to respond favorably to one of our own who displays weakness of any kind, though admittedly our response tends toward a positive intent of toughening up the weak spot. Somehow the mere fact that my distress was accepted, responded to, and treated as if it were not the weakness that I felt it to be, made me feel less weak than I felt only minutes before. When we returned to the house, we entered the door. William went in ahead. His stride had slowed considerably from when he walked me out of the water park, and my tail had ceased to curl. I won't deny being relieved I was gone from there, but I still felt uneasy. All the video footage of human entertainment, human reality television, human interviews and histories, none of it prepared me for the real reality of a quiet human after an act of urgently needed generosity of spirit. When we went into the house, he walked through the library, into the dining area, and looked up the stairs. From there, he shouted, "Fove, Bailey and I are back early. Do you want anything?" "Hey, Dad!" Her voice came down from well out of view. "No, I'm okay. I ate already. How come you guys are back early?" She shouted to us without descending the stairs. I braced myself for the truth. "Nothing big. Your mother and Michael stayed. I'll grab them later. I had some things to pick up is all." William shouted his lie up to his daughter, and I answered with a quiet, "Thank you." I then went down to my room to write about these events in my notes. It's telling that William chose to lie about why we left. Lies are very rare among intelligent species. It is telling that we see it so rarely, and that when we do, it is always among the more social species. The more social a species is, the more frequently they are dishonest. Some species have used this to denigrate humankind, and I will admit I at one point shared this shameful belief that you can never trust a human. However, in studying other species, and finding this trend of antisocial honesty and pro-social dishonesty, I came to several key conclusions that crystallized to certainty among my host family. The less social species communicate rarely, there is little to be gained by deception, and truth tends to have a greater survival value for both, so the need to deceive never evolved. These species found it a struggle to deal with races in the wider galaxy, and even explaining a fiction to them was a chore that took several decades. But as species grew more social, lies were not just a way to gain an edge, they were a conflict lubricant. William's lie for me buried my shame and made me more comfortable, not only with him, but with my own anxiety in general. A lie, if benign, can serve a social good, and actually help to heal an individual's pain, and keep their sense of place within the group, enhancing their overall happiness, and making them far more effective group participants. I realize my detractors will say that humans deceive each other for malice and cruelty, for power and lust, to steal and destroy. And I will acknowledge that this is true. Even humans will acknowledge the truth of this statement. But such lies are comparatively uncommon. Far more common are those of the sort William told, leaving me to have control over when I acknowledge openly that today's attempt had been too much. Over my time with the Walkers, I observed countless little lies that spared feelings from hurt and each other from shame or embarrassment. As the most social intelligent species in the galaxy, humans have far more occasions where conflict might arise, where they could speak a hurtful truth that offers nothing but pain and will make things worse, or where they could offer comfort and security through a small and harmless deception. A child's drawing is awful? Don't say it is awful. Focus on the positive, so that they are encouraged to refine it further. A hard day is spent on a difficult meal, and the execution is off. They might focus on favorable words of encouragement or disguise that they haven't eaten as much, or if it is inedible, beg off of it by pretending illness. The human drive to lie is inexorably bound to its desire to protect those they care for. In a strange way, William's willingness to make up an excuse for me, rather than risk shaming me to his daughter, made me feel more at home than any of the things they'd done so far. I still had a lot to learn, but with only 2 days into a 50-year stay, I felt I was making excellent progress. They left me to work alone in my private room for the rest of the day. I was grateful for that. I took copious notes, the link to which is found at the back of this text for those curious about details I have left out here for brevity. It was a relief to work privately after having struggled with the crowd. There's a tranquility to private academic work, as I'm sure my fellows here at university would agree, and it did wonders for settling my anxious mind. It was a few hours into my work when I had a knock at my door. I sat up from my workspace and said, "Come in, Fauve." "How did you know it was me?" she asked when the door opened. Her long brown hair was bound into knots and hung over the front of her shoulder. Human hair is a remarkable thing, surprisingly strong. Humans have even used this as a natural and silent murder weapon in the past. They would take cut lengths of hair, loop it over the throat, and choke their victim to death. But beyond this, the human vanity over hair has led to all kinds of interesting treatments, including deliberately tying it into knots to keep it more orderly. Somehow. "I could smell you," I said matter-of-factly, and the human girl stopped dead, lifted her left arm, took a sniff beneath it, then lifted her right arm, and sniffed beneath it in turn. "I took a shower," she said and crossed her arms. Her expression was thin-lipped, and her brown eyes narrowed at me. I'd messed up. I knew she was miffed. I reacted as fast as I could and tapped the end of my snout. I have a better nose than humans, and a Dlamisa never forgets a smell. "Oh." She snapped her fingers and brightened up. "I thought you meant I stink." I was about to get offended. Technically, everything stinks, doesn't it? A stink is just a strong smell, and everything, to me at least, has a strong smell. I replied, and pushed aside the data pad I was entering my observations into. She looked away and began tapping her foot. Her hands rested on her hips, and she said, "Technically, maybe, but, you know, it's bad form to tell a girl she stinks. If it isn't a bad smell, you could at least say it is fragrant." "I can see how you take after your father," I answered, and she gave a little nod. She didn't say it, but I could see that pleased her, and I added, "Fine. I knew it was you because I recognized your pleasant fragrance." "Better," she said with a satisfied nod, and relaxed her arms before looking at me again and asking, "How would you like to get out for a little while? Dad went to pick up Mom, and he'll probably stop to pick up something from a restaurant to go. Mom likes to do that, and he'll usually give her what she wants if it isn't too much, so we probably have an hour or two before they get back." My tail drooped. I'm a little bit peopled out right now. Plus, I really should finish putting in my observations. I stopped when she pouted a little. A human pout is compelling. Their lips turn down just a little and their eyes get wide. It is especially effective when it comes to young girls. According to my observations of their media, fathers can seldom resist it when their daughters pout. The desire to make each other happy drives a great deal of human behavior. There are worse motivations, but notably, I was affected. There shouldn't be many people, if any. I wanted to go to the park. It's a short walk from the house, and it might help you relax. She replied to me and held eye contact the entire time. The promise of a lack of people was appealing, and the day was a nice one. "You know what? Maybe it is a good idea to take a break," I said and rose to my feet. Her face lit up and I followed her toward the basement exit. The room I was given was part of a larger area. A lot of it was storage. Humans are hoarders compared to most races, and to be frank, a lot of dust was down there. Old boxes and other things were plentiful. But it did have a separate bathroom and shower, a place I could call my own, even if it wasn't perfect. And it had its own entry and exit to ensure I was able to come and go as I pleased. We left and began to walk down the street when after only a few minutes, Fauve said to me, "I usually either go alone or with my dad to the park. I don't have a lot of friends and don't really want them either. I'm not really a people person." "So why invite me?" I asked, genuinely curious and surprised by the blunt nature of this girl. I'm sure I have said it before, but I must add again. The diversity of human personality is wild, and some, like her, could have passed for another race entirely if we went only by their personalities. She could have passed for a Dlamisa with ease if that was her attitude. She shrugged. "A whim. You're going to be living with us. I figured I should at least try to get to know you. And how often does someone get the chance to talk to a real live alien outside of datacom chats between systems? So this is for science? I asked, and she seemed to take that to be a joke as she gave me a casual punch on the shoulder. You can call it that. I do want to satisfy my curiosity, though, she answered, and while I thought her answer was strange, I didn't get a chance to get clarification as she began peppering me with more questions about myself and my life and my homeworld. The capacity for curiosity in this species was proving to be one of my favorite things, and she let me talk all the way to the park. The park she mentioned took about 15 of their minutes to walk to, including a long walk down a winding slope. When we reached the bottom, I found that the park was cut into pieces by a winding and slow-moving stream. It wasn't deep enough for me to comfortably call it a river, nor was it especially wide. But it was impressive in its own way. The babbling water cut its way through grass and stone. I saw a fish leap from the water and splash into a spot deeper than the one it left. Insects buzzed around the edge in tiny swarms, and a small playground meant for human children, including a wobbly bridge and some swinging seats, sat waiting for use. The play area was rubberized to protect children from injury, and this was my chance to ask something that bothered me, something I'd seen in older human films but changed in later ones. I pointed to the play area and said, "In the old films, there were just a bunch of rocks where your young would land if they fell. But here, and in later movies, it transitioned to these soft rubber surfaces. How come?" I didn't really expect Fauve to know the answer, but then, maybe I should have, given her innate and seemingly boundless curiosity and pushiness when it came to wanting answers. "Easy, rocks hurt, so they replaced it with rubber," she replied. "But the older ones had rocks, so why?" I scratched my head, and Fauve cocked her head at me just as mine cocked at her. "Because if you want things to suck for your kids because it sucked for you, you're a shit parent and shouldn't have kids. That's how my dad put it. He says stuff like that a lot. Don't get him started talking about old people. He doesn't like people who don't like change, let alone people who don't like improvement." Fauve chortled a little at that, and I gathered it was an old rant I was hearing about. Before I could ask more, again the girl got ahead of me and pulled out a ball from the pouch she wore behind her back. She held it up so I could clearly see it, turned so that she was to my side, and threw it as hard as she could over the grass. I have no idea why I chased it. What kind of buried instincts within my brain compelled me to go after that little green round ball must have been buried deep in my subconscious. But I ran. I locked my forearms and fell to all fours, going as fast as I could as it bounced farther and farther away, and then drew closer and closer as it lost momentum and I picked up speed. Then I had it. I caught it in my jaws, clamped down on it, and when the ball let out a scream like squeak, I was thrilled. All three of my hearts were beating at once and going faster than I'd ever felt. I relaxed and squeezed my jaw again and again, again and again, again and again, listening to that screaming noise it made until I came to my senses and realized what I'd done. I relaxed my arms and stood up on two legs, then dropped the ball into my hand and walked back over to Fauve. She held out her hand for the ball, and I returned it, albeit with some reluctance. Why was I reluctant? Why did I not want to give it back? Why did I give it back if not for her to throw it again? 1,000 questions ran through my head, not the least of which was why in the galaxy's nebula did she throw it? And did she expect I would chase it down? I was halfway toward it for the second time before I realized I'd moved, and even when I realized I was running on all fours, I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop because I didn't want to, and I didn't want to because I was having fun. So I went with it. Questions could wait. I caught it, returned it to her, and she threw it again. I caught it, returned it to her, and she threw it again. Once she threw the ball so that it went into the water. I never hesitated. I splashed in, feeling the cool crystalline droplets spatter over my red and black fur, feeling the wind swishing over my body. I didn't even care that the ball was wet when I grabbed and squeezed it in my jaw. I couldn't tell you how many times I chased it, and Fauve did not keep count. All I knew was that it was many, a very great many. It went on until I was huffing and puffing so much and so hard that if I'd been close to the house I might have blown it down. It was only when I gave the ball back to her, and she put it away in the little pack she wore on her back, that I asked her the meaning of her actions. I just wondered how much you had in common with dogs. This seemed like a good way to find out. Fauve replied, and when she looked up at me she said, "And I thought we might have some fun." I don't know why, but I crouched down like I had for Michael at the transport station, and I let her scratch behind my ears and pat my head. I remembered what my professor said. Humans are the only species with found families, and are aggressively protective of them. This includes their found parents, siblings, children, and much, much more. If you find a human spending more time with you and initiating physical contact, you should assume that you have been adopted. If he was right, then it looked like I'd found myself another human, and it seemed like my tail certainly agreed, since it would not stop wagging any more than I could stop panting. "So, you want to head back?" she asked. "Mom and Dad will probably be home soon if they're not already." She pulled out her phone from her pocket. Perhaps I should add here that Fauve did not dress in the same fashion as her mother, at least not that I'd seen yet. She wore cut-off jeans with pockets and carried no purse. She was, if anything, dressed closer to her father. She checked her phone and found nothing before storing it away, and I replied that yes, we should go ahead and head back. I did pause and look around the park though. There was a winding dirt trail just on the other side of the creek, and I wanted to see where it led. The strange thing about humans is that they will radically modify their environments, and then seek out unmodified or far less modified environments in pursuit of pleasure, leaving behind the things they made that are presumably also made for their comfort and enjoyment. If it does not make sense to you, believe me, you are not alone. The rest of the day when we returned was of little note with but one exception, or perhaps it is more accurate to say that everything but that exception was a blur. I was still abuzz in my head over the unexpected level of fun and Fauve's engaging interest in my home. Human curiosity is something else. It takes getting used to. Charming most of the time, once you are used to it, but it can be vexing since the boundaries of what is acceptable to ask are not always immediately clear. It was pleasant, though, to have her show such interest in me, in where I'm from and how I lived. I was settled in my room and making the notes that would become this narrative when I heard Fauve calling for me. "Bailey, dinner. Are you hungry? You want something to eat?" Fauve's voice was drawn out. It's a strange thing that humans do. Their shouts are always longer than words spoken at a normal pace, and none that I spoke with ever really knew why they did it. They just did. My personal suspicion was that it was a kind of echolocation, wherein the continued noise made it easier to find the source, but the humans themselves never seemed to give it a second thought. Even when drawing out their words was utterly unnecessary. Unlike most predatory species, they tended to be a noisy lot, a reflection of their social nature, and perhaps a reflection of how high they were in the food chain. They didn't worry about attracting attention since there was nothing they could not kill. Before I detail the dinner, I want to relay something I heard once, which explains just how little humans have to worry about, and why they can make as much noise as they please. I did confirm that the story was in fact true, having heard it directly from my professor, who was traveling with the humans at the time on his way home. It seems that a human cargo ship carrying a handful of colonists was forced to lay over on the planet Maxic 9, a planet where the only intelligent species evolved from a socialized prey animal, and which was still prey to the wild Gaxa, a vicious, slithering creature that, while not intelligent, was capable of burrowing through almost anything if given enough time. The Maxiki are a timid, fearful species, and having learned that a group of apex predators were laying over on their station, were more than a little nervous, and my professor sought to alleviate their fears with a demonstration. He invited a handful of women with childcare experience to join him on the planet's surface, and took them to an area where large numbers of Gaxa attacks took place. Many Maxiki infants were taken and devoured. I will relay the rest in his words insomuch as possible. "You want your children to be safe, don't you?" Professor Schlith asked, while looking down at the little blue four-armed Maxiki. The nursery watcher looked up at the group of towering two-armed apex predators, thickly muscled as most pioneer types were said to be. It was only their seeming lack of obvious hunger and the presence of sexlith that kept the Maxiki calm. "Yes, but is this wise?" the watcher asked. "They won't eat our young themselves?" Schleith's tongue teased at his own eyeballs a few times, and he turned to the handful of human women. "Keep an eye on these children for a short time, will you? Just be careful of predators that may get into the walls. Gaxa serpents will horribly mutilate a Maxiki infant. The little things are so helpless with no one to care for them. They'll die horrible, horrible deaths with nobody between them and danger. Their parents can't be here, so you are all they'll have between them and being dissolved alive." He then picked up a nearby infant and held it out to the nearest human woman. Maxiki infants are roughly the size of a human baby. They are soft, fleshy, their heads a little large, and their eyes are all the size as those of a human infant's. The women who followed Shklith nodded their heads, and after being given a short care routine, the Shklith led the Maxiki watchmen away. They returned 4 hours later to the smell of blood thick in the air. The Maxiki watcher rushed to the door, threw it open, and found one of the human women standing there covered in blue blood and holding a very large knife. "Oh no," Maxiki whispered, ready to let out the keening wail of his kind when their children were slaughtered by deadly monstrous creatures, only for the chirp of a Maxiki infant to draw his attention past her. "Hi there," the human woman said without noticing the Maxiki distress. She stepped aside and revealed the other pioneer humans, similarly coated with bloody viscera, but the infants were all fine. "Sorry we didn't get a chance to clean up yet. There was a little incident with those snaky things. You were right, they went right for the little ones. That certainly couldn't be allowed. So me and the girls, we sliced them up real good. Moxie went chasing after one that got away. She just radioed in saying she cleared out the whole nest of those filthy things, and she'll be back shortly." She wasn't lying. A half a dozen Gaxa serpents with deep cuts and gouges ripped into their heads lay piled in one corner. One of the pioneer humans was holding up a Gaxa corpse and skinning it on a table. "Seems edible, so we were just going to harvest it. Waste not, want not, you know?" That's how Maxiki ended up hiring a group of human colonists to stay long term. And that is why it doesn't matter how loud a human yells, or how much noise they make as a group. It doesn't give them away. It warns away their other living things that danger is near, and to avoid them, or they may add to their meal-extensive diet, which so far seems to include anything they want. Trying to adapt to their way of doing things, I opened the door and called out, "Yes, I'll be right there." I want to add here that parents will frequently give their children the task of rousting and gathering the rest of the household for meals, and children rarely refuse such chores, but they also do not do them as intended. I'm very sure that William asked Fove to see if I wanted dinner, but that he intended for her to come all the way down the stairs and ask me. Instead, however, she stood at the stairs and shouted the question. Human children are as loud as they are charming in some of their actions. I put away my datapad and ascended the stairs for my first evening meal with my host family. I won't say I wasn't nervous. I'd seen enough deaths at dinner tables in human entertainment media, but even knowing those were mere dramas, fictions and the like, I was anxious about doing something wrong and making a bad impression. What if there was some hidden taboo that would get me kicked out of the house if I broke it? And the truth is, such a taboo does exist. Never discuss religion or politics at the dinner table. The reason being that both of those are divisive topics, and meals are meant to build bonds of affection, to unite and tie a group together, and those topics serve only to tear people apart. I sat down at the table just as Rebecca was placing down plates. Michael sat in a specially built chair of unusual size that made him sit at equal height to an adult, while William tore up small bits of infant-sized cheese slices and held up bits of soft vegetables that the tiny human ingested. Fove was at the refrigerator and drew out a pitcher of dark, cold liquid that I learned was called tea and set it at the center of the table before returning for more cups. I felt a little uncomfortable being the only one doing nothing, but they were done before I could offer to help. The division of labor in this particular human household was not universal to the species, I have to add. While children helping is fairly normal, the tasks performed by caregivers or parents has no single standard. If one partner works for pay and the other does not, the one who does not is considered responsible for the administration of the household, typically paying the bills, cleaning, cooking, ordering chores. Though the other laboring partner may contribute to some degree within the house to allow the homeworker to take a break as well. If both work on paid labor jobs, then it is common to divide the household duties, and in this way they each ensure that the other is given a fair amount of time to relax relative to the other. Some of these chores, even tedious ones, may be bonding activities of their own. William, thus I would later learn, was not an excellent cook, but he would often assist the far more talented Rebecca or perform companion tasks such as running to the store to pick up a forgotten ingredient needed for preparing a meal. It may appear to you that their affection is bound up in just doing things for each other, but I must caution you to note that this is quite the opposite. The human species does not love others because they do things for them. They do things for one another because they love. Dinner consisted of a strange amount of humor. chiefly from William, it seems that there is a particular form of humor called dad jokes. These are a kind of humor that is apparently only allowed to the elder men of a family, the privilege of the patriarch, it seems. Such humor consists largely of puns, and often these jokes are repeated. When Fauve said, "I'm hungry," William replied, "Hi, hungry. I'm Dad. Are you a guest of my daughter, Fauve? Is she joining us for dinner? You do look very much like her." There was a collective rolling of the eyes, a gesture of exasperation by both his wife and daughter, followed by Fauve exclaiming simply, "Dad do," as if his title alone were a remonstration. In my study of human humor, I found considerable divergence in application. The leading theory among humans, that humor evolved as a release of tension after a misperception of danger, explained its structure, but it did not explain its social application. William's use of dad jokes to tease his family could not represent danger or risk. However, while I watched them talk, and watched the way Michael laughed when they laughed, I realized something. Humans use humor in wildly varying ways compared to other species who have some form of outlet for relief from misperceptions. Some humans use humor as a kind of mask, not in the literal sense, but in the figurative. Recall what I said about human dishonesty. They use lies as social lubricant. Humor, it seems, is another of the same. A human in pain will use laughter to detract from that pain, either physical or mental. And when I say mental pain, if there is a species more prone to its own self-torment than Homo sapiens, I have yet to encounter it. Not by intent, usually, but rather they suffer from such a myriad of maladies unheard of in the galaxy that it would take an eternity to track them all, or so it seemed. Humor is often used to hide these maladies. A depressed human whose brain is failing to provide chemical releases required for happiness, or whose brain is actively making them depressed, requires care. Care in the minds of some humans equals weakness, and to avoid appearing weak, they will pretend to be happy, lying to themselves and the whole world, suffering in silence rather than admit what is sometimes perceived as a flaw of character. Human pride, it drives them to the stars, but it can be as delicate as cracked glass too. Their propensity to use humor to mask this internal sadness rather than seek viable treatment is such that it is only in the last century or two, after a handful of prominent human warriors and comedians came forth to talk openly about their struggles, that it is becoming more acceptable to not play with a mask of happiness. It made me watch my host family far more closely when I learned of these things later. Other masks of humor include disguising lust. The human propensity to procreate is such that almost anything but fedoras and bearded necks are used, or at least are used with some success in finding mates. Humor's lubricating utility was such that it created relaxation in those who it was used successfully on, and thus it made the potential mate more comfortable and desire more time with the source of laughter. I'd seen humor used by characters in fictions for everything from health betterment to smoothing over anger, and yet in seeing the patriarch of the household use his dad jokes on his family matriarch and daughter, none of those other uses applied, which left one clear reason: affection. Laughter in humans releases feel-good chemicals in their brains, and William clearly held a considerable amount of affection for his household. And his dad jokes humor was one of the ways he socialized within his family unit. Strangely, his mate was similarly affectionate. Her physical touch to his hand or shoulder, and the little considerations, such as preparing evening coffee and fetching dessert for the table, were strong evidence of mutuality and bonding. I say strangely, because pair bonding species, particularly social ones, are relatively rare. When a creature is social, they are usually sexually so, with frequent matings in what humans would call orgies, and no singular tie to offspring, which are instead typically raised either by the mother alone or by the whole community. In one species in Sector C-137, beings bond serially, mating for weeks until conception and then parting again. Humans, however, other than a profession referred to as porn stars, are not socially sexual, but rather bond as pairs, or at most, with a small group with one singular reproducing male with a small band of females, the latter of which comprised a considerable amount of fictional media's attention and was highly idealized and almost always comedic. But in the pair-bonded household of the Walkers, familial ties of affection are not only expected to endure for life, but they are mutually reciprocated, and in all the course of that meal, none of them brought up my shameful flight from the water park. They went so far out of their way to avoid the subject that Rebecca didn't mention what she did with Michael while there. I, however, felt my confidence growing while I looked down at the peach cobbler on my plate. It was the only peach one. The others were thick slices of chocolate with a fluffy white cream on top. Sensing my curiosity, Fauve spoke up. Brushing back her long, braided hair, she said, "You can't eat chocolate, so you get this one." "What, you thought you'd just sit there while we ate pie?" She stabbed her fork into the chocolate pie slice, and the metal clinked against the glass plate beneath the treat. "No way! That'd be a dick move." Fauve was a fairly direct girl, a trait I appreciated, and didn't mince words. Her father was quick to agree. That would not be... I saw that broad grin on his face that preceded every joke and braced myself. Peachy. Even across the divide of life and species, I groaned at that pun along with the others. "So, are we going to go to the water park again tomorrow?" I asked. To be honest, I knew the answer. I just thought it would head off any more puns. "What are you talking about? Of course we are, assuming you want to. I would never choose to be a wet blanket," William answered, and it was only the roll of both Fauve's and Rebecca's eyes that let me catch that he had slipped in another pair of puns. I had been defeated. "I'll pass. That ticket taker, the one in the wolf shirt, kept hovering around between the kid zone and the women's changing area. He made me uncomfortable. I'm water parked out. I'll stay here with Michael. He got a little red anyway," Rebecca said matter-of-factly. William shrugged. "Ew. Yeah, I don't blame you. Maybe wait to go back until they fire that guy. I'll put in a complaint for you when I get there. The turnover there has been high for years. He won't last." He reassured his wife and patted the back of her hand with the palm of his own in an absent-minded gesture of reassurance. Fauve chimed in a moment later. "I'd like to go. I might have to work for a few hours in the morning if my lazy coworker doesn't show up again." She groused a little at that. A slightly sour look came over her face, and she puckered up her lips as if a lemon had been suddenly forced into her mouth. Then added, "But I can take a lift from the mall to the water park and meet you later, in the worst-case scenario at least." "Great," William remarked and said directly to me. "Sundays are the quietest days there, so we might even get to do everything we missed yesterday. Sorry to pull you out like that, Bailey." "It's okay. It's, fine, just fine," I answered. Kind of stammered a little. My ears flicked and my tail didn't know whether to tuck itself or wag like it had been electrocuted. William was protecting my reputation with his daughter, who didn't know about how I'd had to basically run from what to them was just a good time. Nobody had ever done anything like that for me, not ever in my whole life. And yet it had been done several times for me today alone. The reason for Professor Sixlith's affection for his humans was making a whole lot of sense to me now. The others, Rebecca included, forgot about the neckbeard creature who wandered around oddly after William and I left the park. But when I went to bed that night, the odor and sight of that seemingly separate species lingered behind in my memory. I mentally cataloged his scent, distasteful though it was, and felt a vague pull on my memory. The pull was toward Maxiki and the Gaxa species. Where prey congregated, the Gaxa and other species would follow, and these predator species tended to mark off their territory by slithering in the area, expelling a foul pheromone, a kind of musk, from the males of the species, indicating that they found a hunting ground that would draw in potential mates with which to build a nest. From there, they would feast on whatever prey was in their territory, and engage in battles with other predators who encroached on their territory. Timid species like the Maxiki only managed to build civilizations at all through rapid reproduction and developing herding methods that let them create diversions for predators. And even so, some Gaxa and other predatory species would still hunt and kill their infants or even adults. Are these neckbeards like Gaxa? I had to wonder. I knew that with the common human taboo on casual nudity that existed in this area, attempting to get near the changing room of the opposite sex was not a good thing. Human taboos are often heavily geared toward reproductive activities, and what is deemed socially inappropriate frequently deals with orifices used for pleasure, reproduction, or childcare. A human female exposing herself to another by choice is a show of confidence and trust in equal measure. Attempting to take that kind of intimacy is considered one of the worst of crimes. It was for that reason that I chose to inventory that smell. In studying the walkers, in the short time I knew them, even though they are immediate family and the older pair are intimate, they close themselves off for privacy in dressing and cleaning themselves. 2. The changing areas for the public are divided by sex. All of this points to a species for which closeness and exposure speaks of considerable levels of intimacy, and which makes such hovering, as Rebecca's description made me think of it, to be dubious at best. When I was sure I had everything ordered in my mind, and there was nothing else to transcribe to my datapad, I slept. I woke up on my own in the morning, and found the house to be almost completely silent. With my hearing being what it was, before I was halfway up the stairs, I heard Michael's cooing noise and Rebecca snoring. But the only sign of wakefulness was William himself, who was standing at the microwave and watching the timer while the countdown hummed on and the contents spun within. "Good morning," he said, and gave me a wave of his meaty hand. "Pancakes." I decided to try a dad joke. "I'm Bailey, not pancakes." I watched his face and saw him chuckle. His face formed a toothy smile. "You're doing fine." He reassured me, then asked, "But are you hungry?" "No, I told you I'm Bailey. We've met. I don't know who this hungry person is." I answered as deadpan as I could and crossed one hand over the other while I sat at the table to watch his expression. In some social species, taking on the role or status of another member is deemed an act of challenge. But William only gave me yet another laugh and did a verbal riposte. "Well then, Bailey, would you like to have some pancakes? Fove has already gone to work at the mall, so it'll just be you and me for a few hours." William asked, and slid open the large black bottom drawer of the cold box's frozen section. 2 minutes and 37 seconds later, I had a stack of 3 very thick, fluffy pancakes on a white glass plate, which was smothered in bright yellow butter and dark maple syrup. And when my fork stabbed the top cake, it begged a question that stopped me before I could take a bite. "William, aren't cakes a dessert? Why are we eating cake for breakfast?" He stopped with his fork in midair, the syrup drizzling down from the soaked pancake piece in a single long string that kept it connected to the plate. "Oh well, that's cake. And this is... well..." He stopped and lowered his fork to his plate. The metal tinked against the glass, and he looked down at his breakfast. His hands held the edge of the table as he thought it over intensely. William, for the record, is recognized as a fairly brilliant man in his field, but this question seemed to stump him. "It is cake made in a pan," he finally answered. "Plus, it has butter and syrup on it, which you don't put on a thicker cake." It was a wholly unscientific answer if ever there was one, and I could not be satisfied with it. My ears went down and I asked, "But how does the use of a thinner pan make a cake into a breakfast instead of a dessert?" William stared down at the pancake as it vexed him, and I persisted. "Syrup looks like a dessert thing, what with all the sugar. So aren't we just putting a dessert topping on a dessert food and eating it early in the morning?" I asked him, and to that he snorted. "I suppose so. I guess anything can be breakfast if you eat it at breakfast time and have nothing else. So, enjoy your dessert before it gets cold." He answered, and resumed eating with obvious satisfaction from the little noises that came from his closed mouth. "So it is the time, not the dish, that makes the meal." "I will remember this," I said, picked up my fork with all 3 pancakes on it, and tossed them into the air. They sailed up, and I tilted my head back with my mouth open wide, and snapped my jaws down on the 3 at once. Thanks to my mouth being so similar to their dogs and wolves, this was easy, and I was done with breakfast. It was a solid hour before I realized William made a joke when he said, "You really wolfed that down, didn't you?" When we reached the ticket area, and without missing a beat, William drew out the tickets he'd printed out and handed them over to, yes, him. He still smelled absolutely foul, like milk and cheese left too long in the sun. Golf cap still on his head, and a black shirt with a gray wolf howling at a bright white moon. I have been informed by my editor at this stage that I should add one unrelated segment before I relay the events ahead, and that pertains to my use of idioms common among humans. After 50 years, they are so integrated into my vocabulary and speech that I find I can't do without them. Missing a beat is a musical idiom. The idiom can refer to either the music maker making a mistake in the notes they play, or to a dancer whose movements have lost their pattern to the music. Humans are unique in their propensity to create things that seem unnecessary to much of the galaxy. Music, in my opinion, is one of those unnecessary things which is so marvelous that it becomes necessary after only a brief exposure. This patterned noise is meant to guide motion and occasionally induce mating behavior in the species, a behavior I will cover at a later time. For now, it is enough to know that idioms like this can be cross-referenced in the appendix if there is ever contextual confusion in the text that follows. Now to resume the narrative, the golf cap wearing neckbeard growled at me again. He tried to stare at me, and I looked away. I was fairly sure after reflection that neckbeards were not in fact a different species, and that what had been said before was merely tongue-in-cheek critique, a kind of humor relating to their bizarre behavior. Instead, I concluded that they are a kind of failed human, though whether they do have some kind of hybrid traits with other animals, I wasn't sure at the time. All I was sure of was that I was a guest on Earth. There were no others of my kind on the whole planet, or even the solar system as far as I knew. All I had was my host family, and who knew what could get me thrown off the world and sent home a failure with nothing to show for years of work? So I looked away, so as not to offend the neckbeard, though I caught sight of his smug face out of the corner of his eye. The way he tilted his head back so that he was looking down at me was a form of dominance display I'd seen before. But when I looked away, I saw something I hadn't seen until then. William was glaring at the neckbeard. William wasn't a big man. Truth be told, the neckbeard was taller by a head, but with his glare unflinching and steady, I looked back at the neckbeard and saw that he looked away. They're all like that. He muttered so that only I could hear him and shuffled us away. Like what? I asked. I barely noticed the noise because there wasn't much other than the sound of flowing water. Shallow, cowards, aspiring bullies. He knew you were an alien and probably worried about how you looked to humans, so you were an easy target. Plus, because of your dog-like features, he got to pretend you were really intimidated by an alpha werewolf, or whatever he imagines his true self to be. His derisive snort was conclusion enough, and by the time he finished speaking, we were well away from the rude ticket taker, and we put it out of our minds. Free of the chaos from the other day, I could marvel at the sheer scale of this place. There were arching metal bands with tracks between them that went high into the air by hundreds of feet and curved down toward a pool of water that stretched even farther. This track undulated over a large section of the park, and from where I stood I could just see a series of open double seats, each one linked to another behind it, and a group of humans screaming as it began its rapid descent. Not far from that, I saw a wading pool where people just sat and enjoyed the feel of the flowing water. William kept me walking, I suppose giving me the tour, sort of, before we actually went on anything. And I saw something called the Lazy River, which had just tubes of rubber in which humans lay back and drifted. Tlemesa have something of an affinity for water. It borders on the same affection for it that humans have, and the prospect of just laying in there and drifting was a welcome one. He showed me the bumper boats, which were little boats with rubber rims that small humans piloted over a big pool and rammed each other over and over again. I lingered beside William to watch these small humans wage naval warfare against each other in their little boats, and while I watched, I thought about the Zenti and their brief conflict with the human race. Homo sapiens really are predators of the highest order. These small ones were sweet and cute by human standards, but even now at such an early age, they had violent impulses. The Zenti didn't stand a chance. I thought about what my professor relayed about the way pioneer women eliminated the Gaxa and then chased down the last of them to a nest to eliminate them at the source. I had to wonder, how many prey species evolved intelligence? How many even have the capacity for violence on the human scale? Most predator species don't have the socialization capacity that humans do, even among those who develop intelligence and civilization. How many can even fathom the depths of the human propensity for violence? When I thought about that, I had to really wonder long and hard. How much of a chance does the rest of the galaxy stand when this race really starts expanding? As of now, there are no true empires to speak of. Governing multiple worlds is difficult, as the social skills required simply don't exist for most species. Ruling even a handful of planets is unheard of outside of a few outlying species who have a single figure that serves as the center of culture and government. Besides that, settling new worlds and growing their populations takes considerable time. It will be centuries before any worlds are fully inhabited. But the Homo sapiens species has sent out colonists, or pioneers as they dub themselves, to a dozen worlds. Thankfully, the galaxy is a very big place, and there are endless worlds to settle. But if it came to violence, I watched the glee on these human children's faces as they rammed full speed into each other's little boats, and I already knew the outcome. William was watching my face out of the corner of his eye and seemed to read my thoughts. "It's surprising that we haven't destroyed ourselves before now, isn't it?" he asked me, and I couldn't disagree, but I didn't want to be rude either, so I said nothing. We managed to make peace with ourselves before it could happen. We'll find a way to live with the rest of the universe. We're not just destructive, we're creative, innovative, and we will find a way. William said it quietly. Had I not 8 ears on my head, even I might have missed it. I never could tell him that this nebulous determination to find some way in the universe was exactly what had me worried at that moment. 50 years later, yes, I love my humans, but I never forgot that moment standing by the giant pool and watching small human children pretend to kill each other. And even now, writing and speaking on my thesis to earn my degree, I tell you this with certainty. No matter how cuddly and loving you find humans to be, never forget that they evolved as apex predators on one of the most dangerous and lethal worlds in the known galaxy. Do not poke them. This may seem ironic in retrospect, given what you are about to read of my next actions. But if you are wise, you will understand that this only emphasizes what I have just said. The first ride we went on after we finished watching the human young at play was a small, whirling, circular roller coaster. This one was a simple one, meant for children. It was angled at roughly 45 degrees into the air and secured to hydraulic pumps that would raise and lower it from one side to the other, each of which went into a pool of water so that you were always going to get wet. But you just never knew which side was going to soak you. I was quickly drenched in cool water that soaked all through my fur to the skin beneath. It wasn't until the third dunk that I wondered, did William remember to set aside his cell phone? It was too late to ask as we went around and round on the rails, their clickety-clackety noise alternately slowing down and then speeding up with every rotation for minute after minute. My wet fur was picked up by the swift racing air, and I opened my mouth and let it blow my cheeks out to an odd little puff. My recent experience with speed and putting my head outside the car window made this all the more enjoyable, and I didn't mind my drenched fur in the least. William was dressed in the strangest whim trunks his people typically wore at these places. It hung down from his waist to his knees and was bound up in a tight knot against his body. He wore no shirt, and quite frankly, I would say he is fairly pale. The human body is in some ways quite remarkable, not only in its strengths, but in its weaknesses. Most species evolved their intelligence after their bodies were well adapted to their environment, but it seems that human intelligence was the result of punctuated equilibrium. This previously unobserved evolutionary process states that when a small population is nearing extinction, it may evolve much faster, since trait diffusion is quicker. Humans hyper-evolved in a relatively short time, some 200,000 years ago in the extreme climate of their African continent, at a time when climate change was driving their forerunners near to extinction. Their ancestors were already wanderers, and walked the long costs-consuming marine life that was excellent for brain development. And this highly social species adapted, only the most clever of their species were able to survive the harsh environment and reproduce. As such, a race of predators unlike anything the world had ever seen, evolved in a burning hellscape that casually obliterated over 99% of all other life. But, because they were adapted to survive and learned tool use early, their bodies did not gain the near-total protection from the environment that other species did. Humans get cancer from their own sun, but are daylight creatures with color vision gradients that are the envy of many other species. Their ability to survive is rooted in their wildly varying creativity and inventiveness as much as anything else. So, you end up with some imperfections that would seem daft to other intelligent species, such as humans who burn in the very sun they need to see and to stimulate vitamin production. Because they invented ways to protect themselves before they could evolve natural protection. When we finally left the ride, we were a soaking wet mess. My fur was drenched more than I'd ever known it to be. Water is common enough on my world that everybody has it, but Earth is positively drowning in water. So much so that many of their mythologies revolve around great floods. As dangerous as water is, it is not only necessary, but so beloved by most humans to the point where fear of it is considered irrational. And given the unique experience I just had, I agreed. How could anyone not like this? From there, we went to the water slide. A water slide is a very strange invention. It consists of a long, angled tube on which you lay your human, and in this pipe is a substantial amount of water, not quite enough to float, but enough to make it slippery. Your human, like the water, is then dragged down by gravity through the tube, usually screaming in the shadows until they are flung out into daylight and into a large open pool. I did not scream, but I did howl. A few of my furs got caught in the segments of tubing and yanked out, but after the first wince, it was just thrilling. I howled like I was a pup again, and when I hit the water, I bounced along the surface until my momentum let me sink. I didn't wait for William. I locked my arms and began to swim in what I would later learn is called a dog paddle. Splashing my way to the side, I saw William out of the corner of my eye coming down the slide after me, but with all three of my hearts racing and pumping blood through my veins, I just couldn't bear to wait. I ran on all fours back to the thankfully short line and didn't even realize I'd done that until the guy did a double take at me. When I stood up, he simply said, "Oh, the alien, go ahead," then pointed up the ladder for me to go again, and again, and again. To this day, I don't know how many times I went up and down that slide. I did that until I saw William wave me over from off to one side of the pool. The crowd was still thin, and for a long and lingering moment, I greedily eyed the other attractions. But I trotted over to where he stood and gave myself a thorough shake, scattering water every which way while he waited until I was done. Fauve texted me a few minutes ago. She was taking a rideshare over here from work after changing clothes. I'm going to talk to management and get that complaint for my wife out of the way. Just meet her at the entrance and bring her back here when she arrives. Then we'll meet up and have a bite to eat before hitting some more rides. Sound good? Sounds good, I said. I was panting when I said it, as hard as I panted when Fauve finished throwing that ball. In just 2 days? 2 days and I felt at home. Perhaps that is why I reacted the way I did. William and I parted ways, and I headed back to the entrance. We quickly lost sight of each other, but I wasn't worried. He was right. The Sunday crowd was light and neither noise nor smells were overbearing. In fact, it was so light that I picked up Fauve's smell before I rounded the corner to the entrance. But something was wrong. Her smell was wrong, and another smell was worse. I didn't know quite way, but I picked up my pace, not running, but I definitely went up to a speed walk and heard a familiar voice. I will relay it as follows with the inflection as best the written word allows. With a true alpha male like me, a girl can always count on being treated like a princess. I'm... The voice went a little lower. A werewolf. That's why I don't shower. It washes off my natural mushk. You're pretty, and you need a true niche guy like me, a gentleman to treat you right. You're not like those other girls. They only go for jocks and bad boys. You're lucky you met me now before you become some kind of evil slut. I'm 14, and I'm not interested. Now get out of the way, I have to find my dad and Bailey. Fauve's response was very clear, and I began to move faster. But when I heard her say, "Let go of me," I locked my front arms, dropped to all fours, and raced forward. Just one hug from a real Lycan and you'll I heard his words, but didn't register them. It all felt wrong. I didn't really know as much as I thought about humans, or how they related to one another. They were frankly confusing. But I knew their inflections well enough that I knew her voice sounded off, and his voice wasn't as nice as he presented it to be. I rounded the corner to find Fauve with her back to the wall, and the neckbeard looming over her with his hand holding her arm and trying to tug her away from where they were. She was dressed in a single red form-fitting one-piece suit that reflected common human standards of modesty, leaving arms and legs bare and providing freedom of movement for someone wanting to swim, and she appeared even smaller than before thanks to her lack of shoes. My eyes locked on his grip and then went to her face. I didn't think her eyes registered contentment or happiness. I saw that at the dinner table or when throwing that ball. I also knew that Fauve was a very direct girl, and I had no doubt she meant what she said. Neither one of them saw me yet, but I saw that she shook her arm in a clear attempt to dislodge the stranger. "Let go. That hurts. I don't want to go anywhere with you." She snapped and tugged her arm, trying to dislodge his grip. I could see the depression in her arm where his fingers tightened. "I said let go!" She raised her voice, and passers-by finally turned their eyes toward their dispute. Evidently disliking her refusal, he stepped closer to her, so that his shadow was looming over her, hiding her from view behind his copious girth. "Just come with me. I promise I'm a gentleman. I'll treat you like a princess. Don't be a tease." "No," she said, and though I couldn't see her face, I knew from her voice she wanted out of there. He tried to convince her further, and he got as far as, "Come on, I'm a niche guy. Ish, the least you can do is give me one hug if you're gonna..." Before I was in the air with my jaws open. The pair had enough time to see me, but not enough time to react before my jaw closed over his arm and his high-pitched shriek filled the air. His entire body went stiff for a moment after he let go of Fauve's arm. Dlamisa are predators too, and our ancestors rose to the top of the food chain due to our bite strength and powerful necks. Our method of slaughter when catching our prey was to grab our target and then wrench our necks back and forth, tearing through the flesh of our food and making injuries far, far worse. Even today when we fight, it is our jaws that do most of the work, not our hands. I wrenched my neck, rotated my hips, and flung him free. He tasted foul. Absolutely foul. Like meat that was rotted to the inside. He bounced and rolled away from my human, wailing as he came to a halt. Not because he ran out of momentum, but because I was already on him. His golf hat bounced and rolled away, coming to a stop with a wobble like a spinning coin losing energy. His hands came up to try to grab me as he squealed like a stuck pig. I half expected him to shift form, but all that happened was that my fingers wrapped into his soft and flabby porcine wrists and slammed them down into the concrete. I didn't hear the screaming of the people nearby, though I should have. Why was I so angry? Why did I respond the way I did? I'm not a violent Dlamisa. I'm not aggressive. I was never in our military. But the moment I saw that his hand was on Fauve's arm and he was acting in a way I thought was aggressive, I reacted. My human was in danger, and that could not stand. So my jaws closed down, going for the neck. Perhaps it is for the best that his oversized belly got in the way, and his sweat-slick shirt didn't provide much purchase. So when my jaw came down, I grabbed onto his shoulder instead. I tasted blood again. Human blood tastes like copper, and his was mixed with both sweat and the bacteria responsible for human body odor. It was the most unpleasant meal I have ever had in my life, but all I wanted was one more bite. His blood dripped from my curved, sharp teeth and spattered down onto his pasty face. The bits of spatter rolled into the wisps of dark beard where they were stopped by a combination of his acne and the patchy scraps of beard. I scratched and clawed, and do not know how many times my jaws closed over the self-styled Lican. I just could not stop, not with my human in danger. All three of my hearts were pounding in my chest, and I lost the power of speech. My ears were back and tail bristled and stiff as a board. I was ready to try for his neck again when I heard Fauve's voice in my ear, but she wasn't yelling at me. "Stop!" She was shouting. I'm sure she shouted it more than once, but never in my direction. She was ahead of us, her arms and legs out, blocking the way. I raised my head and saw blue-clad security guards with gold badges on their chests. They had weapons drawn and were trying to point at me. "Bailey, relax! Let him up! Let him up slow!" she said, looking back over her shoulder at me while she said it, but remaining in between me and the security guards. She gave me a little nod when I didn't move. "I'm fine. It's over." I could see the hesitation of the security team. They were clearly young themselves, a fresh-faced young man and woman in button-down shirts and tan shorts. Their hair was cut short. The woman's a trifle shorter. It stuck out a little beneath her head covering, a small baseball cap that shielded her eyes from the sun. Their eyes were wide, but their hands were surprisingly steady, perhaps frozen by surprise. I never got to ask. The only noise was that of the bits of spatter dripping from my maw as I moved at a glacial pace, inching my hands away from his now bruised and bleeding wrists. My jaw didn't shut, so as I rose to stand erect, the bloody evidence of the wounds I inflicted continued to drip down over his wolf shirt like tiny bloody footprints until they landed on his pants. I was breathing hard. All three air sacs were hard at work, and I admit I must have appeared feral in the eyes of the human onlookers. Perhaps it wasn't my finest moment. I glared down at the lump of meat, but he didn't meet my eyes. He curled up screaming like an infant and clutching his arm. "Someone call a doctor!" I didn't know who shouted, but I couldn't miss the fact that there were a lot of phones out. Humans filmed things a lot, and the scream brought more attention than I expected. Strangely enough, humans seem to be drawn toward danger. Most of the time when there are screams, species flee. Humans are one of only a handful who will openly run toward potential danger. Sure, it is true that some will run away at once or run when they see what the danger is, but it is a curious testament to human uniqueness that they seldom can resist the urge to go to where the danger lies. In this case, that danger seemed to be me. My red and black fur did a fair job of hiding the fact that I had a lot more blood on me than I would have liked to admit, but my dripping jaw was proof enough, as was my huffing and puffing that continued while I stepped back. "Put those away!" Fauve shouted. "Arrest him!" She pointed to the obese human. "He grabbed me and tried to make me go with him. He wouldn't let me go. Bailey was just helping me." I expected an argument. I expected denial. I expected the humans to at once support one of their own, especially since humans can be so tribal, and the male on the ground was someone who worked at the park, just like the security team. But recall what I said about human socialization? Humans who display antisocial characteristics, such as an excess of arrogance without talents to justify their ego. Humans who are rude, pushy, malicious, brutally honest out of malice. Humans might not always speak up about what they dislike, but they definitely remember. "Put it away," the woman security guard said, and slid her taser back into its holster. Her male colleague hesitated, but a swift glare from his counterpart prompted his reaction. "Just step back, Mr. Alien. I'm just going to treat him," the woman said, taking ponderous but long steps forward with her hands up and open, with the palms facing me. "He's not Mr. Alien. His name is Bailey." Fauve insisted. She was stepping aside, out of the way of the security officer. But if she was hurt or not, I don't know. The nameless lump of human that lay at my feet redoubled his shrieking and had thrown in words. "Shoot the dog! Shoot the dog! Shoot the dog!" He had other things to say as well, mostly rude words and cursing thrown in. His tear-filled eyes were cast around looking left and right while he tried, shaking and trembling, to move away from me. I suppose I should have been grateful I wasn't shot. I was still soaking wet from the rides, and I can't imagine what I must have looked like. The lump of human still hadn't transformed. All he did was wiggle. So he's not a werewolf after all. I felt oddly dispassionate, despite my pounding hearts and air sacs. But when I felt Fauve's hand come up to my equivalent of a bicep and my upper back, I started to calm the rest of me. "Thanks, Bailey," she said. I only had a moment to look her way before I heard William's voice. It wasn't that close, but it was close enough. I was making a report, and the intercom said that a dog man was attacking an employee. What the hell happened? His arms were pumping, and he leaned into a dead sprint that was much faster than I thought he could have moved. His eyes were wide and almost wild, and behind him a middle-aged, overweight male waddled and puffed, not quite keeping up, but no less desperate to get there. This won't be easy to explain, I thought to myself, while the sound of sirens pierced the air in the distance, and the crowd grew ever larger. All I wanted to do was flee, but with my human's hand at my back, I felt I had no choice but to stand and wait for whatever happened next. While on the ground, the lump of human kept howling, "Will someone shoot that dog?" And the female guard continued to try to treat the screeching meat. As I previously wrote, human personality is variable in the extreme. We all know that evolution loves variation, but it is in human personality and neurodivergence that this is most obvious. Humans are sometimes hard for aliens to distinguish from me. As an alien, I don't look for the same features. Tall ones are adults, smaller ones are children, some are darker skinned, and some are lighter. If it weren't for their strong difference in smells, it would be much harder for me until I get to know someone well. But that diversity of thought patterns, that personality, is a dead giveaway. They vary so broadly that each individual human is very much like a different species from every other human. Or so it sometimes seems. All of a sudden it seemed I had my humans, and then there were other humans. The species can be somewhat tribal, and it wasn't lost on me that this tribalism was something I had, with disturbing swiftness, found myself embracing. "You're going to need to stay here and explain this," the male security guard explained. He was breathing hard, his mouth agape at his injured colleague. I used that term with hesitation because it seemed clear to me that neither he nor the one treating the injured failed human was much concerned with the pain he was in. While the female worked, I listened and waited for William, and what I presume was some form of administrator came closer. "You finally went and did it. You went too far, dumbass. I didn't think it would be a freaking alien that bit back. Stupid SOB. Quit whining and hold still. God knows what kind of bacteria an alien mouth might have. Might be fine. Might die. Might be you get some stupid superpower and really get to be a werewolf." I doubted very much that he really understood most of what she said to him. He wailed and cried, snot running out of his nose, and his body flailed around, flopping like a fish out of water, desperate to get back to its natural home that was just out of reach. I was fairly sure the guard was joking about that last part and trying to induce fear in her patients with the second part. But what interested me was that she spoke of him as if he'd done this kind of thing before. The cries of "shoot the dog" were gone finally. I suppose he realized it wasn't going to happen, and he fell into dejected sobbing. I, for my part, said nothing. Fauve began explaining things to her father, and William leveled an accusing finger at the injured employee. "That's the guy my wife said was hanging out around the women's rooms. He's the one I came to complain about." William's voice went up several levels while he pointed, and the ticket taker went pale as if he knew he'd been caught. Human physiology is interesting. They can mostly keep their mouths shut when they really want to, but their basic biology makes some of their more serious lies harder to keep quiet if you know what to look for. In human novels, someone confronted with something horrific in some personal way is almost always described as having the blood drain from their face. I always took this to be alliteration. It turns out it was literal. The onlookers and their camera phones weren't especially quiet either. One among them, hearing William's statement, echoed it. "I complained about him a month ago when I brought my daughter here. The creeper kept following her around the park and drooling at her." It would have been really convenient if there were more echoed sentiments from the crowd. I knew something of human law thanks to my preparations for my visit. I was no expert, but as I stood there panting and looked down to see the bits of blood at my feet, I was glad to know I had yet another witness of some sort. "Are you okay, Fauve?" William asked, and went to hug his daughter. His arms engulfed her, and he kissed the top of her head. "He didn't hurt you, did he?" When it came to neurodivergence, Fauve was exceptional. Even with only a short time among humans, I knew that for sure. She didn't miss a beat. "I'm fine, Dadu, just fine. Bailey got him." "You're all going to jail. My dad owns this park," the ticket taker said through his sobs. I will admit I was concerned when I heard this. Humans with money are humans with power. It isn't unheard of for the very rich to buy their way free of the consequences of their actions, or to take advantage of their wealth to support people who they, frankly, shouldn't. This is especially true when it comes to the ties of family. Tribalism often extends even among humanity's worst elements. This was clearly an example, and from the sour faces the two security guards made, puckered lips and steady glares. They knew it too, and knew that this particular colleague of theirs had played the rich father card quite a few times. When the lawful authorities showed up, I regret to say in this narrative that I recall very little. It was such a blur of activity. I remember the click of the handcuffs on my wrists and the feel of the cold steel through my soaked fur, and the little trembling in the hands of the one who put them on. But I recall neither their name, nor face, nor expression, though I must have at least gotten a look at them. The blaring noise of an ambulance stopped and I still did not know his name. I never wanted to learn it, so from now on I will simply refer to him by the moniker of Wolfbeard given everything. But I saw him put onto a stretcher and strapped down. He was still clutching his arm and his moans became even more dramatic and movements more exaggerated. The paramedics at the stretcher grunted, groaned, and struggled to lift him up to carry him out. The process was slow. He weighed enough that they could properly wheel him away on their stretcher until they both pushed from at his feet. I remember frenzied words and William's wild gesticulated shouting while the officers questioned him, Fauve, and other witnesses. And I remember the feel of the seat of the police car when I slid into the back seat. As the car rolled away, I could see William still shouting behind us, but in my mental state at the time, I couldn't hear him. Or perhaps I heard and just can't remember. What I do remember thinking was, I hope human jails aren't like they're shown to be in their fictions. Strangely enough, human police officers tend to be very quiet. In my admittedly then shallow research into the history of police forces in the region I was visiting, those designated in enforcing the law had some serious problems. They were not required to protect the citizens, nor know the laws they were sent to enforce. Training was as deep as a desert rain puddle, lasting only a handful of weeks before issuing lethal weapons and endowing these humans with both lethal authority and security against prosecution or consequences for bad decisions. It was routine for intelligent police officers to go unhired or even be fired, as less intelligence was actually preferred, and violence by law enforcement was routine. It was much to my relief that reforms in subsequent years after widespread failures by law enforcement, that a number of reforms were enacted. Training for law enforcement was raised from weeks to 2 years with mandatory education in law. Police unions were dismantled, body cams were standardized, and officers not in exigent circumstances would be fired if they worked while their camera was off. Legal reforms defined the job of law enforcement as the protection of citizens, and a national do not hire database was created that prohibited with prejudice the hiring of violent law enforcement agents. They were not permitted work in any sector that required security or protection of property or public well-being. De-escalation mandates were put into place where officer escalation was grounds for termination, and summary termination for involvement in harassing complainants became routine. As a result, the present-day law enforcement officers were quiet professionals, and I did not get shot. The ride in their car was, if anything, a relief. At the time, I didn't realize why I'd begun to feel so relaxed. But with time to reflect on it all, I realized something. Fauve was fine. William was taking action to help me, and the failed human I now call Wolfbeard was probably having a very bad time. Human medical technology is remarkable, but no less so than human vindictiveness, and I doubted that anyone would be showing him special care. To explain what I mean, consider the human thoughts on their fellows to be measurable, like a beaker with an upper limit, and any emotion you put into it leaves room for that much less of anything else. For better or worse, humans seem to have strong protective instincts to the point of bias in favor of children, particularly young girls who are seen as more vulnerable. If someone is accused of harming a young girl, that a beaker of emotions for the accused is filled with an intense amount of hatred. By contrast, if someone is accused of harming someone who has harmed young girls, that emotion-holding beaker is filled with an intense amount of affection. By the same token, humans have intrinsic biases on appearance, and this is frequently a cause for misfortune and sadness, as a human's outer appearance says nothing about who they are inside. This means emotion beakers get defaults of affection or dislike just at a single glance, something that is difficult for people to overcome. But on this occasion, it worked in my favor. When we arrived at the police station, I found it to be a 2-floor building with double doors of glass and metal. The officers opened the door and allowed me to slide out without handling me roughly. Here again is a distinction between humans and many other species. The variability of individuals being as broad as it is, their culture shifts from generation to generation, and so their institutions change to adapt. A study of Zenti legal systems would not change much from one century to the next, except for their adaptations to new technology. As caste systems are so common and division of labor so sharp, the cultures of other worlds, once so fascinating to me, now seem drab. Even something as simple as how an officer of the law interacts with a citizen on Earth seemed far more vibrant and alive. It is true that this variation in humans creates a wide variety of failed humans, such as this variety known as neckbeard. But with this variation comes their artists, their thinkers, their reformers, their creators of all kinds. The infinite potential of every single human willing to embrace their differences has not ceased to fascinate me. Not in the 50 years I spent on their world and sharing their lives. As one example, when we emerged from the police car, I asked the officer nearest to me, "Did you always want to be a police officer?" He seemed surprised by the question, and he looked me up and down like he was looking for some sign of mockery. I cocked my head. Humans seemed to like that, and it got him to relax. No, he wanted to be a clown. His female partner said with a laugh, I could see the way her hand twitched, not toward her weapon, but whenever I cocked my head, it seemed humans had to fight the urge to reach for the spot between my ears. Her chest rose and fell while her partner's face turned red. I'd only heard of clowns as an insult, and seeing my confusion, the male chose to answer, perhaps because I was an alien and not expected to know much. Hey, she's not kidding. I went to college and took a clown class elective. I can still make balloon animals. Best class I ever took. I still use those skills to help settle kids down sometimes. I was at the top of the stairs right before the door when he said that, and before we went in, I stopped dead in my tracks. Can I see? The woman's hand was on my arm, holding me steady, humans and their physical contact. They're a very touchy species, and I was rapidly finding that I didn't mind that at all. Her partner, though, he let go, reached into his pocket, pulled out a long balloon, and after a long puff of air was put into it from his lips, began to twist, shape, and wrangle a shape into being. Ta-da, he said at last, and held out the red rubber to me. A dog. It seemed fitting, he said, and I was allowed to raise my hands up to hold it. Wow, can I keep this? I asked, and looked down at it, and I had to wonder something. What mad genius found a way to make sculptures out of air? The officer seemed quite pleased with my praise, but held out his hand. Not through booking, but I'll put it in my locker and give it back to you when you get out of here. Wait, leave? Am I not under arrest? I asked, and looked down at my handcuffs. Humans use jewelry for many things, including things they themselves describe as pervy. but I was almost completely sure that I hadn't gotten caught up in a human reproductive game without noticing. Almost. The officer was quick to reassure me. Leaning forward and rising up on his tiptoes, he said, "We've gotten complaints about that guy before. The way your friend was yelling, and with all those witnesses, he skates by because of his rich daddy. But nobody is looking to hold someone who got in the way of his creepy actions. His daddy's money may buy him a lot of passes, but you're an important guest. If you want my guess, you won't be here for more than a few hours." Here I have to pause a happy narrative to relay something unfortunate. For many years, wealthy humans bought justice for themselves, or rather, bought their way out of justice. In the past, humans with billions of dollars could do anything they wished, and because of their vast wealth, leverage a kind of immunity for themselves. Many treated these figures as boons to their societies. However, it was found over time that the absolute power wielded by unelected people created a deep disconnect between themselves and both their world and the consequences of their actions. So after many years, a social compromise was reached. They capped personal wealth at $25 million, what would today be 30 million galactic credits, and put a statue of anyone who reached that cap in a public place, declaring that they won capitalism. All subsequent wealth was taxed and provided for vast social programs. Some of their billionaires resisted this at first, attempting to use art scams and false charities to funnel wealth back to themselves. But as the knot tightened, it became harder and harder to accomplish. So today, a wealthy house might be able to buy some localized security from the law, but he could never buy as much immunity from the law as he wanted. Thus, the human officer was certain I would be kept only for a very short period of time. The booking process was an odd one. I pressed my fingers to a machine with a little red light, and it refused to read me. In the end, they just entered the word alien on a computer screen and let me move on in the process. I stood in front of a white wall with black bars evenly spaced with numbers beside them, and held a placard with my name on it and was photographed front and side. And then I was led into a small confined area of stone behind a door made of bars, with just enough space to reach my hand and arm through if I wanted. There were thin cots suspended along the wall, and a passed-out bald human lay snoring on one side of the room. Human snoring sounds much like machines sawing through thick wood, I admit. It is not my favorite noise. It is somehow worse when humans are thoroughly intoxicated. I sat on one of the cots. The mattress was soft under my hindquarters. My tail didn't wag, and I rested my arms on my knees. There was nothing decorative on the wall, and there were no books or games to pass the time. So I just watched the drunk human sleep. I could still smell the alcohol on him, and I had to wonder how much he'd had. A note on human intoxication. Humans are not the only species to get intoxicated, to pursue fermented fruits, or even steal bottles of alcohol from passing humans. But humans are unique in that they produce it, and they do so knowing what they produce. They produce poison. Humans poison themselves for pleasure. I just happen to be lucky that, as it turned out, some of it is really good. How did this get started, you may wonder? Recall that humans were once hunter-gatherers. They walked the land of Africa along the coast, eating grains, shellfish, and whatever else they could walk to death. In the course of these travels, they often carried food supplies, sometimes leaving it in place for long periods before returning to it. At some point in that time, humans stored grains somewhere in the open, and rain descended, filling the container. These coming and going rains resulted in the grains within undergoing fermentation before the humans could return, and when they did, some bold human drank it. This was the first beer. While little is known of this era, what is known is that shortly after this, humans began settling down into communities and growing more of these grains. Early storage containers dating back to the dawn of civilization show that there is beer stored that long predates the invention of bread. Mathematics was developed in order to keep track of supplies. Astronomy developed to keep track of planting and harvesting times. Tools were invented to create more stable buildings to live in long term, and to ensure the easy harvesting of these supplies. Irrigation was invented to allow broader planting of these crops, and roads were developed to ensure smooth transportation of supplies from place to place. Even early records indicate that human currency was often based on beer. Thus, human civilization developed so that humans could more efficiently experience pleasurable poisons. I suppose what I'm saying is, humans love to get drunk. Ironically, drunks are generally looked down upon, as they impede the performance of social obligations. Instead, Alcohol is used as a social lubricant, making the sexes both bolder and more receptive to suggestions from the lewd to the loony. Just a little poison is considered good, too much is considered bad, and part of their maturation process is learning to find that happy medium. Whether this makes humans scarier than before or not, as they are almost the only known intelligent species to enjoy poisoning themselves, I have never truly come to a conclusion, but staring at the big smile on the drunkard's face, wondering if he'd done something or if he was locked away for his own safety after a few too many, I think scary is an important word to keep in mind with humans. Having said that, I thought of Lisa and Mark and that marvelous first shot of bourbon. I think that was probably the first moment I realized that humans and Dlamisa might make for marvelous partner races. The police officer turned out to be correct. I barely noticed the passage of time. Dlamisa, like myself, tend to idle well, far more so than humans. But when my attention was drawn away from my contemplations of the self-poisoned human, it was toward the sound of a beep from a badge against an electronic lock outside the room in which I sat. The same male officer from before was standing at the entrance and holding the little red balloon dog. "See? Told you. You're free to go. Don't leave town. There'll be more following up on all this. But they're letting you go for now. Your bail has been paid. When you get a letter about a court date, just make sure you appear." Bail is a strange human practice, and isn't even found all over their world. But where it is used, it lets a person leave money as a prisoner instead of themselves. It means the human can go free and report back to the justice system later. As long as they comply, the money is returned to whoever paid it. But if the person who it is paid for runs away, then the money is forfeit. A strange practice to my eyes, but it works surprisingly well, even when the money is put up by someone other than the accused. The officer handed me the balloon and led me back to the entrance. I found William waiting with Fauve at the front desk. Neither saw me at first. They were busy typing out something onto a pair of fixed-position data consoles. The little clicks and clacks like an ancient typewriter went on uninterrupted. And notably, while they typed, Fauve complained. Her fist pounded on the surface of the window desk, while the officer went on ignoring her when they saw me and made ready to head to the exit. We were about to leave when a man in a black formal shirt with bright silver buttons and a large gold shield pinned over his heart approached us. "You're the alien? We need your statement before you can leave." All my ears went down when I heard his voice. I'm sure I looked absurd. I was still wet from the water and I was still clad in the blue swim trunks I'd borrowed from William before the trip, trunks that were still bloody in places. "We just paid his bail," William protested, but the officer, a giant of a man with an ugly scowl on his broad face and eyes that seemed to look through us both, replied, "Yeah, well, we need it. He should have had that done first. You can take him home in a few." The officer said with a smile that revealed that humans needed to brush far more often than Dlamisa did. "It's fine. I'm supposed to cooperate with Earth's laws while I'm here." I told William, and the officer grunted once before turning around and leading me to a room off to one side and gesturing to a table with only 2 chairs beneath a flickering light. As soon as he asked, I recited the events as I recalled them, acknowledging that I didn't know everything, but acted on what was very clearly a threat to the human girl. I then repeated it again when he asked it of me, and then again, and then again. He frowned. "Did you memorize your statement or something?" I cocked my head. "I don't understand." "It sounds rehearsed," he answered. While I'd been answering, he'd been typing it on a data pad, and so I was unsurprised about the match. "I'm a Dlamisa, not a human. I know enough about your race that memories are fragmentary at best, but the same isn't true for us. Not to say we remember every minute, but if something feels significant and we have time to process it, we lose nothing. Ask me 100 times, you'll get 100 matching recitations." When I explained that, he gave a crude snort, sucking air in through his somewhat sizable nostrils. What I'd said clearly threw him off as he sat there tapping idly on the datapad, looking from it to me while water pooled around my feet and wet the chair on which I sat. "Do you have any hostility toward humans? Toward human males? Anything like that?" he asked, and I quickly shook my head hard enough to scatter droplets of water over the floor. "No, I don't know many yet. I'm a Dlamisa of science. I'm supposed to withhold judgment until I know more," I answered, and he kept his face blank while he typed my answer. "Were you trying to kill the one you attacked?" he asked, and there I was hesitant. I wasn't thinking clearly. I was acting on instinct toward a threat to my human. I answered. It wasn't quite a lie. though it wasn't completely true either. In retrospect, I was acting on instinct, but Dlamisa predatory instincts are to act with lethal force. I had to repeat that 2 or 3 more times as well, but in the end, he was satisfied, or satisfied enough, that when a knock at the door came and another human poked his head in and said, "We need the room," he didn't protest about keeping me. He stood, and I took that as the signal for me to do the same. "You're free to go for now, but..." He looked at my shorts. "You'll need to leave those." I shrugged, undid the little white fabric knot, and dropped them to the floor. "Fine, but they're William's, so he may want them back." He did a double take when I reacted that way, and strolled out with my tail wagging behind me. As far as I know, William never did have the swimsuit retrieved. I exited to find Fauve scrawling her signature on a document and shouting at the officer. "It's not fair! Bailey was just helping me. The creeper is the one who should be in here." She snapped at the person on the other side of the chest-high desk, a slightly overweight middle-aged woman with dark hair and visible makeup on her face. Makeup is yet another curious human practice in which a person paints chemicals onto their face to alter their appearance. But strangely enough, other than the chemicals applied to lips, it is generally meant to not be noticed. Instead, it is supposed to accentuate or disguise the natural features of the face, depending on the person. The human at the desk had one cheek resting on the palm of her hand, so that she was propping herself upright where she sat. She gave a very loud yawn, and then took a sip from a clear cup of brown liquid. "Look, your friend sent a rich boy to the hospital, I get it. Creepers gotta creep, but we've just gotta do our jobs. Your pet alien will be along in a little while. After the creeper gets his arm stitched up, maybe, we can see about arresting him too. From what I hear, you got lots of video, right? If somebody got footage of you getting grabbed and led away, we've got something. If we don't, then it's your word against the rich kid. And we already got his statement at the hospital your friend put him in." The woman sighed and shook her head. "He says you wanted to talk privately, and he was just trying to help. That he thought you were just a lost kid or something, and that your pet just jumped him out of nowhere for no reason at all." "That's outrageous!" William protested and stopped typing. "You have to know that's not true. They have security cameras there, look at them. Even if nobody recorded it, that had to catch him. And we'll request the security footage as soon as we can, once you fill those out at least. It'll just be a day, maybe less. I promise you we take this kind of thing very seriously. But he's in the hospital and he's not going anywhere. Your pet alien is going to be released. Mike has gone to fetch him. In the meantime..." She reached down to her own mobile data pad and held the screen out. "Now that you've signed those sworn statements and gotten all this started, you should know that this came in for you from the rich boy's father." I remained quiet, not wanting to interrupt, and stopped walking so that I wouldn't be noticed. Fauve's father began shaking. Angry humans shake when it gets bad enough, or when they're scared, or when they're cold or nervous. Shaking means a lot of things. But on this occasion, I deduced it was anger. Just because they shake for many reasons, that doesn't mean we can't figure out what the reason is. And William's grimace was so deep and fierce that I caught a flash of teeth when he spoke through their gridded position. "It's a settlement offer. With a non-disclosure agreement? Is he serious? He thinks his son can just do that and I'll just take a payout and call it okay? Is this the Bronze Age?" William's answer struck me as so strange that I had to research it later, and I found that what he referred to was a time in history in which daughters were considered property, and their abuse was considered a form of property damage not against them, but against their father. If a man's daughter was harmed, it was customary to pay the father for the damage done, and the damaged daughter would become the permanent mate of the one to damage her. This practice has fallen out of favor over the course of centuries, but the concept of paying currency as compensation for harm done has not. As I thought about it, I often wondered about the contradictions between the past and present, and I reached a conclusion that it was the change in the perception of families in the eyes of humanity that led to their current state. In the past, the family was a business, a machine meant to create laborers and shape members of a tribe into something valuable. Any affection was mere good luck, but the family was merely a tool which was wielded by the patriarch, and in some cases, the matriarchs of the households for the benefit of the larger society. Children were mere possessions to be trained for their purpose, and replacing them if they broke or died was a relatively trivial matter much of the time. Their cultural shift over ages produced something far, far more dangerous. Watching William shaking with rage, gritting his teeth and glaring down at the data pad conveying a settlement offer, I must relate, was stunning. I hadn't known him long, but even tempered and calm were my impressions. This was something else. The passionate devotion and love of a modern human for their family members culminated in a single act of defiance. William's fingers turned ghost white from the pressure on the pad, and he flung it past the woman at the desk and into the far wall, where it shattered into countless tiny pieces. He can go to hell. He can take his offer and shove it. You don't get to do that and walk away. I want justice. I want punishment. And by the way, Bailey isn't a pet. He leveled his now empty hand down at the woman and raised his pointer finger alone out from a closed fist so that it was leveled at her. He bit a man who put his hands on my child. That's not a pet. That's family. And only then did I step into view, and I couldn't have felt better when I did so. So I had a family of pink, squishy humans. Perhaps I shouldn't have been surprised by them, even though it had been only a few days. Some humans can take years to bond closely, but others can bond with shocking speed. Mere days, really. However, the dismaying thing was my own sense of rapid bonding. Dlamisa are not exactly solitary creatures. We're actually more social than a great many species, but still, how did it come this far, this fast? I wasn't sure. I tried to focus on what I could. I was quiet on the ride home, trying to remember everything. The white-hot fury when I saw Wolfbeard's hand on Fauve's arm, watching her try to fling it off. His insistent hold. A true Dlamisa of science would have watched, would have only observed, would not have interfered. It's basic professionalism for observers to do nothing to interfere with the subject of their study. But I thought of how she listened to me talk about my home, and throwing that blasted ball, how much fun I'd had. Her kindness and consideration in preparing me something to eat. My predatory primal instincts, things I, like all Dlamisa, considered long buried and suppressed by modern conventions, brought out in one single moment by one single gesture toward one single human. My human. Mine. By some impossible measure, in some unthinkable way, in an impossibly short span of time, they'd become mine. I should have felt bad about biting Wolfbeard. I should have felt bad about the way my claws extended out of my fingers and ripped into his flesh. I should have felt awful about his wailing. He is, after all, a sentient being, and harming sentient beings is not something that should be lightly done. But I didn't. I couldn't. I did regret that he tasted so utterly foul. I did regret that I had inconvenienced William and cost him money, and I worried about what he might have to say about that when the car slowed to a stop in front of his house. "Fauve, go inside," he said to his daughter. She was in the front seat beside him while I rode in the back, and from where I sat behind Fauve, I could see between the seats that his knuckles were still white from the tension of holding hands clenched on the steering wheel. "But Dad!" Fauve snapped her head to the left toward her father, protest still brewing past her quivering lip. "Now, Fauve, I just need to talk to Bailey for a few minutes," he said, and gave her a weak smile that was barely there at all. She looked back over her shoulder toward me, then back to her father, then exited the car without another word. The door slammed shut, and I felt myself jump a little. I lowered my head and would have curled my tail if I could have. "Sorry, Mr. Walker. I didn't mean to cause all that trouble. I hope it wasn't too expensive. I'll go through whatever process you need me to in order to make sure you get your money back," and I stopped speaking. I stopped speaking because I saw his eyes reflected in the rearview mirror, and they were thick pools of tears. "Thank God you were there, Bailey." He said it in a rough voice that was a mix of haunted and relieved. "Don't apologize. Don't you dare apologize. I love my daughter, but she's a little reckless. Her mother and I taught her never to be shy and to speak her mind, not to be afraid of anything. But it also has made her a little heedless sometimes. I guess a parent can't do everything right, but I tried. We both did. We tried really hard, and then we weren't there when she was in danger. What if he'd taken her somewhere? Who knows what would have happened? Thank God you were there. Don't think about the cost of bail. I don't give a damn. I'll get the best lawyer I can for you if it comes down to that. I'll complain to the consulate. You might have some kind of immunity. I'll write to our senator. Don't worry about a damn thing. There's no way the Terran Imperium government is going to make a fight over one creepy, perverted neckbeard with a wolf fetish." He was quiet for a moment and then stopped looking at me in the mirror. Instead, he stared down at the middle of the steering wheel. His hands never left the grips. "I'll nail that bastard to the nearest wall. Rebecca and I aren't rich, but please believe me, you don't have to worry about anything." I raised my head. I won't pretend I wasn't relieved, but I did have my doubts. Will they really go so far over that? He grabbed her arm, yes, and he tried to get her to leave with him. But do you really think it will be taken seriously? I really couldn't believe that humans would take my side over one of their own, though with the benefit of hindsight, I should have seen that this was a distinct possibility, starting from the moment they welcomed me into their home and started the bonding process. But then there was the way the others at the park responded to everything. Human tribalism can be convoluted, even divisive. But if a human steps outside the bonds of tribalistic and familial ties, it was almost like they rejected a part of their common humanity, and so they were rejected in kind, and people will turn against their fellow humans. I was the beneficiary of exactly this, by seemingly targeting a young girl and outing himself to the public, a thing backed up by at least one other witness who complained about him. Wolfbeard put himself outside the norms of human society, and thus outside its protections. Perhaps his father would watch out for him. Perhaps he could pay for others to watch out for him. But an outraged father and outraged community of humans that could not be simply bought off? It was enough to make me feel better about the whole thing. So I answered William honestly. She's my person. What else could I have done? And I'd do it again too. William's smile was bigger, more genuine then. I think he was just waiting for his daughter to leave just so he could let out how he felt without upsetting her. Maybe talking to me privately was just his excuse to let all that out. If that was the case, I didn't mind. What else is family for, after all? I will not cover everything that happened the evening of my release from jail. Too much was said that is far too personal to ever reveal, even for the sake of my degree. Trust is not lightly given among humans. However, as hard as it is to gain, it is far, far easier to lose. As such, the nature of the things Rebecca and William said to me when we went into the house, I will carry to my grave. Instead, I will speak now on the things that took place after that, when I settled in and felt the after effects of my actions. For the next few days, William was fending off lawyers from the father of Wolfbeard, all of whom promised large sums of money at first, on the sole condition that charges were dropped and the entire household remained silent forever on the events that took place that fateful hour. William would have none of it. I watched just out of his sight once. The slender man who looked as harmless as a Maxiki infant turned purple in the face and shouted with violent anger from the porch of his home. Not one lawyer set one foot on the first step leading up to his door. His gestures were wild at first, but slowly as the visits increased in frequency, William's tone changed. He ceased his shouting until it became like ice on the fourth Maxikian moon of Maxiki 9, which is to say, cold as death. Human anger is unique among the species of the galaxy, even on their own world. Many species feel anger, fury, a sense of wrath for one thing or another, but those species express it purely with reactionary violence. No other species in the galaxy that I have ever found has turned its anger into ice, cold, calculated, and spread with glacial slowness over many years. When a human has decided they hate you, loathe you, and will do anything in their power to destroy you, rarely is that anger obvious and hot as the sun. Instead, it is cold, it is calm, it is steady. And when that wrath descends upon the human heart, they are not to be trifled with. I share with you a quote: "Never forgive, but pretend to forgive, so that it comes as a complete shock when you turn on the subject of your hatred and lunge for their throat." Or another gem: "Revenge is a dish best served cold." Strangely, humans themselves seldom realize they have provoked this kind of anger in one another, and clearly the father of Wolfbeard was one such blind fool. This blindness I must blame on the removal from the situation that his wealth afforded him. He couldn't hear the tone in William's voice, nor see the hatred in William's eyes. I believe, though I could never confirm, that to the remote father of the failed human, this was just another deal. Just one more thing to sweep under the rug, that he believed William would cave eventually. However, after my statement was collected and Wolfbeard was removed from the hospital and taken to a jail cell, the tone of the lawyers changed. Thankfully, I could hear what they said, and will relay them here. "The offer he has made to you is more than fair. If you refuse, we can assure you that my client will do everything in his power to protect his son. Naturally, this means your daughter will be forced to testify. You don't really want her to go through that, do you?" If you comply with his reasonable request, he'll put in a good word with you with the PRS. The lawyer who said that trailed off. And I must point out for you here that the PRS refers to their Planetary Revenue Service, a branch dealing with taxation. William was quick to retort through gritted teeth. I have no issues with the PRS, and even if I did, he can shove his words. The only word I want is a plea of guilty from that lump of garbage he calls a son. You don't need a good word yet, Mr. Walker. Yet. The lawyer made his retreat down the front steps without waiting for William's reply. These were but two such incidents, but there were many, many more as Wolfbeard's lawyer filed motion after motion to delay the trial, and William's face didn't wear the same smile it always did before. Even though he'd praised my actions, I could see the change in the Walker family as day stretched into day. I could hear them upstairs at night. Their steps were heavy, and I could hear the refrigerator crack open as their sleeplessness became more frequent. I admit that I deleted this segment many times before deciding to include it, and when I did finally decide to keep it here, it wasn't without reservations still. William and Rebecca were a very loving couple, and like most loving couples, they were physically affectionate. I believe that even without my ears being as good as they were, I could have heard the proof of their physical intimacy. Their master bedroom, the place where heads of households sleep, was directly above the space where I slept. So in the first few days after the event, I didn't leave the house, and at night I couldn't not hear the amorous couple. Instead, I heard furtive calls, at least one side of them. What do you mean, audited? I paid extra for audit protection when I paid my taxes. No, I won't settle. I know that William fielded a lot of calls like that. A call asking about a settlement was always hot on the heels of a call from some acronym organization or another. But Rebecca had her share of calls as well. No, he's never done anything inappropriate, and no, you cannot visit. Contact our lawyer's office if you want to arrange an interview, otherwise do not contact us again. Rebecca's voice was far more shrill, piercing than William's, but despite the stark differences, their emotional drives were like wheels on a car, perfectly in sync with one another. I kept quiet at first, unwilling to let them know I heard, until one night I was up late, listening to crickets chirp outside the window after having shared a coffee with Fauve, and I heard the bedroom door open behind me. It was Rebecca, her hair disheveled. She wore a weary face to go with a bright blue silk robe that was tied at the waist with a thick fabric belt, and secured with an interlocking loop and a button at the chest. She walked past me, poured a cup of coffee for herself, and sat down at the table opposite myself. Up late again? She asked, and cracked a fragile smile. Is it because of this? Do you just enjoy Fauve's company? Or do you just naturally like the late hours? She took a long sip of the steaming amber cup, and I just answered, yes. She blinked a moment until she understood, and tiny trace of a smile spread across her lips. You and Fauve seem to get along well. It's nice to see her make a friend. We have a lot in common, surprisingly enough. But why do you say that? Does she not have many? I asked, and Rebecca sat back in her chair. Fauve is a special one. She got the best of her father and I think. She doesn't need people. Not really. She does have friends, but they're mostly online. We sent her to school. She thought most of the kids were dumb because they didn't like science. They didn't want to learn another language. They didn't share her interests. That's why we started homeschooling her. But we've always worried that maybe we kept her away from people too much. We're not the perfect parents, but we did do the best we knew, Rebecca said and took another sip. I guess I just always thought she'd be a happier kid if she had a few close friends she could sit down like this with. Rebecca finished talking, and I wasn't sure what to say to that. But I did feel the need to own up to what I'd been hearing. Rebecca listened as I relayed the fragments, and when she looked at me disbelievingly, I flicked one finger against my left topmost ear, and she finally nodded in understanding. Why don't you just... All this is because you won't settle, right? I asked. Rebecca shook her head. That day at the police station, Fauve chose to press charges. When they say settle, they don't just mean money. They want her to drop the charges and swear nothing happened, that it was a big misunderstanding that you blew out of proportion. She won't do that, and we won't make her. It might be easier, I pointed out. This is all stressing you all out a lot. Even I can see that. And I spend most of the day baffled by how you can walk around wearing fabric all the time. She chortled a little bit, blowing some of the coffee over the rim of her cup with the force of the sudden laugh she let out. Maybe so, But this is her choice, and we're going to back her up all the way. Whatever happens, audits, accusations, it doesn't matter. We'll get through it, Rebecca said. And when I leaned forward to think that over, she reflexively scratched my head. My tail wagged, and it was bliss. Don't worry, things will get better, and you'll understand her and us before you know it. Then it will all fall into place. I'm sure it will make a fine addition to your dissertation, Rebecca said, and drained her little cup before getting up to leave. I doubted her, of course, as any Dlasmisa would. And as the days passed by, and the visits from lawyers became first frequent and demanding, to almost pleading, then on to frequent and vaguely threatening, the amorous activity of the couple slowed down to a grinding halt. Much like an engine that had run out of lubrication, it just stopped, and I couldn't help but feel as if I were responsible. I tried hard to remain neutral, despite my earlier research mistake, if you want to call it that. I wanted to just observe now. I didn't want to taint my study, but at night when I would sometimes wander upstairs when no one was present, I could hear all the way up to Fauve's room. She enjoyed an active online life and had many distant friends to whom she spoke. Again, I must emphasize that I was not trying to violate their privacy, but I couldn't avoid the snippets from her speaking into her voice chat on her server. They won't say anything, but they're really worried. Dad hired a lawyer, and both my parents make good money. But that creep got out of jail. I never should have gone there. And now I keep getting these messages from anonymous people telling me I deserved it. That if I didn't want that attention, I wouldn't have dressed that way. I couldn't hear what was said to her, but her response was plain enough. No, I don't have a clue. I mean, it could be the creepers flying monkeys, but the paper picked up the story here and my name got leaked. I can't tell my mom and dad about these. They've got enough problems. I couldn't restrain my growl. My human was being harassed. My family was being harassed. Remaining neutral and just trying to observe, trying to make up for my break of professionalism, had to end. I knew what I had to do. I no longer cared about the loss of stress response data. I had an idea, and I was going to use it. When I returned to my room in the basement, I was questioning myself. The funny thing about resolve, certainty that you're right, is that even while it may be black and white at the extremes, it is colored in between by so many shades of gray. As much as my emotional beaker was being filled with affection for what I dubbed my humans, I was and am and will remain a Dlamisa of science. I wanted to know, to understand humanity, their drives, motives, creativity, their violence, their jealousy, their envy, their love, their devotion, their compassion. I wanted to know it all. I'd been fascinated back at my university, and my fascination only grew over time, from the stories my professor told to the things I'd seen, and even the things I'd done. And while I could justify my interference with my human as another avenue of study, how humans responded to intervention and how they responded to unlooked for compassion or rescue from danger. This was different. I sat at my desk. I was resolved to do what I needed to do in order to alleviate some of the pressure on my humans. But even resolved as I was, this was crossing a line. I would be directly intervening to stop human activity in its tracks. My observation, my study, was going to be altered. I was going to lose knowledge. How would a mated pair respond when stress increased exponentially from a wealthy and socially significant figure? How would the harassment escalate from what was dubbed by Fauve as flying monkeys? Would I be charged? Would Wolfbeard be charged? The more I thought about it, the more I realized that the officers must have expected that I would use my own position's uniqueness to interfere, and I hadn't. At least, not immediately. Human society is filled with games of power. As one of their great thinkers in the ancient past remarked, man is a political animal. A key contributor to their evolutionary path was their high degree of socialization, which involved negotiations of many varied factors, everything from who would lead to who would carry out tasks and what direction the group would walk. Observing just how this played out with individuals in their society, its legal system, and for their lives was important knowledge. And if I acted, I knew I would lose the chance to study that. The chance to study this might not come again for another 100 years with someone else. My thesis would suffer. I might even lose my degree. So I stared down at the data pad. I was shaking like a human, my tail curled under my seat. But still I was resolved. With the benefit of hindsight, I can look back and say that my own reactions were worth study just by themselves. The impact of sharing human lives and being taken into one of their families, My professor is from a profoundly antisocial species, and yet he embraced the other branch from the Walker family as readily as if he were born human. Dlamisa are more social, but even so, I didn't think we were capable of what I was now going through. At least not to this degree. My finger hovered over the datapad, but before I could touch the screen, a message dinged in. It was on the server system used by Fove. In my preparation for living with the family, I set up my datapad to mirror their activities, though I hadn't actually used all of it yet. This particular software was chiefly used by humans for communications, streaming gameplay, and talking with friends, as well as file exchanges. Fove was a heavy user of this software. Until this moment, I hadn't touched my copy. But now a message was coming in. I moved my finger down to the message and tapped on it, and up popped a string of convoluted written attacks. I say convoluted because they made no sense to me. It was clearly in the local language, but it was also not. Human culture is not monolithic. This much is widely known, but it is generally assumed to be limited to pre-unification national boundaries. Nothing could be further from the truth. Humans develop subcultures of all kinds that exist within the larger dominant one. They develop subcultures around hobbies, around political parties, and before the advent of energy tokens and the adoption of the galactic standard units, there was even a subculture devoted to the mental mirages of deregulated cryptographic currency. That by itself merits a whole field of study, but it is enough to say that not every subculture was good for its members, that at least people only lost money. Others were downright dangerous, or just as badly, there were some who were self-destructive. As I went on to their Word, Webster's Urban Dictionary, to look up the words used in the communication to me, I realized I had just stumbled upon one such subculture. Picture, if you will, a culture of intelligent beings who hate themselves. But not just themselves. They hate the objects of their desire. They hate anyone who can have the objects of their desire. Now imagine that this subculture focuses so heavily on self-hatred and blame that they spend every waking hour either wishing they were dead or that someone else was. Suppose this group of people were constantly reinforcing their own sense of futility and failure to the point where failure became their identity, and anger at being denied what they feel is rightfully theirs became their only motivating fuel. The terms used in this message, Stacy, Foyd, Cuck, Day of Retribution, Chad, could not be understood without examining this subculture's linguistic conventions. However, for the sake of academic dignity, these are the only terms that will be listed here. The vileness and hatred poured out onto my young human for rejecting Wolfbeard was contrasted by another sea of messages containing their twisted philosophy and accusations against me personally as being a Chad. It made no sense to me until I realized if they ran any story at all, it would have been left off that I'm an alien, or if the word alien was used, they would think it referred to a human from another part of the world. It was almost laughable how badly their confusion must have been. I say almost because it included copious threats of violence. Just how they got my Chaos Software ID, I don't know, but they did, and they were reaching out. My estimation of Fove's mental toughness shot up several more levels, as this must have been happening for days, and she simply brushed it off. Mental resilience in humans was truly something to behold. I screen-capped some of the messages with more violent threats, and ignored their messages otherwise, instead swiping the software out of the way and scrolling through my contacts. There were few, my professor, my classmates that I traveled with, and then found what I wanted, my people's embassy. My call was quick. Thankfully, embassy staff are always available, and as such, explaining myself was easy. Making it even easier, the incident made the local news, and the embassy was not far from the transit point where my professor and I arrived. Middle of the night or not, a car was promised to me that would pick me up from the residence within the hour, but I was to bring my datapad with me. I had no trouble slipping out. The basement in which I lived had its own door, so I left and shut the door as quietly as I could. Human hearing is far from the best. Truth be told, their hearing is rather weak compared to most species. It is easily damaged and isn't that great in the first place. But humans have unparalleled instincts. In preparation for my visit, I studied what I could so I wouldn't offend their senses, and I learned of something called the evil eye. Somehow, humans know when they are being watched. They may not see, hear, or even smell the one watching. The one watching might be even a kilometer or more away and using special watching tools that let them see without being seen. but still they will know they're being observed. A father will almost intuitively know to check the thermostat of his house. A mother will know when her child is hiding something, even when the child isn't in the same room. They don't always know what they know, or know why or how they know it. But human senses are far deeper than the mere surface-level data input. To this day, I think the only reason I snuck out successfully is because, other than Fauve, they were asleep and exhausted. True to their word, a car was out front within minutes, and I found myself at my embassy while I was still scrolling through these vile messages and threats to myself and my humans. Even while I did what I was doing, I knew I was violating the terms of my study. Involving my world's government in their world's legal matters could have gotten me deported for my own safety, whether I wanted to stay or not. I still wonder what data I gave up over this, but as I watched various cartoon avatars scroll past on the Chaos Software messaging program, and neckbeard after neckbeard say things that no one should ever say, I was sure I was doing the proper thing. I didn't really think of it in ethical terms, which is something humans had a hard time grasping when I explained all this later. They were my humans, so I acted. The humans have an expression: man is a moral animal. They don't say this to claim themselves to be good. The expression predates the discovery that other forms of animal life also abide by social moral codes within their own protocultures, and it far predates the meeting of intelligent alien life. But where most species in the galaxy, including those on the human world, have only very broad, generalized ethics for large-scale social interactions, humans are unique in that just as they do with socialization and politics, they can make anything into a moral question. They have a far-reaching series of various philosophies that detail down to the treatment of each other at the individual level. This has done nothing to make all of them good. I could tell that by the vile things I was reading, but it has set their framework in such a way that any action somebody took was almost always framed as an ethical question first. Thus, protecting my human was something that was approved of from start to finish, except by these. This particular subculture of humans was a blending of both neckbeard and incel. To discern the difference, while the car drove me to my embassy, I continued to search terms. Interestingly, while they share some overlap, such as bitter failure over their inability to mate successfully, they do have some differences. An incel who is outside of the neckbeard subculture will have nothing else of interest but their own failure. But a neckbeard inside or outside of the incel subculture may have a broad diversity of interests that create their own subgroups. Ironically, both groups react poorly to the opposite sex taking an interest in either them or their interests, thus causing further isolation. Truly, they are the authors of their own misfortune, turning their venom inward until they could turn it outward, as was happening now. My own reaction to this was an ever-growing anger, similar to when I brought my teeth down on Wolfbeard's arm and tore into his flesh despite the poor taste. It speaks to the power of humans' ability to connect with others, in that not only had they connected with me, but that the bond now ran both ways. The car reached the embassy, a gated building with two large black-furred Dlamisa guards. The gate slid open and my car rolled in. The building had no stairs. Rather, it had a low ramp that extended far out from the building and out to the circle my transport rounded. I went up the ramp and the doors slid open. While there was a guard, he never gave one of his own species a second glance. Our hall was smooth, polished wood that, while shiny and reflective, gave a warped reflection instead of a true one. My species doesn't enjoy its own reflection, and looking back I can't help but conclude that the building was likely provided to us rather than built for us, and we simply modified it to make it acceptable. I reached the back room swiftly enough, and my people's ambassador displayed a distinct difference between us and humanity by getting right to the point before I even reached the chair on the far side of his desk. "What do you need?" he asked, and at once I felt a pang of longing for the human socialized method that included small talk. A chance to get to know each other suddenly meant more than I realized, but I plowed ahead as a good Dlamisa should, detailing the events that led up to the present. The ambassador cocked his head before the story was halfway through and said, "You are getting yourself far more involved than I would expect." It had the tone of a rebuke, but I cocked my head at him and retorted, "How else am I to learn everything I need to?" He accepted my defensive response in silence, then let me finish the story up to the hour of my contact. He extended his dark hand for my datapad, and I slid it across the table. The ambassador began reading over the messages that were still coming in. His teeth were bared several times, but as I could see the pad's screen reflected in the window behind him, I could tell it was only happening when he read threats against me specifically. Finally, he set the datapad down and said only, "I will make a phone call to the human embassy." It was a dismissal, polite by our standards, but I pointed at my datapad, which he placed out of my obvious reach. "I have a lot of research data on there. When can I get it back?" His head stayed cocked. Morning, of course. I was fairly sure that our ambassador to humans spent little time with humans, given that his expression said to me, "You're spending too much time with them, forgetting how we do things." So I stood up, nodded, and then added one final thing that had his tongue lolling out. "Ambassador, thank you for your help. Let me offer a suggestion to you. Go spend more time with humans, leave the grounds, or take on a few human employees here. You might be surprised by what you find." There was no answer for me in turn when I made my departure, and predictably the car was still waiting for me outside when I left the building. The whole thing had taken less than an hour, including drive time. Quick, efficient to the point, with no fuss, no muss in between. Very de la misa of them. Admittedly, it wasn't completely displeasing. They would do their work. That was all I wanted. But it made me miss my humans, and their slower, busier, and slightly crazier ways too. I snuck back into the house as easily as I left it, and flopped onto the bed as soon as it was within flopping range. I then passed out from the sheer stress, utterly unaware of the nest of angry hornets I'd just kicked over. I said in an earlier section that man is a political animal, but what we don't really understand is how truly chaotic that is. Office politics, local public offices, layers upon layers of bureaucracy, and people all striving after their own ends in some form or fashion. To many species who observe the way humans do things, it is a wonder they survive to develop spaceflight, or that they get anything done at all. I admit even 50 years later, I sometimes still think the same way. But out of this chaotic social situation, there usually comes some guiding goal, some common interest that drives humans who may want different things to work together. When I got up that morning, I didn't know what that meant. But when nightfall came again, I did. When I woke up at last and ventured upstairs, it was the dawn hour of the Earth morning, while William and Rebecca were, according to the bio I received, early risers. And at first that seemed true. But in the weeks since all this havoc began, they'd been rising late. Fauve, however, hadn't altered her routine much at all. I remembered what I heard her say the night before, but in a very un-de-la-misa-like act. I chose not to tell her I'd caught it. The only clue to what she was going through was that while she sat at the dinner table alone with her cup of coffee and a small sandwich that she hadn't eaten, was that her eyes were red, and she barely looked up when I walked into the room. "Your sandwich is in the fridge," she murmured. It was fairly common for me to get up around the same time as herself, so this wasn't a surprise. But like every day, I said a sincere, "Thank you." Before I opened the door and removed a plate, I went over to pour my own cup of coffee. I knew well enough how to make it so that it was at its best for my palate, so this was no problem. But when I reached up to the cabinet, Fauve cleared her throat. I stopped in mid-reach and looked in her direction. She put a hand on a small box. "Here," she said, and drummed her fingers on it a few times. "I got this for you. It's from one of those special order places at the mall." I cocked my head toward her and approached, briefly putting aside my want of that wondrous sacred brew. When I leaned forward, her hand went up and began to rub the top of my head. My tail began to wave back and forth, and all my ears went down in maximum happiness. The human touch can feel so damn good. It's addictive. She gave me the little ghost of a smile when my hand closed over the small palm-sized box. It was very thin, but it had a bit of weight to it. It was also wrapped up in a strange multicolored paper with a label on it. I looked at the label. It just said thanks. Fauve wasn't much of a talker, I guess. She didn't say much, but she meant what she said. She'd have made a good Dlamisa. "What do I do with it?" I asked, and her smile went a little broader. Her fingers began scratching my head, running them through the thick black and red fur. It took care of an itch I didn't know was there. My left foot started tapping involuntarily before she even answered. "You open it, doofus. Just tear off the paper." She snickered a little, and I did as she said. My tongue started lolling out the side of my mouth before the paper was all the way clear, and there was a box. Just a plain cardboard box. I glanced at her while leaning over the table. She nodded again, and with her encouragement, I opened the top and found a cup. I reached in and took it out to give it a look, and Fauve explained. I ordered it the day after, but custom jobs, they take time, and I had to send the first one back after they screwed up your real name. It was a coffee cup. The coloration was patterned after my black and red fur, and in big bold letters was the name they gave me, Bailey. But when I turned the cup to the other side, I found a string of musical notes. How? I looked at her. My hands shook like a human's, my tail wagging so fast that it could have propelled a small boat if it were in the water. The musical notes were a close approximation to the way my name would sound if humans could have said it. It wasn't quite perfect, but it was so close that if I heard it called out, I would have looked for who was trying to get my attention. "Do you like it?" she asked, when I straightened up. The handle was flanged out slightly in the almost leaf-like shape of my ear. I didn't know what it cost to make this customized to me, but at a guess, it wasn't cheap, especially for a young girl on a part-time job. The practice of gift-giving among humans is an ancient one. One of their ancient stories is of a man who walked 1,000 of what they called miles to bestow on his friend a gift, and his friend answered in return, "My friend, you came so far to give this to me?" To which the giver answered, "My friend, the journey was part of the gift." Humans give gifts for many reasons, some benign, some nefarious, but there isn't a human alive who does not want to be given a gift with the truest sincerity. Even for those who aren't especially greedy, a gift is a symbol of gratitude, of affection, even if it is only a passing thought. But there is more. Human children have a prolonged period of socialization and development. It is not innate, it is learned. What this implies is that when a child acts to give a gift, it lacks a strong manipulative component. What they say, what they do, what they mean, is guileless relative to their adult peers. They are, in a word, sincere. I went to the coffee pot with my cup in hand and poured the hot black liquid inside. I added my little bit of sugar and a thick helping of cream, which turned the black stuff the color of tan skin, and took a long, slow slurp, while Fauve waited for an answer. I loved it. "It's perfect," I said, and went to crouch down beside her to get more head scratches. It's a testament to the infectiousness of humans that I actually even considered withholding knowledge of my actions. Keeping it from the walkers would have been a very Dlamisa thing to do, though in some circumstances, revealing it would have been more like us. As it was, however, revealing my actions would have likely eased some of their tensions, but they would have reacted unpredictably. Dlamisa love our routines, and that works generally well enough for us. But when I finally broke myself free of the head pats and scratches just behind my ears, and sat with my coffee opposite Fauve, my resolve to do what I did was matched by a resolve to do what I could to alleviate their concerns. "You've been worried, all of you," I said after a long slurp. Fauve just gave a tiny nod and looked down into her own coffee cup, as if she thought the right thing to say would be found somewhere just beneath the surface of her drink. It was a strangely awkward moment. I say strangely, because humans tend to be very uncomfortable with extended silences. Like extended eye contact, it disturbs them, especially if the cause of the silence is in some way emotional or driven by a sense of shame. Given what I knew was sent to Fauve by the flying monkeys of Wolfbeard, by which I mean his little community of what passed for friends, I can't say I was surprised by her silence. Human maturation is slow. At 14, she was in no way experienced enough to know how to handle the things that were thrown her way by a range of ages, many of which were well beyond her own. I resolved later to give time to studying the phenomenon of the neckbeard and incel communities, but I knew from the very moment of that resolution that I could not undertake that study while I was invested in the well-being of the human they were now targeting for their abuse. My human. Fauve's eyes welled up a little, and she shook while she tried to bring herself under control. Her gaze averted from me and went toward the master bedroom where her mother and father slept. My gaze reflexively followed hers. She was checking to make sure she wasn't going to be interrupted. "I keep getting these mean evil DMs over my Chaos server. I block the senders, but they just keep making new accounts. They say horrible, vile things and I try not to read them. I've started blocking every new sender as soon as I get them, but they just make new accounts." Fauve's cheeks turned red and she chewed on her lower lip. She was clearly unhappy, and I was fairly sure that I could detect the smell of fear on her while she spoke in a quiet voice like she was afraid of giving life to her fears by speaking them aloud. "Some of them, they're scary. Before I started blocking automatically, I read all the messages I got. I don't want to tell my mom or dad, They'll just get mad. Not at me, I mean, but Dad almost hit that last lawyer to come by the house, and I think that was the goal. I was watching through my bedroom window, I couldn't hear, but if he'd hit the man, he'd go to jail. It just won't stop. What is wrong with these people? I say I'm not interested and now I'm supposed to be what? Punished. She was angry as well as scared. Fauve didn't go out much in the first place, but in the weeks since this had all begun, she now barely left the house except for work. She hadn't gone back to the water park, and her father or mother took to driving her to work, instead of letting her use ride-sharing apps. The instinctive desire to protect their young is especially powerful in humans, and by the same token, despite their sometime protests, the young want the security of knowing their parental units are ready to mind and protect them. Fauve was an independent human girl, but she was still a child, despite nearing her maturation in only a handful of years, and wanted to feel safe. Wolfbeard and his friends took away her sense of safety and control, and as much as her parents were trying to restore that by ferrying her to work and letting her remain in the home, there was little they could do about her digital life, especially if Fauve kept that knowledge from them. It was only a matter of time before the parents became targets of online harassment too. They got my datapad information. Sooner or later, William and Rebecca would find their own being sought. I was frankly surprised it hadn't happened yet, though as I thought about it, since they didn't realize I was an alien, they probably assumed I was William, not knowing another intelligent being was living in the same house. Fauve's sniffle brought my wayward mind back to the moment, and I said, "You won't have to worry for long, I promise you." I said, I wished I could smile like humans did, but baring teeth was an act of aggression for Dlamisa, and we couldn't shape our lips the way a human could. Trying to think of something that might offer some comfort, I cocked my head in the way humans seem to love and said again, "Trust me, everything will be fine. Just give it a day or two." Fauve didn't frown, and that she didn't do so was reassuring to me that she at least somewhat believed what I said. "Bailey, not that I'm not grateful or anything, but shouldn't you be more worried about yourself right now? If this gets to be too much for me..." There was her stubborn pride again. It was hard not to admire that in humans, they were not a species of quitters. I can just disconnect for as long as I need to, but they still might find some way to charge you even after all the statements made to support what I said. Like she wanted to reassure me, or maybe just because humans loved it when I cocked my head at an angle, she reached over and scratched behind my ears. This seemed to be so natural to her that it was routine. Humans, I suppose, can be creatures of habit too, and those habits shape them a great deal, good and bad alike. I filed that away for later and added it to my inventory of things about the neckbeard and incel communities to examine. I could already see the paper title, An Anthropological Study of the Habits That Form Failed Humans or How the Habits Unmake the Man. Despite losing a bit of knowledge on the stress management methods of a human family, I was still a Dlamisa of science, and the prospect of opening up such knowledge with my outsider's perspective, and maybe even being well known among humans themselves, was more than a little appealing. But when Fauve said that, the truth was I was more moved than anything. Despite what she was going through, she was still thinking about me, about worrying about her family, and what her problems might mean for them. Perhaps the strongest takeaway here is that humans cope with their problems by relying on their powerful connections, each one supporting and backing up the other, like emotional weight redistribution. In short, when one human who is beloved of other humans suffers, the others share in that emotional state to aid in treating the mental wound until the injured one is recovered. This sharing of inner strength lends humans enormous reserves of fortitude, which are unmatched in the less socially complex intelligent species. To hurt one human is to rile the lot of them. In a strange way, much as I hate to admit it, those who had targeted my human were doing the same thing, supporting a member of their community in a time of emotional distress. I filed that away too, much as I felt a distinct distaste for them at the outset. Yet the power which communities lend to their individual members was considerable. They were trying to help Wolfbeard. Isolated humans with no community were clearly more vulnerable, weaker, and lacked the strength of that reinforcement. I wondered, if a community formed around a self-destructive and self-reinforcing set of beliefs, could the individual, by their own strength, find the courage to leave it? Would they even be able to realize how they were harming themselves? Even if they realized the problem, would they remain just so that they would not lose that support network? There was an unpleasant thought. It clearly required more study, but until then, I had my humans to look out for, and one of mine was worried about me. She had no idea how little reason there was to worry, and the truth was, neither did I. I just leaned into her scratches of my scalp and said, "Trust me, Fauve, everything will work out just fine." "That's quite a promise to make," William said. His voice cracked like he hadn't slept well. He rubbed one sleepy eye while Fauve turned her face away from her father. It's very strange to see a species where the younger members of the family unit harbor a strong desire to look out for the elder caregiver, and yet this seems to be the norm in a contented family unit. Fauve did not want her father to see that she'd been crying. A note about humans crying. It is one of the single most unpleasant, ugly noises I have ever heard in all my life on any of the worlds I have traveled to. They gulp with their mouths, and snot comes out their noses, and they have the most piercing wail when they're very small, and more than that, they can't even talk properly. Even when they're of age, that speech is normal. Their eyes turn red and crack like glass that is on the verge of bleeding. Even happy crying is hard on the ears. From an evolutionary perspective, it makes sense. Their distress is unpleasant, and you want to alleviate it. But knowing why it was so unpleasant doesn't make it more pleasant. And Fauve, I guessed at least, was doing a lot of crying lately over the harassment she was receiving in her online world. To some degree at least, I irrationally blamed myself. You should have figured it wasn't just the incident itself. But the rational part of my mind reminded me, no, you're an alien, damn it. You came here to learn these things. If you already knew them, you wouldn't have needed to visit in the first place. I have to say, if I were to pick a moment where I realized I was as much test subject as observer in all this, then that was it. My reactions were so un-Dlamisa-like, consistent worry over them, my irrational protectiveness of the child who gave me head scratches, chasing that blasted tennis ball, which I wanted to do again as soon as possible, though it would be a while yet as Fauve was uncomfortable leaving the house still. Everything about this, from the beginning, had changed as much as taught me. Perhaps that was why keeping Fauve's secret was so important, and I said nothing despite her distress. Instead, I answered William. From within his bedroom, I could hear Michael crying. I had to wonder if Fauve still sounded like that, when she was getting one vile message after another, and wondering what she'd done to make so many older men hate her that much, that they wanted to pile their vile messages on her that badly. It may sound like a difficult promise to keep, but it isn't. At least not this time, I said, and stood up like I was going to offer more reassurance, instead blocking his view of Fauve so she could make a hasty retreat. I wasn't completely successful as his eyes followed her retreating back until she rounded the landing and went the rest of the way up the stairs and back to her room. I wish I could offer that kind of reassurance, but I don't want to lie to her. He muttered, "Lawyers are expensive, though. Every time we file something, his lawyers file some kind of a motion or objection. It's expensive, and my wife and I aren't rich. Even with things how they are, you can still buy injustice sometimes." William said it quietly, but I saw the way his fingers twitched, and for that matter, so did his right eye. Now the human practice of law requires some explanation. Most worlds there is only one expert in law, but in fact, humans have every case represented by three, one for the accuser, one for the accused, and a judge who is not technically a lawyer, but is supposed to be knowledgeable on the subject. In theory, this provides balance, but where the system can be corrupted, say by the copious wealth of one party in the lawsuit relative to the other party, then the purpose of the lawyer is not to provide a vigorous defense, but rather to obscure the truth and bury the other side by draining their ability to pay for their representation or wear them out by way of a protracted battle of endurance. This was what the Walkers now feared. As Wolfbeard's father had a fortune, his expensive lawyers could threaten, cajole, and file whatever they needed to. It didn't matter if it was frivolous. It served to drain the Walkers' funds by forcing them to pay their own lawyer far more than they could afford. And they were paying a lawyer to defend me, to keep me from going to court and keep me from being arrested or my bail vacated. Somehow they became my humans. And my humans were going to be rendered poor because of what I did. I think it was more human than Dlamacin that I blamed myself for that. I hung my head and opened my mouth to say, "I'm sorry," or to render some kind of an apology as soon as I found the words. But it was at that moment that the doorbell rang. Like he knew what was on the other side, Michael's crying became louder, and Rebecca came into view, her eyes wide and hair hung limp and unkempt. William and I traded a glance. I was confident about my people's interference, but there was no telling how much would be done other than making it all go away. The harassment might stop. The charges against me would probably be dropped. But from the pale look on William's weary face, I could read that he was also concerned that Wolfbeard might manage to get his own charges dropped too. If he could be let go, how could my human ever feel safe? How could she believe she would ever be given justice? And would she ever be able to go anywhere without wondering if she'd see Wolfbeard around the next corner? Rebecca's words about why they wouldn't settle began to make more sense to me. As I imagined Wolfbeard's hand reaching out again, I knew two things: the regret that I had not bitten all the way through and removed it, and that I wished that my world would never encounter him or his like ever again. My tail and my ears stiffened as the knock at the door came again. They're early this time. They must have figured out my routine. William laughed, but it was a dead man's laugh and his eyes had never looked more hollow. I doubted he was really joking. He walked toward the door with a zombie-like shamble and opened it to find a skinny human in an expensive pinstripe suit and a fedora. For some reason, all the lawyers sent to the Walker home wore fedoras. This was not a popular hat for daily wear, and it made me think that it was almost like a uniform, or that perhaps it was something more like a message about who it came from. I don't know. I didn't approach the door, though all my hearts and air sacs were throbbing in my chest, and I could see over William's shoulder despite his effort to shield the view of the interior of the house from the visitor. More importantly, I could hear every word. "I know you filed a restraining order, Mr. Walker, but we are allowed to come to your home to serve you papers. I'm here in my capacity as an officer of the court, delivering notice that you are going to be sued for emotional and physical injury." The lawyer's snide voice had a high-pitched whine to it that was more shrill than a baby's cry. I hated it immediately. At least I didn't have to hear it for long as William cut him off. "You could have had anyone do that? This is an obvious attempt to get around my restraining order. Now get off my property." William snarled. His hand tightened on the doorknob like he was about to slam the door in the lawyer's face. Now, let's not be nasty. It's nothing personal, Mr. Walker. If you really believe some law has been broken, then you can always call your lawyer up and have him file a motion to limit court document delivery to those with no connection to the criminal defense side of things. It's only what, $500 an hour with the one you have now? I'm sure you can afford the 6 hours worth of document filings and hearings, and of course I'll be there to object, or one of my colleagues will be. I could see William's entire body shaking. If he hadn't been standing in the way, I was ready to rush the lawyer like I rushed Wolfbeard before. But then, quite unexpectedly, I could see the shaking stop, and I heard something I could not have timed better. That won't be necessary. After all, this is no longer a matter for the local court. The human lawyer inhaled loud as a jet streamed through his nose, and William let go of the door so it could swing open, and I could see the very welcome sight of a black-furred Dlamisa of substantial height. "This," the Dlamisa said, cutting off the question from Wolfbeard's daddy's lawyer, "is now a matter between the planetary government of Earth and Dlamius, regarding the treatment of one of our citizens and the laws of mutual aid between our allied species. Your client is overstepping his bounds in attempting to confine this to the lower court, and this is for you in your capacity as his representative." The Dlamisa was carrying a messenger bag over one shoulder, and when he finished, he drew out a paper on Dlamisian digital parchment, a specialized material used only for communication between governments. "And this is for your client," he said, and removed another. "And this is for your client's father." He repeated, and laid all three in the human's unthinking hand. "You'll all three of you be explaining your interference and harassment of the home of one of our off-world citizens. And since I've found you here where I definitely shouldn't have found you, this is for you personally." He then removed one more paper, though of more traditional human standard, and the lawyer's face went pale. "It's a summons to your, what do you call your legal review boards? The ones who say whether you have behaved ethically in the practice of law?" my counterpart asked. The lawyer did not answer. He looked down at the documents as if he were holding a hungry Gaxan, but did not dare to either drop them or speak. But my counterpart was not finished. "And to make sure there are no other problems," he turned and barked toward the street, and I could hear 2 doors slam. "These are guards from our embassy. They will be stationed at this house until matters between our governments are settled. Inform your employer that they are authorized to use any reasonable degree of force to protect our citizen, and what constitutes reasonable is at their discretion, thanks to your state's representative." But It isn't what it looks like." The human lawyer's pale face began to tremble, but in true Dlamisa fashion, with his business done on the matter of the lawyer, my representative turned his attention to William Walker. "Your household is under the protection of your government and mine for the duration of the crisis. You will receive reimbursement for all expenses incurred on his behalf retroactive to the date of the Battle of Waterland Park, and any expenses incurred later going forward will be split between your government and my own. File through the same channels as paying for food or other costs. Do you have any questions, Mr. Walker?" My representative was brusque, and to the point. His tail never wagged and he never cocked his head. I was grateful, but William spontaneously reached out and hugged him. His arms went round the Dlamison embassy representative like they were long-lost friends, and he looked at me past William's shoulder and asked, "Is the human all right? What's happening here?" I approached and gently disengaged William from my speaker and reassured the Dlamisa representative. "It's nothing. It's just a thing my humans do. You get used to it," I said while the two behemoths of Dlamison security guards ascended the steps. The representative of Wolfbeard's legal interests soon found himself beneath the two growling snouts of my people's military forces, and to my great joy, I got to watch sweat spring to his brow while he inched his way along the rail and back down toward the street. "Yes, well, it's fine then. If it's just the custom, I will go. My work is done," the speaker for my people stated, and departed without another word, leaving only relief and a sense of safety in his wake. Though if I may add one more minor note, I saw that his tail was wagging as he left the premises. I'm sure some of my colleagues will wonder if my affection for humanity represents an anomaly in me, rather than any power or quality of theirs to affect other lives. As I watched the human lawyer representing the Wolfbeard household retreat and whisper angry words into a cell phone, and felt an admittedly smug satisfaction at his distress, I also watched the departure of my homeworld's representative to Earth's capital city. Zenti, Dlamisons, Leontes, and peoples of all races who either read these words or are present as I speak them aloud in pursuit of my degree, I understand your skepticism. But when I saw my representative withdraw from the House of Walker, I saw his tail wagging. I could see his ears twitching with the telltale signs of confusion. He didn't know why, but I did. And now, having felt the grateful and warm embrace of a human father, I had no doubt he would start down the same road as my professor, myself, and my classmates. The students my professor chose were all bound to branches of the Walker family tree. This is another particular facet of humanity that is found little outside of their species. Some species center themselves around an ancient matriarch, or a royal family, who is said by fact or fiction to be a progenitor of their whole race. But beyond that, few races keep a close monitoring on their own immediate relatives, and almost none can tell you anything about their genetic relatives beyond 1 or 2 generations. Humans, however, have an intense fascination with where they come from and who they come from. Genealogy is an enormously popular hobby in which the houses of mankind trace back the travels, names, and lives of their forerunners. They gather letters, birth, death, marital records, stories from older relatives who keep their stories alive. This leads to very complex webs of marital relations. I happened to speak to the human publishing agent who had my book bound, and out of sheer curiosity, I asked about his ancestry. It turned out that he knew a great deal, that his ancestors were some of the first European settlers in North America, that one of the first anti-slavery meetings took place in a family home of his ancestors in Pennsylvania, that his ancestors invented the wigwag and traded the patent for free rail travel for life. A human family is a web of stories and lives that have more variety than the 7 musical notes could ever produce in song. And it was into this web that all of us were thrust. My professor went to the eldest family, and all of us were scattered among the children of his humans' children and their families, and the families their children began that took us all over the world. I suppose we were lucky that Earth's capital city, Louisville, was also a popular transportation hub, and had been for centuries, making it easy for everyone to come together for an easy pickup. This human concern for family bonds might at first seem to run at odds with my original thesis. After all, if blood relations matter so much, how can they bond so well to anything not of their blood? My professor theorized that early human studies of evolution, which postulated an exosolar origin of life, were in fact correct. That life began on some other world and was launched into space, carried on debris after the cradle of life was impacted by an asteroid. And all races of the galaxy are bound together as a result. All of us born of the same warm little pond of their Darwin's imagination, but far, far from where he imagined it might be. If this theory bears fruit, then the whole of the galaxy truly is one family, and every fight and battle is a civil war. I, for one, as an academic, must hold back my judgment, raising it only because it is at least one possibility. But my answer lies in their communal nature. Humans tamed wolves and formed a symbiotic relationship with them that carries down into the present day. I won't say it does not gall me just a little bit to look very much like their pets, but perhaps it has helped with my own integration into their society as well. I look like what they've been bonding to for tens of thousands of years. Watching the representative depart and feeling the waves of relief at my back as the weeks of worry came to a close, I thought we were in for some relative peace and quiet while waiting for the ponderously slow human courts of law to do their work. You'd think I would be used to being wrong by this point. I was right for at least a few hours. The De La Mesa guards took to sitting on the front porch of the Walker home, and while they were shocked when Rebecca brought them food, their tales gave away their best efforts to remain stoic and silent. Human guards were added to their numbers before lunch was served. 2 men in black suits. They quickly struck up a rapport with my people's guards. I observed unobtrusively as the humans opened conversation with their counterparts. A De La Mesa is usually reluctant to speak to someone unknown, unless they need to. We can do it, of course. But we tend to be reticent about those with unfamiliar smells. There is an island chain with tribes of ancient lineage in the Earth's Pacific Ocean, and when strangers meet there, it is the custom to engage in long conversations about ancestry, trying to find a connection between each other so that they have reason to avoid violence. De La Mesa will engage in a long consumption of scents, trying to find a common presence that will ease our discomfort with a stranger, a place we have both been, a person we both know, a food we have both recently eaten. Without a scent opening, it is very difficult for us to speak first. Humans solved all that by way of the spoken word, asking questions far outside the realm of scent and drawing us in. Observing these 2 sets of guards mingling together, the 2 giant bald males began to talk shop about the job they were on. Presented with an opening and an invitation to speak first, the De La Mesa guards relaxed at least a little, and I listened in from the... But it was too good a chance to see more of my kind interact with humans. The shop talk about their professions led my kind to discussion of their favorite techniques of security and their preferred hand weapons. We are one of the few predator races to evolve intelligence after all, so it is perhaps unsurprising that when 2 predatory species with similar interests come together, either conflict or common ground become inevitable. See, the nice thing about Krav Maga is that when you need a weapon, your opponent is always kind enough to just give it to you. Maybe so, but a good bite to the throat and you don't have an opponent for very long. I could hear the De La Mesa security guard open and snap his jaw shut. The human guards whistled appreciatively. Can we see that up close? Those are some impressive jaws. Bet you could rip a man's throat out. The appreciative whistles on the other side of the door suggested that my counterparts had obliged and opened their jaws again to let the humans get a closer look at our favorite weapon. The utter fearlessness of some humans never ceases to fascinate some races. Many a human has made their final words, "Hey y'all, watch this," and then done something insanely dangerous. As a species, it is a wonder that they, particularly their reckless adolescent males, reach adulthood in great numbers. For my counterparts outside, having another species willingly come close to their deadly jaws was equal parts confusing and fascinating and exciting. The one nearest to the door was wagging his tail so hard that I thought someone was knocking. Of course, we don't have the best mouths for that, but we make really nice substitutes. I could hear the humans outside opening their belt carriers and removing the tools of their trade. The buzzing noise of a taser, the tap of a thin metal baton against stone, and then the tap of phone screens. There's a long history to human weapons. These are some of our favorite ones throughout history. And the low rumble of my own people appreciating a very different cultural exchange from the sort I was engaged in carried on. When I left, the embassy security guard from our homeworld was saying, a joint forces operation with the Terran military might be worthwhile. That, incidentally, is where the first joint military operation between races got its start. The human security guard reached out to a former officer, who reached out to his son, a current officer of high rank, and after some simulations between himself and the Delamasan military high command. Well, that is how the story was relayed to me. It's fortunate that I left and wrote that down immediately after it happened, because had I waited, it might have been lost in the chaos that began when the reporters showed up. The first indication that something was amiss, aside from what had now become the usual, was the drones. Humans may not have wings, but they have never stopped dreaming of flight. This is yet another of the strange traits among humans, is that they have the insatiable urge to do things that they can't do, shouldn't do, and would be insane to do. Man was not meant to fly, so he made a way to do it anyway. Dlamisa developed flight by accident. Zenti developed it out of desperation. There are many reasons why intelligent races developed flight and space travel, but only humanity developed it out of a desire to do what they could not do, and to fulfill the dreams their race has held to since ancient times. Now, it is so common that they turn flight into toys, namely drones. Most races have them, but none in such vast numbers as humans who use them for almost every task, from the delivery of fresh food, mostly pizza, which as of this entry I have yet to try, to package delivery, and more importantly on this particular day, news reporting. Drones painted in the color of various agencies raced over homes and sidewalks and descended on the front of the Walker household like a swarm of locusts. Among those that were painted with legitimate corporate logos, there were others that were either black or painted in various wild colors. In the aftermath of this event, I took the time to study the use of drones in human history, and in a very strange way, the drone culture that developed after the creation of the first camera-mounted drones encapsulates humanity's enduring ability throughout their lives to experience childlike wonder. Most species who engage in heavy investment in the rearing of children pass through a stage in their youth where they are endlessly fascinated by everything around them. A boundless curiosity and a desire to know new things is part of their maturation process. But in humans, this trait does not necessarily die. I say necessarily because it can. And when it does die inside someone, they are like the walking dead. But when it remains alive throughout a human's life, as I would live to see, you have living treasure. Drone culture is a microcosm of this wonderment, always trying to see what they haven't seen before and experience vicarious flight through the use of machines. But then again, there was that moment. When the drones descended on the house of my humans, the guards from our respective governments remained alert, and a cacophony of voices shouted through the speakers. I regret to this day that I found it such a struggle to be close enough to hear it all. But I did hear some of it amidst the chaos of bobbing, hovering plastic and metal machines that I could see through the window. Are the walkers here? We want an interview. What really happened at the park? Is it true that an alien attacked a human? Was the alien given special treatment because he's a foreigner? Is this part of a wider threat to humanity? Is it true that the alleged victim knew the human who was attacked? Was this set up? Is it true that William Walker once worked for a defense contractor specializing in living weapons development? And that Rebecca Walker used to clerk for disgraced Interstate Departmental Relations Chairman John Hsu? Humans. They are natural storytellers. In the absence of knowledge, they will begin filling in their own details and imaginations for just about anything you can imagine. Sadly, there is another side to this, a side I was hearing. While most humans are xenophilic, fascinated with other living beings, the universe at large, and eager to learn, there are others who are xenophobic. Human supremacists who reject the idea of sharing their world, or even the galaxy at large, with other intelligent beings. While they are a minority, they are quick to jump on anything that they think might support them. Ironically, they fail to realize just how not dangerous most other intelligent races are in comparison to themselves, since prey races tend to evolve intelligence rather than predators, and the most common survival trait for those races is to flee. Lurid stories of the short war with the Zenti are passed around in xenophobe circles, with horrendous atrocities imagined that even the Zenti could not have done, even if they wished. For these xenophobes, fear seemed to be their chief focus, fear and hatred, and some of these were well enough connected and well funded. The storytelling nature and political nature of man was an ugly unification. Have you filed a lawsuit against the park, the owner, or the perpetrator? Why has nobody seen this mystery girl that was allegedly attacked? The people deserve answers. Of course, not all of these were the common corporately affiliated reporters. Rather, there was a wide variety of others here, short-form video makers, bloggers, vloggers, and various other individuals seeking out a possible source of content. Humans, humans, humans. At this moment, perhaps this reads more like a journal of my life than a serious academic report, but a crowd like that, all those machines pointed toward me, and even without the people themselves being present, I could still feel a lot of hostility before I got out of earshot and headed toward the basement to hide myself in my room. My tail shivered, and all my worries, so recently alleviated, were back again. I did have the presence of mind to realize that whoever was behind the presence of hostile questioners or reporters, as they are commonly known, probably hadn't gotten word of our mutual governments getting involved. I closed the door to my room and sat on my bed. On the shelf sat the balloon animal the officer gave me before. I had it sprayed with a clear coat of enamel to preserve it. Against my will, I was scared all over again. The specific words were impossible to discern any longer, but the hubbub and noise was still loud enough that I couldn't hide from it, even when I covered all 8 ears and pressed them tight against the fur on my skull. It was then that I heard the muffled noise of a knock at the door. "Bailey, can I come in?" Fauve asked. I nodded stupidly a few times. "Are you there?" she asked. Face-palming is not a gesture Dlamisa use, but if it were, I would have used it. "Idiot, she couldn't hear you nod," I thought, and said, "Come in." She opened the door, slipped inside, and shut it behind her. Her cracked red eyes had a puffiness around them that was characteristic of recent emotional outbursts, and her cheeks were flushed as if she were ashamed. "I'm sorry you got in trouble over me," she said, and sat down on the bed beside me. Her hands wrung together and her feet shuffled on the floor. "I didn't mean to. I really didn't. I just wanted to swim. I wanted us to all go have fun. I didn't mean for anything like this." She gestured in the direction of the exit to the house that led out to the driveway, where our bodyguards' voices began to go up in an ever louder shout. "To happen." "Fauve, what are you talking about?" I asked. I was baffled enough that my hands slipped from my ears, and she slipped her hand into her pocket, pulled out her data pad, and after unlocking it, she handed it over. Whatever was on there, she couldn't say it, so I looked. "If you'd just gone with him, if you weren't dressed like that, lead him on, of course, he's going to think..." Fauve's frustration came out in her voice while I read. "He grabbed my arm. I was scared. He wouldn't let go. But maybe if I'd just hugged him goodbye, then none of this would have happened. Maybe he would have let go." She pursed her lips tight and took a deep breath. "Then you wouldn't have gotten handcuffed, and none of this would be happening." There is a particular oddity in humans, something I've never found anywhere else in the galaxy. Admittedly, I've only been to 50 or so worlds, and I've only met 100 or so intelligent races, but I doubt very much this oddity would be repeated elsewhere. And that oddity is something commonly known as main character syndrome. A variant of this is called spotlight syndrome. They are very similar conditions endemic to most humans, either persistently or sporadically. These syndromes refer to the belief found in a person that everybody else is focused on them in some way. Everybody is watching me, noticing me, thinking about me. The distinction between the two is in the favorable versus unfavorable standard. Spotlight pertains to the belief that all their flaws, foibles, missteps are being noticed and magnified for all the world to see. It is anxiety-inducing. By contrast, main character refers to a more favorable self-image in which a person believes that they are the star of the show, they are the protagonist, and everybody else is just a side character in the drama of their existence, or an antagonist they must defeat. Human children in the course of their maturation have both of these in their heads in some way. A very young child will assume everything is about them. Our mother and father fighting. The child will believe it is their fault. They are quick to blame themselves. This is in part because their empathy takes time to develop, and until it does, until their brain has reached full maturity, some level of self-centeredness is the only way they can be. This helps them survive as they learn and grow, but it also makes them very vulnerable. Parents who place blame on their children for things their children didn't do will suffer horrendous developmental side effects precisely because they cannot imagine things being any other way. What I was seeing was Fauve in her worried state, accepting blame for something she had no responsibility for, not that I could see. Outside, the noise of the drones and our agents shouting both grew louder. "This is a very strange world you have here, you know," I said, setting the data pad on the mattress. I leaned back, my own fears forgotten for the moment. My hands on the soft mattress, I looked up at the smooth ceiling. She cocked her head at me and asked, "What do you mean, Bailey?" "That failed human. He was an adult, wasn't he?" "I didn't bite an undeveloped one?" I asked. "I don't know, I think so. If he's working full-time, he has to be an adult. Underage people aren't allowed to work a full 6-hour day," she answered. "What does that have to do with anything?" "Them, those far-off people they're giving you. A small human who isn't even grown. A whole lot of power over a grown-up. It seems strange, I thought grown-ups were always supposed to be responsible and in charge. Am I wrong?" I asked her, and she actually chuckled a little. No, you're not. I wasn't trying to do any of the things they say. I just wanted to go. But if I'd just done what he wanted." She frowned, and her body shook with barely suppressed anger. "Did you have to? Is there some rule here that if an adult male grabs a female of your species, she is his until he lets her go?" I asked. I was fairly sure there wasn't. "No!" Fauve exclaimed. Angry tears ran down her cheeks. "I didn't want to go with him. I didn't want his hands on me. I was just going to swim. I was just minding my own business. All I did was smile at him and wish him a nice day. Then he came over to me, and I tried to get around him, but he wouldn't let me. He kept blocking my path. He kept that creepy smile on his face while he was demanding my name. Then he told me that the park was his dad's and said he could get me onto rides for free if I was with him. The way he said rides made my skin crawl." Fauve hugged her arms around her body. "He was gross and crude. I just wanted to go, so I told him some other time, and tried to be nice instead of making it clear by being nice. Maybe if I'd shouted for help then. Maybe if I'd told him no some other way, or louder, or maybe if I hadn't slapped his phone away when he tried to get too close and forced me to get into frame with him. Maybe he wouldn't have grabbed me that hard. I made him mad and..." I lowered my ears. She missed the gesture, but when I said, "I get it, and I'm not even human." "You make a pretty good Lamisa, Fauve, but it sounds to me like he understood but didn't care. You can't blame yourself for his decisions, and how could you predict the decisions of a Dlamacin exchange student?" I let my jaw drop open to bare my teeth and let out my imitation of a human laugh. "You protected your choice. That's a right here, isn't it?" I asked, and she sniffled, rubbed some stray snot from her nose and gave a little nod. "So then what are you apologizing to me for?" I asked, and shrugged, finally turning to face her. "I'm decades older than you, even if my race is longer lived. If we proportion it to humans, I'm older than you by at least a few years. You didn't make me do anything, you didn't make Wolfbeard do anything. All you did was exist and try to live your life. As an anthropology student, I can tell you, there's nothing wrong with that. Nowhere I know that is. Except, I guess, in the heads of Wolfbeard and people like him. So don't be so hard on yourself, okay?" I winced as the shouting got louder and reflexively covered my ears, shut my eyes and looked down. "Are you okay?" Fauve asked, inching a little closer to me. I regretted the poverty of curse words in my own language. I'd forgotten. Fauve didn't know why we came back early on the first trip. William hid it from her. "I'll be fine. It's nothing. We just have to wait until the people outside get rid of them all. They may just be machines, but crowds are still... They're not things my kind deals with very well," I admitted. "Too much noise, too many smells, too much stimulation. It hurts, but it'll pass. Don't worry about it." Another peculiarity of children is the nature of their resolve. Human children have an innate sense of justice. Sometimes it is wrong. One child will take a toy from another, or rob one another of their treats. But they have a natural sense of when they are being wronged. It may take time to develop empathy for others, but they know very early on what wrong feels like. And when a human child is wronged, the whole world knows it. In theory, this stops when they're very young, but in reality it just changes. And Fauve was a particularly stern young girl. I could see her already starting to rise to her feet, the wheels turning in her head, while she prepared to give the reporters outside a piece of her mind that they would not soon forget. Once again, I thought to myself, she would make a good Dlamisa. Then, after a lingering look at me, when the noise outside grew again, she sat back down and put her hands on my head so that her fingers were over mine. giving further protection to my ears. And as the sound outside became a little bit duller thanks to her gesture, I thought, but she makes a better human. I was soon proven right when I heard an echoing voice that could only be a human using an amplifier to magnify his words. Per an order signed this morning, and due to the sensitive nature of the topic, all interviews must be scheduled through the legal representation of the household occupants. Anyone loitering on or near this property, or releasing footage of the residents of this address, will be arrested for compromising an investigation directly impacting the security of the Terran government. The sentence for which is 1 hour's confinement. Leave, now! The drone's spoken voices were silent, and a moment later the steady hum of their hovering flight began to fade away. Perhaps the 1 hour confinement seems to be very little in the way of punishment, but herein lies one of the most dangerous facets of human creativity. They have a long familiarity with how to hurt each other. They are masters of torment and suffering. They are not the masters of their world and the top Dlamisa of their food chain because they are the strongest or even the fastest. They reached the top because they are the single most homicidal, vengeful, blood-hungry species that their death world has ever spawned. And they turn that venomous violence on each other more than any other species I know. For centuries, they punished crimes with mostly either death or mutilation, or they would sentence people to become tools that work, known as slaves, or they would confine people into place, leaving them to suffer and die. But with the long arc of the arrow of justice, they began to enact more just penalties that fit their crimes and did not encourage more criminal activity. Centuries in the past, robbery was punished by death. But so was murder. So a robber would frequently murder his victim because, why not? He lost nothing and decreased the odds of capture. Pragmatic and sensible reforms were often subordinated in favor of exploitative ones, and one nation which formally banned the sale and ownership of humans included in their constitution an exception that allowed humans to be used as slaves as a penalty for crimes. It wasn't until years before the advent of their modern unified government that this finally changed. But what does this have to do with their petty punishment of confinement, you may ask? After all, are they not too soft now? No. With confinement, a human is placed into a room, strapped into a seat, and then when the machine is activated, they experience something very different than the normal world. While a minute can pass in the real world, as little as 1 or as many as 10 years can pass in the realm of their mind. A Terran hour is 60 minutes. Their 1 hour confinement is an offer to let a person experience a 60-year sentence, growing older, weaker, sicker, all while believing it is real. They experience a cast of characters and even alternative dystopian worlds. They may live out a lifetime as a slave in a mining camp from the novel series Who Endures, or they may find themselves living as a barely surviving primitive hunter from Scales of Trust, or they may just experience being locked in a room with no human interaction, experiencing the nightmare of minute upon minute of a life slipping away. This technology has its benign uses, but in terms of their punishment of crimes? True. The sentenced party will wake up eventually and find that they are their youthful selves again, and only a little time has passed. But the memory of their time trapped in the imaginary world was never going to go away. A more benign use of this technology is to use it to help criminals engage in reform, gaining help from artificial intelligence-powered therapists who help heal the broken pieces of the human and rejoin society. But this is not an option for every crime. That is the horror of confinement. It is rarely used save for intervention purposes, or the more severe threats to the public. Interfering with a government investigation would be one such circumstance. It was warning enough to get the drones to leave before they started getting traced. Though knowing how persistent humans tended to be once there was a mystery or curiosity or something else of special interest to them, even if it were just bragging rights, let me just say I suspected from the start that it was a temporary relief. Fauve listened to the same growing silence before asking me, "We're going to have to speak publicly soon, aren't we? All of us? And I'll have to face that disgusting orc again? You're a child, I'm no expert, but I think they make exceptions for you." I said that without thinking, and the truth is, it was a lie. Not that I wasn't an expert, I definitely wasn't, but I had no idea one way or the other. But the haunted, heavy eyes of hers were so full of dread, I just wanted her to feel optimistic. The relief on her face when she leaned back the same as me, stretching out her legs and holding herself up against the mattress with her arms behind her, made it worth it. Her breathing relaxed, and normal color returned to her face, a little bit at a time. It's strange how humans change things, how they change their world, themselves, each other, and as it turns out, even wandering alien university students from beyond the stars. Not that long ago, I wouldn't have considered lying just to make someone feel better. I wouldn't have attacked anyone, let alone attacked on someone else's behalf, especially if it put my planned career at risk. But now here I was. Not only had I done both things, but I'd done them without any regrets. Or rather, any regret but one. And now, while it was quiet and I was full of gratitude and welcoming her company, and she was at least briefly relieved of fear, I thought I should tell her. She put one hand on my tail and began to rub her palm back and forth over it, pressing it into the mattress on which we sat. Like my professor said, if a human initiates physical contact, you should assume you have been adopted. I think he was right, and all three of my hearts ached. I have to tell her. I realized. I didn't want to, but if things go that way, Dlamisan bureaucrats do not play around with rules and orders. I've been lucky so far at least. I told myself, steeled my nerves, and while she stroked and stared down at my swishing tail that moved like it had a mind of its own, I need to prepare her now. I told myself again, cleared my throat, and looking out of the side of my eye at her face, I said, "Fove, you know they may make me leave Earth, no matter how this comes out, right?" I asked. I thought her head was going to fly off the way she yanked it to face me directly. "Say what now?" Fove demanded. "You're supposed to stay with us for the next 50 years. It hasn't even been 50 weeks." She snapped, and I was quiet for a few seconds while I thought of how to say this. I'm also not supposed to eat humans, not even the foul-tasting ones that even the gods of your most popular surviving cults know I couldn't swallow if I wanted to. I attacked one of your people. My government is involved. Your government is involved. They may both decide the easiest way to resolve it is to deport me in your people's case, or recall me in my people's case. I sat up straight and opened my hands out in front of my body like I was weighing two roughly equally weighty objects, and turned my head to face her. My hands bobbed up and down as if weighing the two situations. No more Bailey, no more problems, or no more Bailey, no more problems. Both your planet and mine may come to the same conclusion. Do you want to go? Fove asked. Her lower lip quivered until she bit down on it. Before she could get teary-eyed, I violently shook my head in denial. No, of course not. I've spent years studying your species as my specialization. If I go back, all that is wasted, and getting another exoplanetary visa to go to some other world and study them instead? No, that'll take years. Do you have any idea how it will look when they pull my file and see kicked off study planet for taking a bite out of a local? I snorted. I probably don't have to tell you, pretty bad. Pretty bad. I swallowed and dropped my hands to hold onto the edge of my mattress. Fove was still quiet. Also, I've gotten to like humans. You're a very exciting species, always something new. Most any other species. Not to some speciesist or anything, but I can't help but think I'll find them comparatively boring. She was looking up with me with that steady gaze like she was demanding I finish saying something. I tried to force myself to look away, but I just couldn't. The human stare is a dangerous, dangerous thing. Whether for intimidation or laughter, when a human's eyes hold on to you, it's like you're hooked and can't escape. Strangely, this power of theirs is purely born from their target. They have such expressive eyes, despite being relatively small compared to some species. They say so much with just a glance that they almost don't need a language at all. I could not hold out, so I didn't. And I'd miss you all too. A lot. I don't want to go. Maybe I can justify it by saying it would look worse if a Dlamisa fled Earth under a cloud of suspicion. Say I should stay to clear my name and let the truth come out. But governments are governments, and even the best one is inherently lazy. They want the easiest and quickest way to resolution. Dlamisa and Terran traders alike are venturing more and more to each other's worlds. More negotiations, more treaty addendums. Bad blood between us would be inconvenient toward both, and this might be a mess. But you didn't do anything, Fove finally ventured. I could see she was angry. Her little fists were balled up at her side, and her slender jaw was clenched. Though she never admitted it, I am sure I saw tears in her eyes that refused to fall. Human ethics are quite a curious thing. Most races have purely pragmatic ethics, nothing more. But only a handful of races feel a natural obligation to act in a particular way, and that inborn sense of wrongness was clearly alive and well inside of Fove. "I know," I said, and meant it. I wasn't trying to do anything wrong, I was trying to help, and I'd do it again in the span of one of my heart's beats. But this isn't about fairness or human justice. If I'm politically inconvenient, removing me removes the inconvenience. Of course, they could go after Wolfbeard. Maybe get him to plead guilty to whatever your people consider to be his crimes. If that's the case, if I remember, your justice system requires that he be allowed to face his accuser. But that is only a trial. If they want this swept under the rug as soon as possible, getting him to plead guilty will make this go away fast too. But even so? I lowered my eyes to the floor. What's easier? Putting me on a transport back to university? Or that? Fauve stood up. That's not fair, she declared and crossed her arms defensively as if I'd accused her of something. I know, I answered with a glum, heavy voice. Isn't there anything I can do? What if we don't want you to leave? What if we want you to stay? She demanded. She glanced toward my door. The faint sound of Michael crying reached us from the floor above. I will never not be surprised by the power of human lungs. But as to her question, I had no answer. My fingers tensed on the mattress edge. I don't know. You can certainly express your own wishes, but maybe it isn't for the best for me to stay. There are some xenophobic humans out there, maybe not many, but they could still make trouble for you if I'm around. But you're good. Why would... She cut herself off. Despite being years away from full maturity in name, she was a highly intelligent child and reached the inevitable conclusion all on her own even faster than I did. It doesn't matter if I'm good. It doesn't matter if your cults all declare me a saint. To some of them, even if they let me join hands with them openly, speak for them, work for them, I will never be moved into the one of them category. I can win over people who are open-minded. I can win over those who are fair. I can't do anything with people who are convinced I'm an abomination or a danger. And to them, you'll look like a collaborator or a traitor to humanity. That can't be good. I answered her, and finally regretted at least one trait of human nature. This sucks, Fauve summed up. The knuckles of her fingers turned white with tension. Tell me about it, I answered, and the baby upstairs ended his crying just as William's voice carried downstairs. Fauve, Bailey, food's ready. Let's go eat, Fauve suggested, and her stomach rumbled audibly. Let's. I agreed, and when she left the room, I followed, leaving her datapad behind and oblivious to the string of messages that were rapidly populating the screen behind us. 50 years. It was supposed to last 50 years, and I might not be able to stay 50 weeks. When humans adopt someone, it changes you in ways you don't expect. My professor, marvelous academic that he was, brought a dozen different species with him to Earth to live with various branches of the Walker family tree. No doubt to learn whether or not humans could adopt and bond with those as easily as his own. And more precisely, to learn how such a process impacted those species' mental states. My own mental state. I wasn't sure how to process it. At this stage, it was a struggle. The academic Dlemisa, who had never experienced an outburst in his entire life, was now passionate and emotional enough to do what I did. I regret that I still cannot properly find the words to explain it. Perhaps there are no words in any language. Perhaps that is for the best. What I did know was that I'd somehow made peace with the possibility of losing all my preparation time for an important and highly paid specialization. What was my everything was now nothing to me anymore. I followed Fauve up the stairs and found Rebecca seated at the table with Michael in his high chair while she fed him. He began to clap when he saw me. Funny little thing, giant smile on his face and messy hands coated with red ravioli sauce. Rebecca ignored the flying droplets and turned her head in my direction. At least that's over with for now, she said. Her eyes went from me to past me to glare at the door leading outside. William was there in the doorway speaking to security. I doubted she caught every word, but now that I was upstairs, I did. So we can be sure that won't be a problem again. We apologize for the trouble. It seems there was a leak yesterday. It made its way out to various sorts. By the time the judge signed the order, the story was already out. Just keep indoors for now. Order what you need delivered until a press conference can be arranged. Given the circumstances, I've called in a favor. There's a guy, he was about to call all this quits, but he owes me for something a long time ago. He's a media expert, doesn't normally do this anymore, but he'll step up just this once. He will want to brief you. But please don't worry. It may seem like it's getting worse, but that's just because people are filling in the gaps with their own stories, and stories fed to them by men like that. It was a human guard who spoke, and through the windows facing the porch, I caught sight of his 3 comrades spread out on a long line with their arms relaxed and heads turning left and right, scanning the area. Drones zipped around overhead to mine the perimeter. William was quiet, only the hum of drones overhead. I could feel the gears in his head turning as he thought all that over. I don't really like the idea of some slimeball spin doctor getting their claws in my family. Can't we just do it straight? The guard snorted. Sir, I've guarded celebrities, politicians, industrialists, VIPs all over the place. I've stood by for enough press gatherings to work as a media consultant myself if I ever take another bullet on this job and decide I need another. Let me tell you, how you tell the truth matters a hell of a lot more than that you tell the truth. Just trust me. The guy is a little weird, but he's exactly what you need. He's going to arrange a press conference for you tomorrow. William's shoulders stiffened as his back straightened up. I didn't see it. I didn't look at him, but I could feel the motion through his words. As if he were steeling himself for an ugly and arduous task, he said, I understand. Have them here tomorrow if you can. This needs to get settled. I won't let them get away with this. I won't. William hissed through gritted teeth. His hand was tight on the brass doorknob of his home, his entire body stiff as stone. Even though he had to look up to meet the eyes of the security guard, he somehow looked bigger to me than he had before. Yes, sir. The guard responded, and did not protest when the door was quietly closed in front of him. With their business done, I watched William's back when he took a deep breath, clapped his hands together against his cheeks, and tapped them a few times, composed himself, and turned around. Suddenly the tension was gone, and he was all smiles again before he left the living room and walked toward the kitchen. How humans present their emotional state is often intended as some form of control or influence over the situation. Rebecca was far more open. She embraced her daughter behind my back while Michael ate in blissful ignorance, and she would not let go. Fauve remained quiet, her attempt at stoicism less effective than her more experienced father. But William's happy smile masked the abiding concern that I was sure lay just beneath the surface. I can be sure of this, because William was far more open with me than with the rest of his family. Perhaps because I was a male, or an alien male, or perhaps because he didn't even realize I learned to pick up on their emotional states, so he felt no need to hide them from me. Part of why I was able to learn their emotions so readily was my sense of smell. Primates exude certain pheromones when they are in certain states. Arousal is particularly obvious, as there are various secretions, so obvious even they can tell when it is present. I was heartily glad that the mated pair I lived with tended to be very clean, and always showered after they followed pheromones through to their logical end. If they could detect the rest of those smells, they would probably never leave the shower, but their other emotional states are impossible for unenhanced humans to detect through their nostrils. Their sense of smell is simply far too weak. If they can detect the smell of fear or anger or hate or anything, it is on a level so subtle and primal that their higher mind fails to recognize it. But the benefit to that for me is that I was able to rapidly learn the emotional states of what I now considered on an unknowable level to myself, my humans. I knew I would have to have the same conversation over again, explaining to William and Rebecca what I said to Fauve. But doing that once was hard. Doing it twice in the same day? That was too much. I turned my eye toward Fauve. She gave me a nod that, with eyes closed, her mother missed, showing me she understood. William's broad smile took up most of the lower half of his face. Even without my sense of smell that let me learn his moods so quickly and tie them to expressions, his jaw was obviously tense, and there was the barest beginnings of sweat on his brow. Despite his attempt at outward calm that he presented to his family, I knew he was a bundle of knots and nerves inside. The descent of the press on his home was a lot to take in, even for him. So that was something. I haven't seen that many drones since they rebooted that War Stars franchise for the 50th time. I swear they've started that damn thing over more than that ground rim game of yours, Fauve. William laughed at his own lame joke and went to the blue countertop and picked up a small curved green plate on which a few hot sandwiches sat. Dadu, it's not a reboot, Fauve corrected him. It's the Triple Gold Anniversary Very Special Legendary VR Edition, and it comes with a creation kit. That's a re-release, not a reboot. She sounded, to me, a little indignant. Her eyes rolled as if she'd explained it 1,000 times. So they sell you the same thing over again for the full price without really changing anything. I guess that isn't quite a reboot. It can't be. There's nothing new but the charge on your bank account. William shrugged. No, at least this stays on fire. The War Stars series sucks now. Sure, I paid full price for some minor tweaks, but I paid for fire. You paid for the hot, wet, burning garbage. Fauve took a victorious bite of her sandwich just as her father sat down to eat, though it was at least a little awkward doing so, as her mother's hug had still not released itself while the silent and somehow good-natured war over games and movies seemingly waged between father and daughter. The look down his nose at her was frankly proud. You're both absurd. Re-releases are rip-offs, and War Stars and all related content are soulless cash grabs, Rebecca added in her own view, then shrugged, finally letting go of her daughter, and allowed both of them to reach for the side dishes she'd set in the middle of the table, and I went to grab a plate of my own. It says something, at least that I was now comfortable simply taking food without asking for it directly. The Walker's exceptional open and welcoming nature went a long way toward setting me at ease. Michael reached for me and made fussy, short cries when I went to sit on the opposite side of the table. I stopped. His luminous eyes took me in and his hands began to clap. Rebecca had a bite of sandwich in her mouth and looked at me in silent hopefulness. There were dark circles under her eyes, and they were no less red and cracked than those of her daughter. I didn't sit all the way down. Instead, I picked my sandwich up, went around the wooden table, and sat beside Michael. His hands went straight to my fur. I inched my seat a little closer and put an arm on the tray of his seat so he could play and touch and do what tiny humans do, while I used my free hand to tear chunks away from my sandwich and gulp them down, while William informed them of everything I'd already overheard. Naturally, your mother and I will do the talking. You won't have to do anything, Fauve. I promise. William asserted Fauve, ever the clever thinker, waited until everybody's mouths were full at once before she spoke for herself. I want to be the one to talk to the press tomorrow. We all stared openly at her. William and Rebecca's chewing went a lot faster all of a sudden as they raced each other to be the first to protest. I'm the one he grabbed, Fauve said, loud enough that it was almost shouting, leaning forward in her chair and slapping her free hand on the table. The dishes rattled against the wood while she went on. It's my story. I know what he did. Nobody else does. Nobody gets to speak for me but me. Fauve, you're 14. They're going to grill you up there. Some of them because they're reporters and that's their job. But some of them have probably been paid off by now to find some way to make you look bad. And others will probably be working for one of those xenophobic extremists. You don't know what you're going to walk into. Let me and your mother do it. William protested to his daughter. Or maybe I can get our lawyer to speak for you. Fauve's fierce demeanor relaxed itself a little. I love you both, Mom, Dad. I couldn't be a luckier kid than to be yours. I mean that. I don't say it much, but I mean it. I'm really glad you want to protect me. But I have to do this, she exclaimed. Her relaxed demeanor began to fade, and the hand that was flat on the table curled into an angry fist. Why? Rebecca exclaimed. That pervert should be the one getting grilled, not you. Why put yourself through that? We can just release a statement through a media expert or something. She looked to her husband, who nodded. And let the grown-ups all deal with this. You're still a child. You shouldn't have to solve these problems. I have to be the one to do it. Fauve said again, I may be a kid, but not to some people. And if I don't speak for myself now, I'll never feel safe again. I know it. I've been reading online ever since. She swallowed hard and picked up a cup of milk. She drank deeply, leaving a milk mustache behind. She smacked her lips and explained, Ever since then. You remember when I was a little kid, Dad? How I got bitten by that raccoon and had to get those shots? What I was doing while we were at the doctor's office. You were reading the website about raccoons and rabies the entire visit, as I recall. You wanted to understand them both, William said, affection clear in his voice and parental pride etched on his face, and Fauve nodded. Right, this is the same thing. An animal hurt me, so I wanted to understand what happened and why. So I've been reading a lot since then, learning about the subculture that supports that kind of thing and how I can start feeling okay again. The only thing everybody agrees on, really, is that he has power over me as long as I stay quiet. He'll always get the comfort of knowing I was too afraid to speak for myself. Even if he goes to jail, even if he gets confinement, he'll come out smug and confident that I was afraid to say anything. Fauve Walker isn't going to live like that. She pounded her fist on the table. Her cup toppled and the milk spread out over the table in all directions away from where she sat. Even if nobody believes me and he goes free, he'll never get to pretend he frightened me into staying quiet and hiding in my house forever, she added and righted her cup. Sorry, she mumbled, though whether it was about the way she spoke to her parents or spilling the milk, I never learned. William and Rebecca reached for the napkins at the center of the table and began to mop up the spill. They were silent while they cleaned up the damp liquid and turned Fauve's words over in their heads. I spoke up. I think she should do it. I admit I was afraid when I said that. My knowledge of humans was still rudimentary, at least compared to other humans. But what she said, it felt right. That said, I felt the will of her parents to protest. So before they could, while William was opening the garbage drawer and before he could toss away the wet, milk-soaked dregs of used napkins, I offered a compromise. I should go with her. They'll want to question me, and as long as I'm hiding out, they can make up anything they like. I'll bet nobody even knew I was at La Misa until well after the fact. In fact, I'll bet a battery full of energy credits, and La Misa never gamble, that the first widespread knowledge of this was when the press showed up and found the security guards from both our worlds out front. Don't you hate crowds? Can you do that? Are you going to be okay? Rebecca asked, ever the concerned motherly sort. She darted her eyes between her daughter and I. If I'm allowed to stand back from them, I think I can manage. I wish I were a lot braver than I am. I really do. I'm kind of a coward, but I should try, I answered. William sighed heavily and closed the drawer that held the kitchen waste. You're determined to do this, aren't you, Fauve? Even if we say no, you'll just sneak online and do an interview yourself, won't you? Pretty much, Dadu, she said, and a smile danced across her face despite the subject. Fine then, but one condition. We all go. You can speak for yourself, but we're going to be there to support you, every step of the way, and don't you even dare to protest. William said and approached her. He put a hand on her shoulder. Fauve looked down at the comparatively large hand of her father. Yes, Dadu, she said with a twinkle in her eye. Now about you, Bailey. Rebecca remarked and set her son on her lap. She began to bounce the little wiggler and said, You're no coward. Look, I was never a soldier like my husband, but you rushed in without any regard for yourself to protect our daughter. If that's not courage, damn me if I don't know what is, she said as she reprimanded me. No more talk of being a coward while you're living under this roof. I couldn't agree more, William added. When all this comes out, nobody in this world will think you're a coward, so you definitely shouldn't think of yourself that way either. Cowards either run away or do nothing. You did the exact opposite of cowardice, and you're the bravest La Misa I've ever met. You've met 4 of us, I pointed out, and he and his wife huffed and flicked their hands at the same moment, waving away my objection. Details, he said. You're no coward, and we're damn sure not going to let you think you are. If it had been said any other way, I'd have thought they were angry at me. But if anything, the way they looked at me, I was fairly sure it was a mix of worry and pride. Such is the nature of a human family. Such is the nature of my human family, I told myself, and began to mentally prepare to do everything in my power to protect it when tomorrow came. The rest of the day went on with relative smoothness. We ate, we talked. I peppered Rebecca in particular with questions about child-rearing customs and how she balanced her career with her obligations as a parent. Having consumed human entertainment media in vast quantities, I knew it was not normal to bring children into workplaces. I also knew that human infants required abundant investments in time and attention to thrive and grow. She was happy to discuss that much. I only go to the office every few weeks. Everything else I do remotely. Working from home allows me to tend to my child and get my work done. If you want my opinion, office work is profoundly inefficient. It sounds odd, but when you're around a lot of other coworkers, they tend to get in the way of work, far more than any infant. What? I had to scratch my head at that, and when I did, Michael pulled on my fur until I lowered my head and let him do the scratching for me. His tiny fingers were surprisingly effective. People always want you to do stuff for them. Like, imagine if you were trying to walk down a busy street. All you want to do is get around the block. But every 10 steps you take, somebody stops you and asks for something. It's rude to say no. You can't put them off. And if you do either, they either complain or put off helping you when you need it. How long do you think it would take to get around the block? Rebecca gave me the hypothetical, and for a moment my tail drooped as I thought it over. A long time, I guess, I answered finally, and she pulled Michael from his seat to bounce him on her knee. Yes, just this side of eternity. That's what working in an office is like. You're conveniently located and they can draw on you right away, so they do. So anyone trying to get work done is impeding everybody else whether they mean to or not. But here, Rebecca pointed with her free hand toward the bedroom door. I keep a little office space set up in there. People can text me or message me if they need something. But I don't have to drop what I'm doing. I can finish a task, set aside a block of time to help them, and do that. And in between tasks, I can throw a load into the wash, feed Michael, make a cup of coffee. Whatever I need to do, I can do. I see. That makes sense, I said, and sat up now that the head scratches were unfortunately over. Yes, indeed. And what's more, I get more time with my family in general. There's no more office politics to speak of, and I don't have to smile and nod through annoying gossip or other people I just would never choose to spend time with if I could avoid it. Rebecca gave an emphatic, albeit needless nod to go with it. Thinking about it now, Fauve's rational and curious mind began to make a lot more sense. I thought initially that she took more after her father, but now that I thought about it, Rebecca seemed to contribute to that same exact mindset. Thankfully, she shared Fauve's patience with my endless questions about her upbringing and experience. It made me ever more curious about the human education system, something I would revisit later. But in the meantime, I just took notes as the hours slipped past. Fauve came and went from her room to her kitchen and back again, with little to say but quick pleasantries. Her mother's worried gaze always interrupted her words with me, but it never lasted. Having made the decision to entrust their daughter with her own wishes, there was no further discussion. It made me wonder if perhaps the whole family might have made good Lamisons. When I finally returned to my room in the basement, my brain was full to bursting with new questions and new insights alike. The hour was late by then, or at least on the cusp of late. Late enough to sleep after I recorded my data and observations for the day, sorting out my thoughts and emotions from the objective, factual observations. It was not until I lay myself down on the mattress that I felt the physical reminder in the form of plastic against my foot that Fauve had forgotten her datapad. I reached for it, intending to set it aside, when I saw the stream of messages rolling across the screen. It was locked, so I couldn't read anything but the preview displays. But there were many little green rectangles full of words, and they were coming in like a flood. I read them without thinking, at least what I could. Call off your... I'm sorry, just don't... Please, don't ruin... I was just trolling. I didn't mean... Most of them were clearly the start of pathetic pleas. Others took a different tact. I'll make you pee. You can't get away. Xeno-loving Trado. Earth is for man alone. It wasn't hard for me to guess what this was. My government and the Earth government set their cybersecurity teams to work and began reaching out to contact everyone who messaged Fauve privately. Cybersecurity is a serious matter, and whether I liked it or not, my presence had now become a matter of security for the Earth government. Dlamisa are very good with computers, on par with humans. If our teams were working together to track those who messaged the Walker family, it wouldn't take long to identify them all. Not unless they were using top-tier evasion techniques, which most people didn't. Why would they have? They thought they were cyber-stalking and harassing a young girl and punishing her for rejecting one of their own in favor of a violent Chad foreigner. Maybe a visiting colonist, or maybe someone from outside their region, as some tribalism still restricted itself to local geography. Now they were finding out differently. They were desperate, afraid, unhinged. And while I'm somewhat cowardly, even if my humans don't think so, fearful or not, at my bones I'm still from a predatory species, and feeling them metaphorically running away in fear of their own felt pretty good. It made my sleep that night all the more cozy and enjoyable. The strange resilience of a human child is something to behold. Tragedy may change them, trauma may hurt them, terror may grasp them right down to their bones. But somehow, despite not being the strongest race in the galaxy, or the smartest, or the fastest, they are born with reserves of inner will that keeps them carrying on. And as long as they live and breathe, it is at least possible for them to stand up again where any other species' strongest figures has lain down and died. In the brief conflict with the Zenti who would not abide by the treaty, a story was passed down which most have heard by now, of a Zenti cutter who severed a human arm, only for the human to pick up the fallen arm with his good one and beat the weapon wielder to death with the severed limb. A human warrior has been known to fight until they run out of blood, something the Zenti now refer to as Terran murder fuel, and speak with hushed whispers that the humans are not a naturally evolved species. They say rather that Homo sapiens were made by a forerunner race that wanted to engineer the perfect predatory biological war machine. All reasonable academics discount this as simply the whispers of Zenti clusters. But the stories do not exist without reason. Many of their military accomplishments were recorded on video. It was for this reason that my entire exchange class recommended a change to existing laws on interstellar warfare. Never, ever, ever target humans' defenseless mates or children. The recommendation was accompanied not only by all of my class's signatures as subject matter experts, but our professor and all other university exchange students residing on Earth. The recommendation was accompanied by piles of historical records on the degree to which humans will go to undertake revenge for harm done to their young. Until this recommendation was made, laws on warfare pertained chiefly to when war could be made, or what had to be abandoned when a planet was evacuated. Few races consider their young to be significant assets and will simply abandon them to make more. But no race is so invested in their young as humans, not even Dlamisa, who usually lose 1 or 2 per litter and are little inconvenienced by it, but fiercely protect any 3 or fewer survivors. Humans, however, will go to any lengths to avenge even one deceased child if it is well loved. Between that knowledge and their reputation for battle prowess, not to mention the piles of evidence presented, the laws of war were amended before human fleets full of families became common. And all of that I found encapsulated in a single little house in the human homeworld's capital city. Fauve steeled her nerves for the coming of the media expert or public relations specialist, and sat silently at the table, staring all the way to the front door of the house to await his arrival. Her mother stayed close at hand, while her father remained seated outside with the next rotation of security guards. He was engaged in idle chatter of which I only heard a little. Humans sometimes, in my experience, get chatty when they are nervous. Like the noise they make will keep danger at bay. Or like they are trying to reassure themselves that everything is normal, even when it is anything but. I almost went out to speak with William and the others myself, but I thought better of it and went instead into the kitchen, where Fauve lingered over a half-eaten bowl of oatmeal flavored with brown sugar, butter, and milk. She looked at me when I came close, not saying anything. I don't think she trusted that her voice was ready yet. I held out her datapad. "You left this downstairs the other day?" I said, and her hands closed over it. "I didn't try to open it, but I saw the preview messages. Go ahead and take a look." I really wished, when I said that I could smile like a human could. I did at least wag my tail hard enough that I blew a few stray papers off of a nearby chair without noticing it, until I heard the scrape of paper over wood. Rebecca went to pick them up, while Fauve gasped and opened the datapad to read the messages. She didn't complain about my having seen the previews. I doubted she cared. Her fingers were shaking while she opened up the pad, and she had to try 3 times to put in the code before it worked and the screen lit up. "Please call off your dogs. I didn't mean any harm. I was just trolling. I didn't realize there was a real problem. I'm not a bad guy. I was just angry because he's my friend." She read the messages out loud from the various sources to come her way. Notably, she skipped over the threats of violence toward her person, or myself, or her family that were almost certainly buried within. I could read her thoughts in her eyes. Evidence. That was what she thought. When Fauve first tested me by throwing that ball that, on thinking about it, I really want to chase again, she showed me something of her character. She likes to test things, including people. She watches, she studies, and where a few days ago those threats of violence might have upset her, the fear she once almost certainly felt had been changed into anger, hatred, and a desire for retribution. More importantly, when she saw the pleas for mercy from some and the threats from others, I could see her come to the correct conclusion. "They're scared," Fauve said when her mother set the papers aside and looked her way. "Good. They should be scared. It's right for them to be scared. It's their turn to be scared. But I wonder what happened exactly." Rebecca was the one to answer her. If the government took a special interest, perhaps some home visits, perhaps taking over their systems and giving them a text-based warning about what was going to happen if they continued. Maybe a few arrests. Things will get ugly for some of them. Uglier than their faces in the mirror, if I'm guessing. "Good," Fauve said. just as the front door cracked open and William announced in a bold voice, "He's here, it's time." The media expert was a very small man of great age. His hair was very white, what there was of it at least. He had only a few wisps remaining on his head. His face was filled with wrinkles, and he walked with a stoop that was only made possible by a cane. His clothing was a crisply pressed white suit and tie, with shining white leather shoes so well polished I could see my face in them. He was any other successful old man at a glance, but his eyes were sharp and keen. He ignored me at first, which was strange as most humans gave me at least a second glance, and instead his eyes had a laser focus on the waiting 14-year-old girl. "Oh yes, you'll do marvelously," he said as he hobbled toward the table. Rebecca looked at him with a single skeptical eyebrow raised. "You are the media expert?" she asked, and the old man cackled. "I don't look like much, do I? But..." He raised his cane in one hand and straightened up at once. He then reached up to his forehead and peeled away what I first thought was skin, and then dropped it onto the table. "That is the first lesson," he pronounced. It was a wig. Beneath the wig was still gray hair, but it was lustrous, thick white, and his last few steps were a clear, confident stride. He yanked a chair back and sat down while Fauve and Rebecca looked at him with mutual disbelief. "Appearance, my girl," he said, and shook his polished wooden cane, "is more powerful than anything you can imagine. People think lies are the most effective thing, but people forget words, even true ones. And even when someone remembers lies, the details fade over time. But people remember what they see first." "This is moving awfully fast," Fauve said, leaning back in her chair, while their expert leaned forward, just as William took a seat beside him. "I suppose so. But that's how things go. Fast, child. Fast. But I guess we should have an introduction. Percival Terrence Barnum, at your service," he said, and extended his hand across the table first to Fauve, then to her mother, and finally to me. "I've been handling press conferences since before your father's father was born. Unfortunately," he looked Fauve up and down, "there's not much time for a makeover. Ideally, we'd make you look even younger. The younger they are, the more the crowd loves the victim. Youth and innocence. Everybody remembers having it. If they're lucky, at least. Everybody decent wants to protect it. Everybody who remembers it fondly. And when somebody tries to ruin both, people hate the ones who do it. So if we had time, I'd take you in, get some pigtails done and some younger clothes. With a little makeup, we could make you look 5 years younger. But we don't have time for that." "No," Fauve said at once. "Even if we did, no." She shook her head vigorously. Her loose, wavy hair bounced behind her back. Her parents developed deep frowns and traded silent stares between each other. Myself, I didn't know what to think. "It's immaterial anyway, so there's no reason to convince you. And that's lesson 2. He brought the tip of his cane down twice against the floor, creating a loud double crack. "Focus on the immediate. Anyone who isn't your ally out there is going to try to distract you. If you get sidetracked, they control the narrative. They control the story. They control you. You have to remain focused on the subject. Don't get distracted. These press conferences don't last forever. Time is limited, and some people out there will want to waste it. If a question doesn't pertain to the event, or you don't know the answer, you move it along. Understand, doll?" Fauve pursed her lips, and I watched her lean forward with renewed interest in the old man. "I'm not a doll," Fauve snapped, and the cane tapped the floor 3 times more, echoing around the room and off the walls. "That's lesson 3. Do not get angry. Lose control of yourself up there, and they win. Make an angry face, scowl, shout, and the next thing you know, you're the next incel community meme. Do you want that?" Percival asked, and tapped his cane 4 times while Fauve thought. "Lesson 4. Be quick. You plan out what you're going to say before you say it. We're going to rehearse your answers before we leave. People hate waiting, and they'll assume you're formulating lies." Mr. Barnum's lessons lasted for 2 straight hours, grilling Fauve on how she'd answer questions that, from what I knew of humans, nobody should be asking children. But he remained steadfast, persistent, and unwavering until his voice gave out. He was barely able to whisper by the time he was done. "I think I damaged the end of my cane on that last lesson," he said, and with one quick flick of his wrist, he brought the long, smooth stick up and cocked his head to examine the tip. "May I have some water, Mrs. Walker?" he asked, and Rebecca finally rose to her feet. She put a glass beneath the faucet and turned it on. While the water was rushing into the vessel, Percival said with a whisper, One small crack. I thought so. Time to get another one, I suppose? Over one crack? I asked. It seemed wasteful to me, but the old man nodded. Yes, I'm still pretty spry for a man my age, but time takes a toll on these old bones, and I do need one of these now and again, he said, and put the tip of his cane back to the floor. One little crack, and the whole cane is just waiting to fall apart. A little weight the wrong way on it, then the crack will become a snap, and old Percival will come crashing down like the tree that was chopped down to make this thing. He tapped a finger against the wooden knob-shaped handle. That's all it takes, just one crack, and the entire thing is just waiting to be broken. That's your last lesson, and your best weapon. Be that crack, he said, and when Rebecca handed him the water, he drank greedily, gulping it down until the glass was empty, and he slammed the base down on the table. Thank you. That was wonderful, he said, and started to rise. William and Rebecca opened their mouths to object, but I beat them to it. Wait, what about me? Aren't there things I need to know? I exclaimed. My tail was stiff, and then curled as the prospect of the inevitable hit home. You were listening this whole time, weren't you, my alien friend? What else do you need? Percival asked, and shook his head. No, you need nothing. In fact, if I thought you'd have obeyed my wishes, I wouldn't have had you here for any of this, or barely any at most. You're an alien. Nobody expects you to act just like a human. Just be yourself up there. If you look coached, you'll either confuse people or make them suspicious. It made too much sense for me to argue with him, and he pushed himself up from the table. Now come on, the car's waiting outside still, and I'm sure my driver is getting bored. We need to head to the conference, and we need to be gone 10 minutes ago. With that, we stood up together and followed the old man toward the door, going to whatever end it might lead to. She must have been scared. She must have been. Human children are very small. Adults, most of them, are very large. To be a human child is to be powerless in society, dependent on adults to look after you. They're one of the most helpless intelligent life forms in the known galaxy, for almost 1/4 of their average lifespan. So how could Fauve have not been terrified? She was. She had to be. But the same reserves of inner strength that let a human warrior beat his enemies to death with his own severed arm exist within even human children. Or they must, I think, because on the long ride to the center Percival booked for us to speak, she spoke only once. Her back was straight, and her eyes were forward. Percival sat in the front seat and looked in the rear-view mirror talking to her, explaining how it would be. Her parents sat protectively on either side of her, while I sat in the passenger seat up at the front. I didn't put my head out the window this time. It seemed improper to enjoy the trip in any way, but I won't pretend I didn't want to. I don't see why we have to do this in front of people. I don't like it, Rebecca protested. Percival finished what he was saying, briefly ignoring the interruption, and then addressed Fauve's mother, saying, "Nobody likes it, but the human element is vital. If we let them use drones, they're distant. It's easy to mistreat somebody from far away. It's a lot harder to be cruel to a kid in person. Why should it only be hard for her?" Percival tapped the head of his cane like it was a nervous tick, and I realized something. The old man was actually invested in this too. This is one of the highlights of humanity that my professor reiterated to us. Out of all the intelligent species in the universe that we've found so far, humans are the only ones to so quickly take to and care for another. Human children tend to prompt this in others most of all, and despite all his professionalism, his question suggested there was more than met the eye in his demeanor. "It's fine, Mom. It'll be fine. I'll be fine." Fauve reassured her mother and fell quiet again, though when their hands came out for hers and squeezed them, she squeezed back. The building we pulled into was a strange, round place, shaped like a ball and painted all white. "This is strange," I said while Percival parked the car. "So am I," he said with a smirk. "This is my building." This was my first lesson in the confusion of the human economic system. "Well, not mine, but it belongs to my cooperation," Percival explained. "Your what?" I asked and cocked my head. I could feel a tickle at the back of my brain that told me something new was about to be learned. Cooperation. It's a way sort of around our wealth restrictions. It's true a company can have large assets beyond the individual, but those are very tightly controlled. They can't contribute to political elections. They can't advertise anything but their products. And salaries are proportioned according to profits. The senior leadership doesn't get a raise unless everybody else does. And pay can't be cut for the lower levels unless the highest ones are cut first. The cooperation is a descendant of co-ops from the late 20th century. What's the difference? I asked, feeling the tickle in my brain becoming an itch I had to scratch. You incorporate directly as a co-op, not as a standard corporation. A cooperation not only distributes profits among its members and is directly governed by them, but it allows for the administration of a non-profit entity that holds excess wealth and acts as a lending agency. It's run like a bank, but with much lower interests, allowing individuals to live beyond the 25 million credit cap. However, it has some drawbacks. He acknowledged and tapped his cane as he killed the engine. Drawbacks? I was furiously making mental notes while the old man's door began to open upward like a bird's wing. Yes, for example, the tax burden on individual borrowing is high, and you can only cut it by a matching contribution to the public good. In addition, you require approval by 80% of the cooperation's members and a justification for the expense. In theory, I could borrow enough to buy a yacht the size of a state to fly through space. In practice, most would say no. In addition, you're accountable for how you spend whatever you borrow. On top of that, other than the founder, all other upper-level governance must be rotated out every 5 years, and it is audited annually by government income tax monitors. If a person abuses it, they can go in for 30 minutes confinement and must live through a life of abject poverty in another era. In addition, they lose everything and are personally liable for the repayment of the financial chicanery. So the building? I asked, noticing the divots in the place at last. A headquarters is necessary, so I got the board to let me design it. I like golf, you see. He answered and laughed a little as the rest of the walkers got out of the car. I didn't see. I wasn't too sure what golf involved, but given the smirk on the old man's face, I gathered a joke had just been made. I'll be in the back. I don't do this much anymore. I have people to do this for me, but this is an exception. I'm going to manage the sound so that nobody can overtalk you, Fauve. Say what you need to say when answering their questions. Nobody will shout you down. Percival said and tapped his cane 3 times on the ground, and she nodded once before we went into the building. It was hard not to like Percival. I won't pretend I didn't want him to scratch my head, but he was focused on the matter at hand, and it didn't feel right to ask that of him. The parking lot was empty, and we crossed it without incident. I got the distinct feeling that we were going in through a back way rather than the front, and that we were arriving well before we were supposed to. The double doors opened up to reveal a broad, empty space, save for a single long table, where a young blonde receptionist sat typing on a data pad. She stood up when she saw Percival enter. "Mr. Barnum, good morning." Her sudden standing was clearly deferential, but the warmth on her face was obvious. Her cheeks fairly glowed when she saw him. She moved from around her desk and came straight up to him. Her arms grasped his, and she rose to her tiptoe to give him a kiss on the cheek. "You can just call me Pop, you know," Percival said reprovingly. "As if. I'm on the job now, Mr. Barnum. I'm a professional too." She insisted. I got the feeling this was a very old dispute between the two. "My granddaughter Teresa, my stubborn granddaughter that is," Percival said by way of introduction, moving aside to give the walkers and I a clear view of her. She was a slender, willowy woman, in her 20s if I were to guess, and shared his thin-faced features and spry demeanor. One could say she looked like a young female version of the old man. "So this is a family business, I guess?" William asked, and the pair nodded. "The family cooperation," Percival said. "Barnum Co. and not Barnum Inc. Chances are you've seen our work and never known it. You're in good hands, so relax." Any doubts that we were using a back way were erased when Teresa went to the data pad at the desk, pushed a button, and the sliding automatic doors buzzed as they locked. Teresa took her grandfather's arm in hers and helped him walk the rest of the way. We followed and found ourselves in a large open space with round, curved walls and hundreds of small metal chairs lined up. There was also a small stage, elevated 5 feet from the floor, and a podium with a microphone put into place. "A little old-fashioned," Percival said, "but that's part of the design. I wouldn't normally say this, but I doubt you folks will need me again when all this is over. But that old tech is in fact the latest. Making it look old-fashioned is one way we disguise how high-tech it is. It throws people off," he said with a smirk. "It gives us a lot more control than anyone down there thinks. All the noise dampeners are embedded in that, and I can control it from backstage. No wireless stuff, all sealed and secured, unhackable with anything less than the highest level GovTech." William and Rebecca both let out a low whistle. Whatever the old man was talking about, it impressed them. "Go on, young lady," Teresa said, and pointed to the polished, dark wooden podium. Fauve walked to the stairs on steady feet and faced the non-existent audience, the sea of empty chairs. Her eyes twitched a moment, but then she was statue still again. "Just relax. Practice a few words. I'll go get the microphone ready, Teresa. Come with me. You'll assist if I keel over dead or something," Percival said, his cane rapping on the carpeted floor with a dull thud just once. We took our places behind her and waited. Her voice rang out over the empty place as she said random nonsense and spouted movie lines, a few of which I recognized, mostly from the Night of Staying Fate series, a few from Ramnan 1/8, and lines from popular 21st century novels that had become cultural staples like The Strongest in the World, Evolution of a Nobody, and Countdown. After a while, it seemed like she was having fun, relaxing into her role. Queen Fauve the Great and Powerful demands that chocolate donuts be eaten at every meal. Fauve the Mighty commands that handshakes be replaced by head pats, for head pats are justice. The flexibility and adaptability of these people never ceased to amaze me. I didn't know if she was trying to make her family laugh, herself, or both, but she succeeded. When the sound projection finally cut off, she knew it was time. The distant panels on the doors of the main entrance flashed from red to green, and even from behind her, I could tell that the smile ran away from her face. Nobody else could hear her, I knew that. Nobody else present had hearing like mine. But as the door began to slide open and the first adult males and females entered the room and began filing toward the chairs, Fauve whispered quietly, "You can do this." I never had the courage to ask whether she was talking to herself or to me. Before the crowd of reporters entered, Rebecca and William made a point of standing a little in front of me the moment my discomfort with the growing mob of human reporters became apparent to them. Even well back from the podium, this is something that Dlamisa struggle with a great deal. So much so that it isn't uncommon for students of my race at university who are ready to present their PhD thesis to give it either from another room with a video transmission to the audience, or to give it repeatedly to small groups. This, to me, was the promise of what humans refer to as hell. So many different smells and all blended together, and so many of them seemed, for lack of a better word, vicious. A warrior Dlamisa would have been fine. They undergo extensive training and conditioning to cope. Some even take drugs to dull the senses that would make tolerating this impossible. But a little academic like me? As the humans say, that is a big bite out of a nope sandwich that I just can't chew. So they put themselves in front of me, and I was grateful. They couldn't dampen the smells, but they could diminish the sight and let me try to adapt. I did, however, sneak glances between them to watch Fauve at the podium. She stood stiff as a board, straight with shoulders back. Her forward gaze never wavered, not that I could see. I would have been absolutely terrified. Anything but a swarm species that knows no other way but massive crowds would have been terrified. Or should have been, at least. The murmuring of the reporters was a dull roar to my ears, like thunder from the sky, and their many feet, despite being relatively small, was like a herd of animals over the plains. Just this constant pounding that didn't seem like it would ever end. But it did. It had to. One by one and two by two, the humans found their seats. I could see the predatory looks on the eyes of some of those in the audience. I'm not the most worldly Dlamisa. I spent most of my life with my snout buried in datapads reading books. But even I was not so naive as to not realize that at least a few of those reporters out there were probably bought and paid for by Wolfbeard's family. I had to wonder what the lawyers hired by the Walkers were up to. But given their own propensity for academia, I assumed they hired some very research-driven legal teams. For now, though, Fauve, at least for a little while, had to stand alone. When the last reporter took his seat, she brushed back her long hair and said, "You've got questions. Go ahead and ask them." It was hardly proper formality, even by human standards, but it was 100% her, and my tail wagged a little. "Did you know the victim?" A reporter stood up and asked. "I know myself very well, thank you. I see myself every morning and every night. I'm quite well acquainted with me," Fauve said, and pointed to another raised hand. "Next question. Did you know the man named Wolfbeard?" A reporter asked. "The man who grabbed me and tried to drag me away? I knew his face, but that's all. I didn't know his name and had never said more than a polite hello, goodbye, or wished him a nice day," Fauve said, and the furor that erupted at her statement was compounded by the rise of many reporters to their feet. The sudden dulling of acoustics muted the mob of reporters, and when they could no longer hear even their own voices over the sound wave draining systems, they had no choice but to settle down. Fauve remained still and silent, pointing to another reporter. "So you spoke to a strange man, smiled at him, and wore revealing clothing to a rich man's workplace, and you ask us to believe you weren't interested and didn't go off with him of your own volition." Fauve cocked her head at him and batted her eyes. "That's a funny way of asking if I went to a water park in a swimsuit and was polite to an adult, isn't it? But yes, I went to a water park in a swimsuit. I smiled at a stranger and was polite. I had no interest in him. I just wanted to spend time with my dad and Bailey. That's all." As the reporter sat down, Fauve ignored him and pointed to someone else. "Why didn't you call for help if you were in distress? There were lots of other people. Why not shout for help?" Fauve took a deep breath, lowered her head, and closed her eyes. "He was bigger than me. I got scared. I hate to admit it, but yes, he caught me by surprise and I was scared. When people get scared, they don't think straight. I knew I didn't want him to touch me. I didn't like his hands on my arm. I didn't want him to take me anywhere. But I didn't think..." Fauve paused. I could see the wheels turning in her brain as she recalled everything she'd been learning. Her drive to understand everything included herself. "I used to think before all this that fight or flight were the only two options. But anyone who has ever seen deer in headlights knows there's another option. Freeze. It is fight, flight, or freeze." I froze. I didn't know what to do. I tried to shake him off, and when I found my voice again, I said no. I tried to make him let me go. He tried to make me stay with him. She stopped speaking. Her body trembled a little. Her parents started to move. The protective instinct of adults over their children is a sight to behold, but I knew Fauve's resolve. If they tried to help, she'd remember that she couldn't do it by herself. So I reached out and pinched my fingers against the back of their shirts. They felt the tug and stopped. They looked over their shoulders back at me. They hadn't a prayer of reading my lips, so I lowered my head and raised my eyes. They read my expression well enough and stopped. If I were to be frank, though I didn't realize it at the time, the degree of trust they must have had in my judgment in that moment must have been tremendous. After all, I was telling them not to rush to their daughter's side. Maybe my impulsive act to stop them was reckless. Perhaps a little knowledge was lost. Something for future researchers to discover, I suppose. But I was sure I was making the right call. Her mother and father stopped in mid-step and waited. Fauve pointed to the next reporter. The room was quiet. The catch in her voice was audible when she expressed a child's fear of someone taking her away. "How much were you paid to set up Wolfbeard?" a reporter asked as soon as Fauve pointed at him. The value of Percival's instructions suddenly hit home. The way the question was framed implied that she had set him up. The only question was whether she was paid or not. Fauve stared at him over the sea of anticipating faces. "I've never set anyone up for anything in my life, except occasionally beating my dad in games of spirals." I could feel the shift in the room. The tension was like walking on a knife's edge above a pit of starving Gaka serpents. "Why didn't you fight back if he was trying to make you do anything?" Another reporter pressed yet another ugly question, and Fauve cleared her throat to answer. "I tried to yank free of him. I told him no." "What more do you want me to do?" Fauve demanded. She was mad, but kept her calm when she leaned forward over the top of a podium that was fairly high on her already. "Did you tell the alien to attack? Or did he do that on his own?" the next reporter asked. "No, I didn't even know he was there until the last second. So he did that on his own, but I'm thankful that he did. Bailey is a hero." Fauve said it with such emphaticness that it was fairly daring the audience to deny she meant it. "So, you're on the side of an alien intervention into human affairs?" the next reporter asked. I could practically feel Fauve's expression change. Another child might have gotten angry. An unbriefed child might have reacted with anger. But Percival's short but relentless drilling in what to expect out of the reporters left her prepared for the question. And true to her nature, she had a prepared answer. "I'm in favor of decent people helping other people when they need it. But I'm a kid. I just think it's awesome to meet aliens. When I was littler, my dad used to show me old science fiction stories where humans dreamed that aliens would exist and we could go out and meet them. Now we know that not only do they, but it's possible for us to be friends. Bailey has told me stories about how awesome humans are doing off-world, How our pioneers are so brave that there's an entire species that won't let anyone but humans protect their young. How our fleets are so strong that a species that thrived on being pirates is now talking peace. We get to make a big difference out there. So how come Bailey shouldn't be allowed to make a big difference to me? If we can help aliens, why can't aliens help us? It might have been a long-winded answer, and the opposite of a soundbite, but it played to human pride, vanity, desire for heroism, and in those who had it, their basic decency. I barely remember the rest of it. Fauve was interrupted several times, and each time the sound wave swallowing devices ruined attempts at talking over her. Only from where we stood was it obvious that her knees were shaking, or that her knuckles had become pale from her death grip on the podium. But I didn't have to be up front to know that despite the fear she must have felt, the backhanded questions that implied she deserved it, the subtle implications that she asked for it. She drank from a glass of water her father brought her, taking deep gulps when her voice began to crack. My sensitive nose detected her anxiety as they pressed from one subject to the next, until a reporter finally asked for the truth of what happened that day, saying, "You were offered a large settlement. If all he did was grab you and walk you a few feet away, why not just take it unless there's an agenda? Who is really behind this?" You could hear a pin drop through the thunderous silence. I didn't have to be in front of her to see that she was tearing up. I expected her to recount the fine points, but she didn't. It's true that all he did was grab me, make me walk with him when I didn't want to, that he just kept me there for a few minutes and he was just demanding a hug before I could go. I'm young, but not so young. I don't know that there's a lot worse that can happen. Fauve answered. The podium rattled a little as her posture faltered just a hair and made it wobble with her unsteady grip. But I don't care about money, Mom and Dad. She cast her eyes over her shoulder to where her parents stood. Pay for everything I need, and I'll work when I get older. I can make my own money, but I can't buy back my safety. I learned in civics class that when the penalty for a crime is a fine, then the crime only exists for the poor. For anyone else, it's the price of admission for their good time. If I let go of this, just let him throw money at me and my family and walk away, I'm saying he can do it again and again and again, as often as he wants. That money buys immunity. That violating me and my wants and my safety and me is just a credit transfer, and that's it. I live with it forever. He forgets me and tries again a week later with someone else. That's my agenda, Fauve said, her voice scratchy and weaker than it was when she began, water or no water. That's all. I don't think I can talk anymore, she said and stepped back. The podium wobbled a little one more time, and the glass toppled free and came crashing down to shatter into pieces on the wooden stage. It was a surprisingly quiet affair, and I will spare you my own interrogation in contrast to my expectations. I was asked nothing. William and Rebecca each answered a string of questions about their past employment, military service, and connections, which revealed very little as it turned out. The only buzz was finding out that the extended Walker family was playing host to various alien anthropology students. But on the whole, it was anticlimactic. Teresa appeared as the reporters filed out, standing behind a curtain and curling her finger toward us. We followed while she led us into the back. Her heels clicked like the ticking of a clock, a steady, constant rhythm that was a testament to her confidence in her grandfather's employment. The sound control area was more or less what I expected. Species around the galaxy were faced with the same natural laws, so naturally they came up with many similar or identical solutions. Pyramids make up some of the oldest structures on a multitude of worlds. After all, if you want to keep something standing, wide base, narrow top, there you go. Sound studios require isolation, headsets, clear panel rooms, or video screens. Some things just don't change that much. But it's not often you see an old man in a bone-white suit and oversized noise, canceling headphones beaming up at you from an overstuffed executive chair. Fantastic job, all of you, Percival said, and rapped his cane hard enough against the wooden floor that the tip broke free. He thrust out his hand, and with an open-mouthed smile, he took ours and shook them one by one before he reached Fauve. Wonderful job, my girl. Wonderful job, he said, and put his hands on her shoulders. Quick-witted and prepared. You could have a future in this industry one day if you want. I'll put an internship for you as a clause in my will in order for my grandchildren to inherit. The way he barked with laughter when Teresa rolled her eyes, I wasn't sure if he was serious or not. I don't know. Maybe, Fauve said, Briefly taken aback, she rubbed the back of her head, but I couldn't resist asking, "Is that normal?" "My grandfather is anything but normal, Bailey," Teresa said with a much exaggerated long-suffering sigh. "So no, it isn't. Still, we will need new interns and she's old enough to work that schedule in a few years. He has an eye for talent after all. I'm not going to argue with him." Who knew what that discussion could have turned into? But William interrupted it. "They didn't ask Bailey anything. You knew they wouldn't, didn't you, Mr. Barnum?" Percival's smile ran away from his face. He was still for a moment, and turned slowly so that his full body faced up to William Walker. "You're right." He clenched his cane in his hand. "I did know. I'd heard stories of psychic humans, people who could see the future, but never met one until I thought for a second now. So I had to ask, how? It's simple. You don't make for a good photo of what they want. You look like a cross between a golden retriever and an Irish setter, but on two legs. You're too goddamn cute, my alien friend. Not the fearsome face of alien invasion. Nobody was going to get anything out of interrogating you. It'd be like raising an alarm over a teddy bear invasion. The hostile ones would be a joke," Percival said. And to my surprise, Rebecca was fuming. "Then why even have him there? Why put him through that?" she asked, and Percival smacked his wrinkled lips together a few times before he shook his cane emphatically in front of himself and answered her. "Because people do their best when they're doing it for someone else. I've handled media spin for every coked up, roided out, teary-eyed. Didn't mean any harm. Just a bad day, wide-stanced. It was an accident. Spouting liar in the public eye for the last 65 years. I've also done it for every headline desperate family, every kind of major wrongly accused figure, every honest man and woman ever to be smeared, and both always come out the same way. Can you guess what that is, young lady?" "Not a clue," Rebecca asked. The darkness in her cheeks was gone, but the old man hadn't intended her to answer anyway. He was already speaking. "Idiots believe the dishonest and powerful, and the smart and experienced see through them. There's not much I can do for them anyway. But the ones who don't belong up there, the ones who are wronged, lied about, mistreated and thrown out into the cold by the public, they come out smelling like a rose in only one way. If they're clearly acting for somebody else. Parent, child, best friend, family dog? It doesn't matter. The only thing that comes through, the only thing that wins hearts and minds, is seeing people acting for people because of their own hearts and minds." He tapped the cane light as a feather against the floor when he concluded, "I needed you all nervous for each other to be at your best, because one look at you lot, and I knew when you'd be at your strongest." The old man cracked a little smile across his haggard face, tossed his cane into a knee-calf-high metal wastebasket in a far corner, and shuffled off to another corner to draw out a replacement from among a sea of matching ones. The cane he threw away rattled in place, and he gave the new one a few fresh taps on the floor like he was testing it out, and then said, "And that's that. I can't do much more for you, but if you do need to do more interviews, come by again. If I'm gone, Teresa will handle it." Then thank you. I think, William said as he processed the old eccentric. "Nah, favor for an old friend of mine. Nothing to thank me for. You all head back. I expect you'll be seeing a lot of interesting stories on the news tonight." The sparkle in the old man's eyes was enough to make even me take notice when he said that, and we did as he said, departing the soundstage behind Teresa, who barely restrained a giggle behind her stern professional stride and showed us all the way to the exit. "Good luck, not that you'll need it," she said, and gave us a wave with one hand when we walked out, ready to go home, and relieved that for now at least, it seemed the worst was over.
A quick message from the guy who runs this channel. I'm excited to share that our channel now partners with the author of Adopted by Humans to share ad revenue. This collaboration ensures that the creative minds behind the stories we love are supported financially. Thank you for helping us give back to the author by watching and engaging with our content. Now, let's get back to the story.
I never learned what Percival did after we walked out that door. I never knew whether or not it was ethical by human standards or not, largely because I didn't know exactly what he'd done. I also had no idea why he'd really done whatever it was. But he was wrong about one thing. We didn't have to wait until dinner at home. The car that took us back had a security driver already waiting, but the result was obvious before we got back to the Walker home. I can only assume that the driver being there was ordered by Percival when we were out of sight, and rather than take us straight home, Fauve's father requested that the driver take us around the city. There was no real destination, just an endless ride to nowhere with all of us in the car. It wasn't surprising. Humans have a process called fear shedding. After periods of high stress, emotional overload, and adrenal release, when the danger or other cause is gone, they will cry. They will shake, tremble, and even cry. Some of them may vomit, others may sob like human babies. This practice is recorded on texts even about some of their most famous and valiant warrior societies. Contrary to some perceptions, this appearance of fear in the aftermath is not the fear itself, but the body's recovery from courage. I was still not an expert on human children, though over the subsequent years of studying them, I can only say that their capacity for bravery and resilience is something many a species should envy greatly. Fauve's passage through that emotional release was lengthy, and I cannot tell you how tightly she was embraced by those who treasured her. The power of a human community in the face of adversity is tremendous, even at its lowest, smallest levels. This went on until William's phone dinged in his pocket. "Michael?" Rebecca asked, clearly wondering about their infant. William unlocked his phone, checked his messages, the buttons making their usual tapping sound as he traded messages back and forth, until he let one finger tap on what must have been a link. The lot of us leaned toward the device which he set in his lap and let it play. I never forgot what it said, largely because I never forgot their expressions when they heard what the news clip proclaimed. 14 men were arrested today on charges relating to national security, transmitting threats across state lines, violent threats toward a minor under the age of 16, and other related charges not released to our office at this time. According to our exclusive sources, a tip was provided that this ring of men intended to destroy evidence of felonious wrongdoing, and so an emergency warrant was granted by a judge to raid and seize the materials. They appear to be tied to various extremist groups and an unnamed multimillionaire living in the North American state of Kentucky. Now on to a replay of the interview with the child at the center of the recent case involving xenointerference. William killed the feed and swapped to the phone function. "Tuna, how's Michael?" he asked. I could see the stress running from his face like sweat, relief making his body melt into the seat. "Good, man. Good. You liked seeing that, I take it?" I could hear Latunde's cheerful voice on the other side and the faint giggling of the infant behind him. Yeah, I did," William replied, but he stopped as Tuna rushed out. "Then wait till you see the interview. It's on every station. Gotta say, man, she nailed it. Probably it won't stop those conspiracy types, but the way you two talked about your work was so dull I doubt anybody but the most paranoid will be able to focus on it long enough to draw any crazy conclusions." Tuna's bark of laughter would have been audible through the phone, even without my ears being what they were. "Boring. Gee, thanks. Next time I want to talk about geomechanical integration in stellar construction of generational vessels, I'll spare you the trouble." William said it in an exaggerated voice and let out a decisive huff at the end. "So that makes two good things happening today. See you back at the house, man. Michael is fine. I put on Chibanos, and he's happy as can be. So take your time." Latunde hung up before either William or Rebecca could offer anything in the way of a retort. His cheery voice made the car ride more relaxed, so relaxed that I did what I longed for in spite of myself, opened the window and stuck my head out so that I was facing the oncoming wind. I had no idea why I had the urge to bite it, but you go with what you know sometimes, and I felt the mood behind me lighten up considerably. "That was fast, way too fast," Rebecca noted, drumming her fingers on her knee. I popped my head back in the car long enough to say, "I went to my embassy. That's probably part of it. My people are very efficient about things. They probably had a hand in getting Percival involved, but that can't be all of it," Fauve piped up, wiping her nose and face clean. She swallowed a lump in her throat and suggested, "Mr. Barnum sounded funny with what he said last. It sounds like he knew something. Maybe he did something. He probably knew a bunch of people in government, law enforcement, prosecutors and stuff like that, you know? Maybe he called in favors or something." I put my head out the window and faced the wall of wind again. Aside from being enjoyable, it helped me think. Looking back, I was fairly sure she hit the nail on the head. It made sense. Human political tendencies went all the way down to the individual person. They are always building up and cashing in debts, not of the monetary sort, but of the help me when I need it sort. Trades and goodwill are worth more than any amount of energy credits, and it fit very well with what I'd seen in their media already. But why had the old human done this? Why reach out to who could even guess how many human contacts to rush everything from airing an interview to timing the arrest of a dozen or so online bullies? I wanted an answer. I always meant to ask Mr. Barnum his reasons. I'm sure many who read this short account of this eccentric old human would want to know for themselves. But the reason I never knew the answer was because while I meant to ask Percival when the furor died down and the trial was over, it turned out I wasted my chance. He passed away just a few days after we left his studio, dying quietly in his sleep. He died in his home at a very, very old age by human standards. Ours really was his last task. And if you're curious about Teresa, she did fine. She and her siblings expanded his organization considerably, and by now, you've probably seen at least some of the old films they have repopularized for interstellar media distribution where, it turns out, copyright laws didn't apply. Sneaky, a trifle unethical, but the popularization of that media brought more favorable interest in humanity than 1,000 diplomatic envoys. I can't help but think that that was the goal all along. So much as I regretted losing the chance to speak with the old eccentric again, the full weight of that lost opportunity wouldn't be felt for quite some time. How could it be? We had enough to worry about when the rest of the news broke. We were around the dinner table. Fauve was looking down at her datapad, a smile on her face of the sort that I didn't know she could make. Not that she couldn't smile, far from it. Rather, because I was now accustomed to the faces of humans, I recognized it as something other than the usual happiness. It was, for lack of a better word, evil. The messages streaming through on her datapad, which she now watched openly, were full of pleas and apologies. She answered none of them. She munched on an apple, holding it with one hand, the crisp, sharp noise of her teeth tearing away at the flesh of the fruit, and held the datapad in the other, watching the messages flow over the screen. She was enjoying their distress. She was enjoying their suffering. I have made much of the goodness of humans, that they are kind, loving, affectionate, accepting, and so much more. But they are predators. I was one of theirs now, so I was fine. But these faceless figures who sent threats, harassment, and cruelty her way? In the minds of the walkers, these were the enemy. While Fauve watched the screen and munched contentedly, William and Rebecca were on the phone, each one speaking to a different lawyer. The full text of their conversations are not relevant, but I will provide some snippets that highlight the character of parental units that are crossed. So now that you've got the evidence and the first arrests have been made, how long before you go after Wolfbeard's father directly? He facilitated his son's actions. There's no way his son has anything of his own. The pervert just works the ticket booth. It's all his father keeping his failed human, that's what Bailey calls him, out of jail. William's eyes were on fire. The drab, weary look on them was gone, and the man was restored. For better or worse, there is, to humans, something restorative about vindication. Perhaps seeing how his daughter could stand on her own 2 feet reinvigorated him. Perhaps the fact that she had to at all drove him over the edge. But while I listened to Fauve crunch down on the apple, while Michael slapped at the bits of ravioli on his plate, smearing red sauce all over the place in his happy ignorance, I also turned half my ears toward Rebecca. I'm sure it was hard to get a discovery motion granted. Yes, our Bailey pulled some strings, but that's all. Well, that's the problem with non-disclosure agreements. Their contents don't get disclosed very often. But now that you've got the records, yes, our friend again. Either his peoples or, who knows, maybe Mr. Barnum, I don't know. But what did you find? Rebecca was speaking a mile a minute into the phone. It's worth noting that her voice was chipper, like she'd gotten a wonderful present she hadn't expected just dropped into her lap. I sipped my coffee and chowed down on my steak, tearing at the flesh. And let me tell you, human cuisine is a delight. Their best chefs are rumored to be somewhat insane, mad geniuses, artists whose art doesn't endure but is never forgotten by those who experience it. Having tasted the cooking of perfectly ordinary humans, I was prepared to believe it. Fauve's own steak lay waiting for her on her plate, untouched. She was savoring her own cold revenge, far too much to even care much about the meat in front of her. That many? You can't be serious? 37 non-disclosure agreements? At any other job, he'd have been fired right away. Good Lord, so between the bathroom creeping and the underage, how much actual criminal behavior have you found? Things that could get him sentenced to prison or confinement. Rebecca's foot was tapping rhythmically on the floor, her good humor gone and her patience with it. She clenched and unclenched her left hand like she wanted to use it to hit somebody. In most species, the male or female are the only dangerous ones, with the other existing solely for the sake of reproducing with the dangerous one. But on the death world that is Earth, while this pattern of dimorphism can exist, it is not universal. In my own species, a male and female Dlamisa are almost indistinguishable from one another, with the female being only a little bit smaller and a little bit more social. Otherwise, we are not much different. Humans, however, have very clear dimorphism between their sexes, but rather than this creating one dangerous sex and one merely compliant one to reproduce, this social apex predator has both Deathworlder sexes, both capable of and prone to retribution and violence when it is crossed the wrong way. Fauve's serene, contented smile as she watched messages scroll past that, from a quick glance, were people begging her to drop charges against them as they were only harmless pranks. William's burning anger was his relief from the stress under which the family had been placed of late, and as he talked on and on about asset discovery and legal suits that would no doubt ruin a multitude of lives and drag many a name through the mud, his wife occasionally mouthed information to him while she dealt with another aspect of their counterattack, directly targeting the two they now deemed responsible. "So, how many have you been able to reach?" "Well, it is late in the day, so it's no wonder. A lot of them probably moved. It'll be hard to find them. But since we have..." She flashed a smile in my direction. "An ally in two governments now. Just arrange for a very public arrest. We're paying through the nose here, and trust me, it won't be hard. They've kept him out of the public eye so far. The xenophobes have made him an anonymous martyr. Let's drag this gross pig out into the light of day and see how much they love their hero when they can practically smell the dirty socks and old cheese odor through the screen. And I'll bet you won't have to work hard to track down the people they paid off then. They'll probably give up anything to get that stink put away." Rebecca actually laughed when she finished saying that, I must add, humans place a great deal of importance on hygiene. They may not have much of a sense of smell, but their sense of smell is closely tied to their sense of taste. And if that sense of smell is offended, you're offending two senses for the price of one. In my research of what they refer to as the adult industry, wherein males usually would hire a female, again usually, the workers cared very little about how their client looked, but they cared deeply about how their client smelled. Ritual cleanliness is vital to human well-being, and those who reject that are going to fail as humans. I understood Rebecca's remark to be utterly scathing commentary. In my own view, she wasn't wrong. "I can still taste him in the back of my throat." I chimed in and drew 3 very sympathetic looks in my direction. I melodramatically stuck out my tongue and wiped it with a napkin, drawing amused little smiles while the trio savored their moment individually. Rebecca and Michael hung up at almost the same moment and sat down at the table. "So, that was interesting," Rebecca said. I held out my coffee cup and she refilled it while she spoke. "It seems there were quite a few settlements paid out under non-disclosure agreements, all to young women or girls or their families. They didn't get the records unsealed until today. It was hard getting a judge to sign off on it. But now the facts are out." My cup was warming up like my heart's, and to my surprise, my own predatory instincts were ignited. Dlamisa predators are not typically vicious. When we hunt, as some still do, there is no enjoyment in the actual process of the kill. This, however, was something else. It was like circling the prey. When I was a young Dlamisa, I tasted this sensation. A colleague of mine took me hunting, and the prey we sought was one of the few prey animals capable of putting up a serious struggle. This particular creature, a Malasi, is a tripedal creature that pulls itself on its tentacles to create great leaps. It is highly territorial and lives as a loner until mating. When it secures its mate and reproduces, it launches itself toward threats, balling itself up into an armored ball and rolling toward potential threats to its nest. To hunt it, I acted as bait, approached its territory, and got it to chase me. We dug a pit into the ground and put it just over a drop-off. As it chased me, I jumped down and scooted under the drop-off. The Malashi rolled well over it, could not stop on the downward momentum, and then landed in the hole we dug, whereupon my colleague secured the top so that it couldn't escape. I stood over the pit opposite my colleague and felt the unbridled satisfaction of standing over my target. The Walker household felt just like that, and what's more, I liked it.
On this channel, we've amassed an extensive library of sci-fi and HFY content spanning thousands of hours, all available for your listening pleasure right now. Take a moment to explore our catalog and discover your new favorite story. You can find links to each story featured in this mosaic in the description below. Remember, what you see here is just a glimpse of the vast array of content we offer.
Some of my colleagues have made note of the fact that the female humans tended to brew the coffee more than William Walker himself did, and they tended to pour it. This, I assure you, wasn't lost on me. I wouldn't be much of an anthropologist if it was. It made me wonder if there was a division in sex roles over the coffee, and whether this expressed some form of dominance or subservience between the two sexes. As it turns out, William is not particular about it, but his wife is. So she tends to be the one to make it, and because of the way their labor is divided up, she is more likely to provide it. As William said to me, when I was in the military, bad coffee was more or less a tradition, and when you get used to bad coffee, anything will do. My wife is more particular. She likes it a certain way, so I let her make it. As long as I don't touch the pot, her little domain, she's happy to handle the pouring too. He snorted when he said it, a little amused by the anecdote. Rebecca, however, quickly chimed in. I still think you weaponized incompetence because you like to watch me walk. Pervert. I must add, human social interactions vary wildly. He and his wife, for example, engaged in playful, teasing banter. They both had a deep love of language and enjoyed playing with words and taunting each other. You have seen the use of dad jokes and dad puns extensively already. It is telling of the recent stress that those jokes and puns were gone for weeks. But now that it looked as if everything would be fine, what can I say, oh wonderful wife of mine? Watching your winsome, wily walk will keep my eyes from wandering elsewhere. You can't blame me for enjoying it. He winked up at her when she went to put the coffee pot away and answered, I can, and I'm more than happy to. She said it with a wink, which I took to mean they were being playful with one another again. The mood of the Walker household was restored. Most of the time, before things went bad, there was more banter about the house, but today, after everything, their eyes were mostly focused on their respective data devices. To be honest, so was mine. Orderly as they were, each of the trio was on a different streaming media platform, eyeing the news for fresh information. Derek Horn, the amusement park mogul, was arrested today by the EIB on federal corruption charges after multiple witnesses stepped forward claiming payoffs to victims. The alleged victims ranged from 13 to 30. All were allegedly accosted by his son, 26-year-old Derek Horn Jr. Additional charges include obstruction of justice, witness intimidation, destruction of evidence, harassment, assault, attempted kidnapping, and the forcible detention of a minor. That was what the broadcast said on my screen, and no sooner than the words were halfway through than William, Rebecca, and Fauve dropped their devices on the table with a loud enough and hard enough clatter that an only lightly touched glass of milk beside Fauve's plate toppled over and spilled. Nobody said anything. I doubt they even noticed. They rushed from their positions to stand behind me and look down over my shoulders. That's him! We all said at once, all my hearts pounded with excitement. The male I dubbed Wolfbeard was waddling down the marble steps of a widespread mansion, while drones hovered nearby, catching it all on camera forever. Wolfbeard's hands were cuffed and he was sobbing like a baby. It's not fair! It's not fair! They wanted me to do it! My dad even paid them to make it okay! You can't do this! Shut up, you imbecile! The older man, presumably his father, answered. Derek looked a lot like his son in some ways. He was clean-cut, face-shaved, well-dressed in a business suit and tie, but he had a bit of garishness to him. The buttons of his suit were platinum, and his shoes polished to a mirror shine. His son was just a pathetic reflection of his father, like a young version of the old man if he let himself go in his youth. The old man's hair was fading into obscurity, and a steely-eyed look in his eyes promising retribution was marred by one thing. Those steely eyes kept darting around him. It reminded me of the way Fauve looked when she had to leave the house, afraid she was surrounded by threats. The officers of the EIB were not dressed in anything resembling tactical gear, except for thin bulletproof vests. Other than that, their navy blue suits would have passed for any ordinary clothing from any ordinary person. The EIB, wow, this escalated quickly. William whistled and, unfortunately, I had to ask. What's that? The Earth Investigation Bureau, they handle crimes that span the globe. If a conspiracy spreads out over more than one continent, they get involved. I'm surprised they'd get involved in something like this unless... Rebecca trailed off and turned her eyes toward William. That's bad. That's very, Very bad. William went a little green in the face, but I was at a loss to explain why. I hate to ask more questions, but what? I asked, keeping an eye on the screen as the pair was walked out of their property toward a waiting squad car. Rebecca put her hand on my head and began to idly scratch. I leaned into it while she talked. Touching my fur seemed to relax her some while she explained. Bailey, Derek's son could have just meant people here, patrons to the park that he'd make uncomfortable, or worse. But rich people travel, and some people travel to places where they can get away with a lot more, where people still don't have all the options they should. It's a horrific kind of tourism. Things are better than they used to be, but the planet only unified about 200 years ago. Our little blue dot is a very big place to those of us who live here, and it takes a long time to fix everything. In another 100 years, all that will be resolved. It just won't be possible anymore. But until then, William shook his head sadly. Catching these kinds of people can be hard. But wasn't the point of all your wealth restrictions and systems to keep people accountable and make sure they couldn't just buy their way above the law? I asked, and William nodded back to me. People cheat, and sometimes the cheaters prosper. We learn from them, refine our laws, methods of investigation. But making this world a better place is a constant struggle. Till we make a better human, we just have to make do with the good ones we've got and look after our own family as best as we can. When he said that, he put a hand on my shoulder and gave it a firm squeeze. My tail immediately began to wag back and forth just as the pair reached the squad cars. "You can't! I'm a werewolf! I won't survive in a cage!" Wolfbeard shouted as they pushed his waddling form down and made him get into the car. "Idiot!" was the last thing I heard his aged father say as the door slammed on them both. Fauve raised her head to her parents. "Mom, Dad, can I eat dinner later? I'd like to go play with Bailey." "Tennis ball?" I asked. My tail went into overdrive with its wagging. "Tennis ball." She answered in the affirmative, then saw the milk she'd spilled that was now dripping off the table after spreading over a fair amount of the wood surface. "I'll clean that up first." "Nah, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it," her father said, and reached for a napkin from the center of the table. "Go ahead. Go play with him. The food will be in the fridge when you get back. Just use the well-lit areas," Rebecca said with a cheery smile, and went to the other side of the table, picked up the plate, and brought it to the counter where she wrapped it up for storage while her father mopped up the mess of spilled milk. "Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad," she said, paused, and while her smile never wavered, she added in a far more serious voice, "I mean it. I know," William said. "Go, play, have fun. We'll be here when you get back. Everything is fine." He tossed the wet handful of napkins into the waste bin, and Fauve and I headed for the door. I didn't yet know all that the future held for us, but I was sure of one thing in that moment. William was right. But there was something else. We still had two guards at the door, a human and a Dlamisa, who chatted amicably while scanning their respective areas. We wondered just what happened to the other two, only to find that they were already at the park, and the big Dlamisa was rushing back to the human with a ball in his mouth that with every closing of his jaws, squealed like a captured beast. Now we come to the end of the first volume of my time with the Walker family. My introduction to them was swift, my acceptance, faster than I had any right to expect, and the trial we endured was quite literally otherworldly, at least to me. I conclude this volume, and the first day of my recitation for my doctorate, with the aftermath. I'll never know just what my government said to the Earth government. That kind of thing is GC classified, which is to say, generationally classified. It won't be put out into the public sphere until after everyone involved has died. But whatever it was had far-reaching consequences. The legal teams responsible for harassing the Walker family underwent some fairly stringent reviews by the Humans Board of Ethics. Those who had strongly implied various kinds of threats that did not directly involve the courts faced serious censure. Two lost their licenses to practice law. Most, however, walked away after being able to show that they were acting in the interests of their clients. Perhaps that was true, but I had come to like the human conscience when it worked, and was somewhat disappointed that not all of them paid a price for their actions, though it is somewhat of a consolation that they were at least unable to work for any government or government-connected employee. My homeworld refused to do business with anyone who hired them. Was it petty? Yes. Satisfying? Also yes. The ones Fauve termed flying monkeys who on their own, without any payment that was ever found, engaged in all that horrific behavior toward a minor? They had various outcomes depending on just what they said. Some took confinement, some took prison, based on their threats of violence and the likelihood of carrying it out. A few ended up in mental institutions, and a handful were fined significantly. She never bothered to look them up. Their relevance to her life was gone. Oddly enough, a few of those responsible actually reformed on their own. They reached out over the years, offering sincere apologies for their behavior and expressing regret for who they were. Fauve rejected their apologies, and I suppose it was proof of their reform that those whose apologetic hands were slapped away accepted her refusal and left her in peace. I would be remiss if I neglected to point out that after she wrote about the experience years later, some humans criticized her unwillingness to forgive them, calling on her to be the bigger person, and Fauve's response to that was, classic Fauve. No, it doesn't make what they did any better. It doesn't erase it from history, and it wouldn't change how they made me feel when I was just a kid. All accepting their apology would do is make them feel better about themselves and what they did. You don't get to do that and then ever be okay with it. You don't get a pardon just because you feel bad. They did what they did, and now they have to live with it for the rest of their lives. Whoever said you should always forgive anyone who feels bad was an idiot. Like I said, Fauve would have made a fine Lamisa. The one I called Wolfbeard folded faster than a wet napkin when the pressure was really applied, and gave a full confession on the condition that he avoid a confinement. Given the mounting evidence and number of victims, I can only imagine what kind of mental sentence he would have had to live through. He was sentenced to 3 20-year terms and was still imprisoned as of this writing. I can't help but think he probably believed his father's money would end up getting him out of it. Whether he still plays his game of being a werewolf or not, I have no idea. But there was no more of that. Derek Horn Sr. had the entirety of his fortune confiscated. His corporation was liquidated, sold, and the victims paid off from the proceeds. The water park was bought by a cooperation entity named Twain Travels, so in the end, that park wasn't even lost. It was still around when I eventually left Earth. As to the old man himself, he was sentenced to confinement and walked out of the unpleasant room several hours later. He was witnessed by drones, and when I saw the clip of his departure, he was a shell of himself. His confidence and arrogance were wiped cleaner than his estate. His eyes were more barren than his reputation and legacy. What he lived through, I don't know, but he would not be causing anyone any more trouble after that. He didn't even have the will left to fight the sale of his property. Thanks to the verdict and the nature of his crimes, he was forbidden from ever owning or operating any for-profit or non-profit entity for the rest of his life. Nor was he permitted to work in any position of authority over another human being again. I stopped checking up on him after a few years, once Fauve became an adult, but the last I learned of him until I read his obituary was that he was working in a hotel as a concierge. I don't know if he ever bothered to visit his son or not, but maybe? I never met him, but as we would learn, he bailed his son out of trouble time and time again. Wolfbeard was sent to a multitude of therapists over the years, some of whom would testify to the sentencing committee, and he got all the best schools, which he was either kicked out of, dropped out of, or failed out of. His father even gave him the job at the park that let him encounter Fauve, and brushed aside all the complaints, paid off families and victims, all over the place. Some of my colleagues from my class have said that it was to protect himself and his good name, not his son. But it so closely mirrors the Walkers, like some shadow on the ground that is the outline of a good family, that I just don't think it is that simple. Perhaps he loved his son and raged against misfortune every night that Wolfbeard became the man he did. Perhaps he was a neglectful father, or a good one, or perhaps he spoiled the boy and turned him into a spoiled man. I never learned what happened to his mother. I never saw her on a video. Perhaps she was gone long ago, died or left or driven off. I was asked not to look into it by the people who gave justice to Fauve, so I honored their request, albeit with some regrets. I do sometimes think that trying to protect Wolfbeard from the consequences of his actions is what destroyed his son in the end. I can't say with certainty what the truth is about them, but they were a dark mirror reflection of the family I found myself becoming a part of. William, Rebecca, and Fauve came together to look after one another and brought me into their fold with open arms. Through this experience, I got to see parts of myself I didn't even know existed. From trivial things like having my head out a car window going at high speeds, to comforting things like head scratches and pats, to bizarre things like chasing that blasted tennis ball, to the biggest things of all, the power of a bonded human unit. In the back of my mind, I still had the worry of being thrown off-world, but for the moment at least, I didn't have to worry about deportation. There was simply too much to do, and the man I call Wolfbeard was still filing motions of appeal that would require me to testify. I don't think he realized that he was doing me a favor and keeping me here and delaying that question just a little longer. I sure wasn't going to tell him, that much was for sure. As I wrote these final words to this first volume, I went back and began to read through my work, editing it as any author, both academic or fanciful, would. And it was only then that I realized something. Long before this final word, without even noticing I'd done it, I started referring to the walkers, Fauve in particular, as mine. And they were. Somehow, without my own awareness, despite all my note-taking and observations at every step, my human hosts became my human family. I'd come to love them, and I couldn't have been happier about it.
Thank you to everybody who stayed with this story to the end of the first volume. It was a real joy to write, and I'm grateful to know it brought some joy into your lives. Along with a series of short stories, I've also authorized the channel owner here to narrate, and I hope you take just as much pleasure in all of those. There's a long road ahead for Bailey and his humans. Some of it will be uncomfortable, some of it will be challenging, some of it will be wholesome, and some of it will be heartache. But writing even the hardest word was a pleasure. Most of my work is in the fantasy/dark fantasy genre, so this one was a big departure for me. Hard to believe it all began from an r/humans or space orcs prompt. If you enjoyed my work and want to find more of it, well, this series sells well on Amazon. Just pull it up, and by all means, if you pick it up, leave a review as a sacrifice to the gods of the algorithm. Or, of course, support me on Patreon, where I'll be posting new stories and chapters on a regular basis. My Patreon site can be found here at patreon.com/telling stories. I think you'll enjoy my next fantasy story, Lich Interrupted, about an elder lich who just wants to write novels, but is constantly interrupted by the stray children he has unwittingly adopted. I have millions of words ahead for you, and I hope you enjoy most of them, if not all. Till the next book, this is Robert signing off.
What is the meaning of acceptance? I still remember the words of the Tlaxishi professor asking that in class, his narrow tongue darting out of his green mouth to lick his eyeballs clean. He did it more than most of his species, and as a budding xenobiologist, I knew that meant he was uncomfortable among so many students. Unsurprising, since his species was known to be primarily made up of loners. That alone made him unique in this job. But more than that, what made him most exceptional was the way he understood species other than his own. Hence his question, and it was the very question that launched whole careers, because it began with a race called Homo sapiens, or as they typically called themselves, humans. No answer followed his question, though many of us, with claws and tentacles and nails and more, were rapidly scrolling through the digital text to search for the word. The echo of his question faded away against the walls, and this too was what made him unique. Unlike most professors in the university, he conducted classes in person, demanding we socialize up close. For reasons none of us quite understood, it somehow made us better students, and little by little his policy was spreading to other instructors. What is the meaning of family? He asked the follow-up question, and our hasty searching picked up speed. My neighbor, a Chitilxian with a rubber touch assist over his slimy digit, was typing the new word into the search bar. A hand went up before mine. A biological classification including several subclassifications. The answer came from one of the miniature dwarf species, an avian race coated in spiny feathers. It came up no higher than my knee. His name was Chirupus, and he was top of the class, after me. My frustration burned as he outdid me, only for relief to flood my air sacs when the professor shook his head. Even with the breath adapter implants, I found being outdone suffocating. No, that is a definition, but not the one I mean. Our Tlaxishi professor, Exlith by name, licked each of his 5 eyes in rapid succession. I knew that he hated correcting people, but I also knew that the definition he sought was not in this book, so I raised my fur-covered arm and opened my elongated jaw. My tongue wagged as I spoke, and I tried to keep my tail still when I said, "Professor, No other meaning is present in the book, please. Can you tell us what you mean? In all my life, I had never heard the noise he made next. It was clear he was imitating some species we had not seen up close, and here is where it all began. He pushed a button somewhere out of view, and a curious creature appeared on the screen while his mouth made this haw-haw-haw kind of noise that couldn't have been natural to him. On screen was a bipedal species with fur on their round heads, small thin lips and only 2 arms. This is the species you will learn the answers to those questions from. If you can understand this species, you can understand any species. In my 150 cycles of instruction and research, I have never found another like this one. They bond with inanimate objects, fictional characters, unknown infants, outsiders, as strongly as a Vastian oviraptor with its own eggs. We gasped, chirped, gulped, belched, and rattled. Whatever our own expressions of shock as different species, we made it. I know, it sounds impossible, but this is the only species that is capable of finding family and forming communities out of any species, or at least any that they have ever been observed with. They domesticate predators and bond even with species that might otherwise eat them. If one is rejected by its parents, it may find new ones, or ones to fill that role. There are stronger species, there are smarter species, there are faster species, there are longer-lived species. But there are no species more passionate. They are in their mating season all year long and constantly form new groups that grow and change. If you can get one to bond with you, they will die for you without regret. There is no species so full of contradiction as the Homo sapiens sapiens. They love more deeply, hate more deeply, laugh. That was that noise I was making earlier. And are both greed and generosity given flesh. They appear weak, but because of all these contradictions, they are not only the apex predator of their planet, but no invading armada dares cross into a system where a human colony has formed bonds with others. The great victory of 47,592 was brought about by this species, acting on a distress call from my own species when I was a child. A human starship responded instinctively to our call for aid, and destroyed themselves in a suicide run which crippled the invaders. Self-termination for another species. Who has ever heard of that? The professor paused at the rhetorical question. It did seem at odds with all reason. No species I knew would do that. And though I'd heard of that victory, the strange vessel was barely a footnote. Humans were not even named. A low rumble of utter doubt passed among us all. I promise you, it is true. I was there. That was the cause of the peace which followed. Self-termination for another species was unheard of, and the Zenti didn't know what to make of it. I was present on the station while the impromptu negotiations took place, and the study of humans by both sides began. I knew I had to learn more, and spent my life among them as soon as I was able. I spent 100 of their years in a single human community. Within 10 years I gained acceptance. Not long after that I was neighbor, then brother and uncle. I watched their generation grow and age and die. And to my shock, I felt that grief myself. To know humanity's depths is to find them in ourselves. That is how I got here. That is why. He leveled his shaking finger claw out toward us in our seats, and we all sat a little more alertly when he did so. You are sitting among one another. All of you comprise long-lived species, 300 years on the high end, and all of you will spend the next 50 years in an extended study of humans. You will join their communities, learn about them, and about yourselves. When you are through, you will know what family means in a way that you never dreamed before, and carry that spark out to all your home worlds. From there, who can say what will happen? But I think we will have a better galaxy for it. I don't know why I felt so certain that he was right. Maybe because his reputation was so widespread. Maybe because he'd chosen us, handpicked each of his students, and his faith in us made us more confident in him. But whatever the reason, I was suddenly even more eager to study than before. And even if I don't like it, what's 50 years? I thought. What I didn't know yet, but would know beyond a doubt when I was in the last days of my 50th year, was that the answer to my question was the best years of my life. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Of course I should tell you my species. I'm Dlamisa. We're a furry species with 4 upright ears on either side of our head that are slightly triangular, with tails that grow about as long as a human arm, legs that can curve at the knee, and though we have 2 arms, we're capable of locking the elbow joints so that we can run on all 4s as well as on 2 legs. Our mouths are elongated and have a row of sharp teeth, and though our fur color varies, mine is a mix of russet red and black. If that paints a good enough picture for you, fine. If not, well, I must hope they cast my actor well when this is made into video program for entertainment. To be blunt, as I would be very embarrassed to learn, I look somewhat similar to their dogs. What a day that was. At least it turned out to be helpful. Now back to that day. A few of our number chose not to make the trip, a thing I think they would regret for the rest of their lives, as the human sector was very far away, taking months of travel by even the fastest ship. At least until the humans invented the new propulsion method of redoubling speed by electron recombination. But that's for the astrochemophysics department. Me? I was only concerned with learning as much as I could, and the professor proved he earned his status by providing us with a wealth of information in the days that led up to our trip. Human entertainment, mythology, music, religion, and social conventions for the place we would be staying, all were provided to us. That was the first time I realized just why Homo sapiens sapiens can be so terrifying. It wasn't their love of fear. There were whole genres of entertainment that kept their psychology on edge. But that in and of itself was enough to drive 2 more students to drop out. Fear is something all other known species avoid, but humans embrace the void. I found it fascinating. The part that scared me was what it took for humans to picture a threat. Gods, demons, natural disasters that wipe out planets, aliens whose technology defied reality. Humans needed the impossible to feel threatened. Anything else was just an ordinary day in the galactic mini-cycle. And in all their terrifying films and televised series, the story was a journey to human triumph. Some thought it was self-aggrandizing, but our teacher put it this way: humans made that leap into the void in 1/10 of the time it took my species to find the courage to do so. Humans define themselves by their will to overcome anything, to drive themselves to the limit and push beyond to make new limits for the next generation to overcome. Dying for a friend? Dying for an ideal? A human will throw away their life for an infant where most would consider their offspring expendable, and just make another. And they will die happy if they believe their death made a better tomorrow. Their films tell us that they see themselves as having boundless potential. And when I was a small one, listening to the telecom where the humans came in with cannons blazing just because they said they would help us, I came to believe in it too. It took me ages to find a translation for yippee-ki-yay motherfucker. But the telecom was still broadcasting after that, up to the moment their ship collided with our attackers. And I heard something I'd never heard before when intelligent races died. Music. They died to the sound of music and singing death songs. They are something to fear, but also something to hope for, as you will see. I immersed myself in more of their media on the long journey. Pirate movies where pirates, the lowest of the low, still found it in themselves to die with courage. War films, so many of those, with people giving up their lives for causes, even when they knew they couldn't bring to reality. Romances where that curious, passionate bonding was on full display. I admit I found it strange how they bonded to predator pets, but it was impossible to deny that this was what I was seeing when their dog creatures were cradled and cared for, like infants. Nobody really thinks about how powerful bonding truly is, and yet, now my snout was rubbed right in it. It was 2 months later when we encountered the first human patrols. Their vessels were much bigger than they used to be, and that was when I learned something more interesting. Humans brought their miniature communities into space, their families, bonded mates, children, even in some cases, their old who we would normally leave behind. It seemed strange, but when I first saw a human face, that was even stranger. They were flat, with very small noses in the middle of their face. The human who spoke to my professor on screen had a thick black fur around his mouth and deep-set eyes that seemed small compared to mine. But after a few pleasantries and an ID exchange, we were allowed to dock. Our professor then selected 3 of us to join him on board the human vessel, a chance to explore a little of the miniature society that humans formed before we reached the whole hive of them on their homeworld, where our host families waited for us. The vessel we docked at was military, with giant canyons the size of whole buildings back home, a hallmark of the human design philosophy of big explosions are the best kind. But because these vessels were so large, when we crossed the boarding tubes, we found a small hover vehicle waiting for us. The hover vehicle was interesting. Most races instinctively put the driver at the front, but humans regularly rethought their designs, challenging the ideas that were normal at whatever time they lived. This hover vehicle was one such example of being rethought. It did have the aerodynamic design, and was clearly made to traverse these halls. That much was clear, most notably because the hall in which we stood had a glowing green line along the floor on which the hovercar was centered. However, the driver was not at the front, rather they were at the center, and while we were seated upright with adjustable chairs, the driver sat in a forward crouch with legs bent and arms forward holding onto a bar, her body secured by a double bar cage that framed her body after wrapping around from one side. A series of monitors surrounded her face, providing long-range feedback and data about any obstacles in the view, and providing me with a reflection of her face. I didn't recognize it at the time, but now I realized she was eager to begin. This highlighted my second experience with human design philosophy. There is no such thing as too fast, only how fast you can make it go. It was no wonder they invented the method of transport that finally broke the subspace speed limit that baffled scientists for ages. Strap in and hold tight. A small human female, or so I assumed it to be because of what we'd been told about Chest's voice pitch, told us. The strap was a 4-point harness, and there was a crossbar in front that we were meant to hold on to if things got too intense. And then my tongue was yanked out of my mouth and the ship became a blur. Never in my life had I been both so thrilled and so damn scared. The air battered my face and carried my fur back behind me. My tail wiggled with joy underneath my seat, and I could see what I recognized as a smile on the woman's face. She used her whole body to control the vehicle, leaning left and right, and it was after this that I learned about another unique human innovation that catered to human obsessions. They loved the feel of wind in their hair, and our hovercar had no roof. The force of the air should have been far more unpleasant, but it had a curious sort of shielding. Invisible to the naked eye, it permitted ingress and egress of air particles, but in substantially reduced quantities. In short, it was hypoxic, giving humans a feeling of high-altitude intoxication and letting them experience great speeds while they got it. Our companions made noises of alarm, chitin scales shed, and my Ulian roommate's stink sack activated, briefly causing the hovercraft to swerve while following the green line which went from floor to wall to ceiling. My instincts told me what was coming, and I held on for dear life while the human made a noise I later learned was laughter when she kept swerving until we followed the green paint track, and we were upside down. You would not believe how hard it was to find a proper translation for the word "wee" that she kept screaming as we looped around the empty corridor. We finally lurched to a stop that rattled my bones, and my professor finally said something I knew was key to introducing oneself to new humans. "Shall we grab a beer?" I knew from the videos that the human woman's grin made the rest of our trip promising, but as my companions were voiding their orifices onto the floor while trying to unhitch themselves, they unfortunately missed it. As to what happened next, well, you'd hardly believe it if you haven't lived it, but I swear every word is true. I'd never been unsteady on my legs before that moment. My slimy colleague didn't have legs of his own. For that matter, he didn't have a permanently solid form at all. He could solidify part of himself for short periods, and on this occasion when it departed the hovercraft, as soon as the hardened exterior was rendered gelatinous again, it was jiggling like it had just sat through a quake. I wobbled a little, and to my surprise, the small human female immediately was by my side and put her hand on my arm. Her soft skin squeezed as delicately as a Fadian's feather fall, and she gave me that smile expression again, though a little smaller, and asked me, "Are you all right? I'm sorry. I didn't think to ask how any of you could handle speed." An apology is a very strange custom humans engage in. It is an expression of regret for some offense or inflicted feeling. Curiously, as I would later learn, they have a non-apology that is disguised as an apology. I know this may sound strange, but if a human tells me, "I'm sorry if you feel," or "I'm sorry but," or "I'm sorry you," perhaps you see a pattern here. All of these three forms either include a negation but, or they make the apology a reference to the other person's perceptions. It turns out that true apologies are focused only on the one who actually did the thing being apologized for. "I'm sorry I hurt you. I'm sorry I was late. I'm sorry for not thinking of you." All true apologies among humans include the speaker taking responsibility for themselves and their actions. All false apologies reference some facet of the other person's status without accountability for their part in it. This subtlety would quickly become important as I moved through human society after I met my host family. But in that moment, I just found her touch pleasant. I didn't realize how warm human bodies could be. Fine, thank you, please don't worry about it. I knew what to say from those videos, and she responded immediately with a broader smile. My professor's tongue darted out and licked his eyeball only once, and I knew I had handled myself well. Please, let me introduce you to some of my friends and get you all a drink. It's on me. It's the least I can do, she said and pulled out a little plastic card. Or rather, on the fleet's good relations account. She winked, a gesture I knew to indicate either playfulness or deception, and unsure of which I was being subjected to, I elected to nod silently. Come on, she said, and approached the double doors. They slid into the wall and I was immediately struck by the noise of voices similar to hers, higher pitch and deeper pitch. I generally thought humans were cleanly divided between obvious male and obvious female, but this proved that textbooks do not cover everything. It gave us the far ends, but not the spectrum. Some humans seemed to be almost as genderless as my fluidic companion. I couldn't tell one from another, and some of them played this up. The room itself was enormous. Our own species all used small spaces with few figures, if any. But this was vast. Easily a few hundred of my paces in either direction, filled with tables and something I recognized from films as bars. My colleagues, fellow students I suppose, were mute, but I said immediately, "Lead on." She took well to that, and her feet made a small skipping stride. Strangely, she didn't keep her back to us, but showed her back to the others of her species, and began to chat with us, as if she'd known us for a lifetime. So we have a lot of things here, but based on the data your ship transmitted, bourbon and beer are both viable for all of you, and you can place your cargo order on the screen so you can drink and work at the same time. Is drinking important? My fluidic, semi-permeable fellow student asked in his bubbling voice that approximated human vocal sounds. Yes, very. In one of our ancient empires, Persia, I think. She paused and looked away as she searched her memory. Yes, that was it. Whenever they had a disagreement, they would first argue sober, then get drunk and argue the same thing again. They wouldn't accept an argument unless it made sense in both states. Alcohol plays an important role in social behavior for our race. It lowers our inhibitions, makes us more truthful, and for most of us, it makes us more open to friendship. She frowned a little. I admit, some people it turns into real jerks, but as long as you avoid those, it's fine. By the time she said that, her back smacked into a golden tube that ran along the edge of the bar, behind which a towering wall of human meat stood. Unlike most of his race, he had a bald head up top, and he was slightly over the normal weight that I saw from the others. But he did have sharp-looking eyes, like a hunter. Hey Mark, a round of bourbons for my new friends and I. Friends? I wondered about that. I knew humans could bond quickly, and I understood the meaning of this friend term, but I didn't expect it this fast. The human she called Mark spun around, tipped a few clear bottles holding a dark amber liquid into a few transparent glasses, and then slid them up to each of us as we stood on either side of the human. A toast, she said, and raised up her glass before we could drink. This is liquid? Is not toast bread that you have cooked twice? The burbling voice of my colleague asked, and both Mark and our new human laughed. He's funny. I'm Lisa, by the way. And no, well, yes, but also not because it's something we do before we drink. It's where we make a wish for something good. You're travelers like us, so we have this tradition on our ship. When we encounter travelers, we raise a glass and toast, that is, we wish for safe travels for those we meet. So, a toast to safe travels. Lisa gave us that same broad smile again, and then slammed back her drink and smacked her lips before sliding her card across the bar. Keep them coming, Mark. We have to show them how humans do it. Fortunately, we'd cleared ourselves to consume almost every human beverage beforehand, but that didn't really prepare me for actually doing so. I held the little glass in between two fingers after making our toast, and looked at the amber-colored liquid, studying it with my naked eyes. It seemed innocuous. I brought it to my nose and took a sniff while surreptitiously eyeing my colleagues. My professor was already downing his and reaching for another, but the rest of us had our doubts. The smell was something else. A sharp bite to the nose would have been more subtle. Maybe if I weren't such a coward, I might have gone first, or maybe I wouldn't have gone at all. But I felt the expectant eyes of Lisa and Mark on me, waiting for me to try it. My fellow students were no different, and it was our gelatinous colleague who went first, an appendage emerging and sticking into the little glass. He soaked it up like a sponge. One by one we went, with me being the last. I tilted my head back and threw the liquid down my throat in one clean motion. I gasped, panted, bent forward and coughed while slapping my hand on the surface of the bar. The shot hit me, like I'd been shot. There was a deep burning sensation in my gut, and I felt Lisa's hand on my back. "You okay there, buddy?" she asked, but Mark only slid another row of glasses out toward us with a little smile on his face. He saw something Lisa had not. When the burning was still going, there was a sense of warmth coursing through me. Perhaps it's because